in South Okanagan, who will be leading us and the choir in the singing of the national anthem.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all of us command. Carton bras et portez le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
That was beautiful. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Yep. If I can have your attention, please. The chair wishes to revisit technical issues that led to the early adjournment of the House yesterday evening. Pendant la suspension de la séance,
During the suspension of the House was working on identifying the causes of the problem, which turned out to be a connection problem relating to the infrastructure of the House. The problem has been fixed and the systems have been tested last night. All is now in order.
of the House and its committees may continue, and technical resources will be available as needed. I would like to give my sincere thanks to all the devoted staff of the House who handled this situation diligently. Je remercie les députés.
I'd like to thank members for their attention.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Spadina North or Fourth York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On July 1st, Canadians will celebrate Canada's 155th birthday. As a son of refugees, Canada has presented me and my family with not just a home, but also opportunities and a future. Even in tough times, this country rises above many others. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in free health care for all. We believe in assistance for those in need. We believe in the people's right to be heard. We don't have tanks on the streets. Many other countries don't enjoy this way of life. We have a lot to be thankful for, but it didn't happen by accident. It took a lot of hard work to forge the nation that we are today. We're not perfect, but I would say we're pretty close. We will face our challenges, we will be respectful, we will be inclusive as we move forward together to build an even better country. This upcoming Canada Day, let us reaffirm our common values and go forward. On behalf of the people of my riding, I hope everyone can stay safe and celebrate this magnificent country in their own unique way. Happy birthday, Canada.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise today to recognize a very special person from Don Valley North. Mr. Jim Wilson was born in Toronto in September 1921. He joined the Canadian Army at the age of 22, where he was sent to England with the Glengarry Highlander 9th Brigade, 3rd Canadian Infantry Division. Jim was amongst the 14,000 Canadians who stormed Juno Beach with Allied forces on D-Day. He was ashore during the second wave with the goal of advancing 16 kilometers inland to occupy the high ground west of the strategic city of Caen. Following weeks of fighting, finally Caen was secured and Jim's division continued eastward to Belgium and then Holland. Unfortunately, that's where he got shot. In 1946, Jim returned to Toronto, where he found the love of his life, his late wife, Audrey, and began a successful career with Esso. Last month, Jim was made a Knight of the French National Order of the Legion of Honor for his immense contribution to the liberation of France during World War II. Colleagues, please join me in applauding this great Canadian, Mr. Jim Wilson.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to recognize Olin and Linda, the two wonderful ladies who run my Edmonton constituency office.
Here, here!
The two are probably the most experienced team in Alberta, with Ola having worked with MPs Peter Goldring and Laurie Hahn before me, and Linda working with Laurie Hahn as well. Now, my friend, the good chap, the Honourable Laurie Hahn, often compared his constituency to a car. He would explain that he was merely the hood ornament and that the office team were the engine. That is to say that the real work, the heavy lifting, was done by the team, and he was, again, just the hood ornament. And he was completely right. I'm very blessed that Ola and Linda have been the engine for my Edmonton team since I was elected. Laurie would also say the best part of being an MP was helping people, and the worst part was the travel. While the joy I get when I receive a letter or card thanking Linda and Ola for helping a family reunite, get their passport, or fix a CRA problem, more than makes up for the hours spent waiting for a connection at Pearson. So Ola and Linda, thank you for everything you've done and your service to the people of Edmonton West.
Here, here! Way to go!
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The month of June marks Pride Month. Canadians across the country are celebrating and recognizing the invaluable contributions of the LGBTQIA2S+ community in areas such as health, politics, academia, sports, our military, and many other fields. We celebrate Pride to embrace LGBTQIA2S+ people and acknowledge the decades-long struggles and sacrifices made to gain the equality they rightfully deserve. While we may have made progress over the years, we know that we must continue to keep building a more tolerant and peaceful society. So let's stand shoulder to shoulder with the LGBTQIA2S+ Canadians and friends as allies, including people living with disabilities, Indigenous, Black, and racialized members of the LGBTQIA2S+ community. On behalf of my constituents in Mississauga, Streetsville, I wish all Canadians a happy Pride Month, and we all know that love is love. To all of you, have a safe and enjoyable summer break. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, for our national holiday, we're going to make our language ring out in 1,000 accents. We'll make it heard loud, we'll make it heard late, and we'll make it heard together. We'll make each of our regional ways of speaking heard. We'll make each of our accents heard, reminding us that our national language is also a great international language and an extraordinary tool for opening up to the whole world. We are going to make our language heard so loud that the whole planet will hear this proud and unique voice, the voice of a nation celebrating its culture with its common language, the voice of a nation that sings, writes, works, teaches, grows, and lives in French, because that's what unites us and brings us together, regardless of our differences. And this voice, they're going to hear that we're not shy about celebrating it, not shy about promoting it, and not shy about protecting it. Because French is who we are. To all Quebecers, with their 1,000 accents, happy national holiday. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
The congregation in Beaconsfield United Church celebrated the Reverend Sean Friday as he prepared to embark on a well-deserved retirement after 22 years of dedicated pastoral service. Sean's boundless goodwill and warm humanity will be dearly missed by church members and indeed by the entire Montreal West Island community. In addition to his role as spiritual leader, Sean displayed vision and determination in his efforts to strengthen the foundations of community. He was a driving force in the creation of the West Island LGBTQ2+ Center and served as the organization's chair, offering wisdom, support, and guidance. Sean's ministry was also marked by a deep commitment to social justice overseas. He traveled 5 times to the Philippines in support of Indigenous communities, defending their rights against local mining operations. Like so many, I will miss Reverend Sean's spiritual and community leadership, but also his engaging voice on matters of government policy.
Bravo. Member for Niagara West.
Today I'm proud to share the story of James Topp. James is a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces. He has served for 29 years. James is marching on foot from Vancouver to Ottawa to support Canadians hurt by vaccine mandates. The march started at the Terry Fox statue in Vancouver and is ending at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Ottawa. That's 4,293 kilometers in approximately 130 days. James himself has suffered the consequences of punishing vaccine mandate policy. He was placed on leave without pay from his civilian position in the RCMP. He is also currently in the process of being released from the Canadian Armed Forces, all because of a medical decision. I invite all MPs in the House to meet James and to hear his story and the stories of those he's met along the way to Ottawa. Starting a conversation and listening to each other during these difficult times when our country seems so divided is the only path forward. James has started the conversation, and I intend to participate for the good of our country.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of grade 8 students at Thomas Street Middle School in Mississauga, Erin Mills, to highlight an important figure in our history, Matthew Da Costa. Matthew Da Costa is said to be the first recorded person of African descent to set foot on this land that we now call Canada. He is one of so many Canadians of African descent who have helped build this country since long before Confederation. He's a gifted linguist and played a vital role in building early relations with Indigenous peoples of this land. In particular, he is said to have served as an interpreter between French explorers and the Mi'kmaq people. Today, he's recognized from coast to coast to coast in museums, monuments, roads, and schools. Mr. Speaker, I am glad that these stories have been so inspiring to youth in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills. It's always a good time to celebrate Black history in Canada, and I hope that we can all continue to recognize accomplishments of our diverse communities all across this beautiful nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre. I believe the honourable member's on mute.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time since the start of the pandemic, the schools in Winnipeg South Centre have completed an entire school year in person. For the next 2 weeks, I will be attending the farewell ceremonies and convocations of schools to offer warm congratulations to students on a year of success and for committing to their studies and persevering during uncertain times. Mr. Speaker, everyone deserves to have a bright future full of possibilities ahead of them, and I am confident that the class of 22 will take full advantage of their moment. I wish the graduates every success as they move on to the next exciting chapter of their lives and their careers. Good luck, graduates.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, my constituency is proudly home to 4 teams in the Manitoba Junior Hockey League. This includes the Dauphin Kings, Neepawa Titans, Swan Valley Stampeders, and the Wayway-Sakapo Wolverines. I rise today to congratulate all of them on a fantastic season, but I want to especially congratulate the Dauphin Kings on a stellar year of hockey. Last month, after a nail-biting Game 7 against the Steinbach Pistons, the Dauphin Kings were victorious in the MJHA Finals. Congratulations to all the players who worked hard to win the Turnbull Memorial Trophy. And congratulations to Coach and General Manager Doug Headley for leading a great team to victory. I also want to thank the community of Dauphin for rallying behind the Kings and expressing their unwavering support in countless ways. Next year, the National Centennial Cup will be hosted in Portage la Prairie, and I have no doubt that one of my riding's MJHL teams will claim victory.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Constable Vijay Madhyalagan, a Tamil Canadian who led a life in exemplary service to his adopted country, Canada. Vijay enlisted in the Canadian Armed Forces in 2011 and served in the 2nd Combat Engineering Regiment. He notably served in Ukraine in 2018 as part of Operation Unifier, where he used his expertise in explosive ordnance disposal to train local forces in mine clearing. These skills undoubtedly helped save the lives of many Ukrainian soldiers and civilians in the dreadful war that ensued. In 2020, Vijay joined the Ottawa Police Service and was assigned the frontline operations with A Platoon Central. Vijay was highly respected by his colleagues in the city of Ottawa, with many remembering him for his kind nature and selflessness. He will be sorely missed by the Canadian military, Ottawa Police Services, his close-knit Ottawa Tamil community, and the growing network of Tamil law enforcement professionals across Canada. He leaves behind a proud family, community, and country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, June 21st was National Indigenous Peoples Day, and June is Indigenous History Month. Throughout my riding, there have been events showcasing and celebrating Indigenous and Métis culture. I am proud to represent the #1 riding in Canada, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon. And what makes my riding so great is that it's home to the Stahelis and Stalo people, the Statliam people, the Shwetmek people, and the Inka Klakmuk people in the Fraser Canyon, as well as many others. Last weekend, I was pleased to participate in Sasquatch Days, and I am so proud to represent the riding that is home to the mythical Sasquatch. Children from one of our local Indigenous dance clubs did the Sasquatch dance, and Indigenous groups from across BC and Washington State took part in competitive canoe races for all ages. What a great way to celebrate sport and to bring people together. Thank you to the organizers from the village of Harrison Hot Springs and the Stahelis people for putting on such a wonderful event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
La liste est pas bonne, la liste.
The list is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week there was a landslide in my riding in La Baie. One home collapsed, but fortunately there were no casualties. Since then, close to 80 families have been evacuated and are now homeless. It's terrible. The city of Saguenay forecasts another major landslide in the weeks to come. This worries me a lot. Earlier this week, I spoke with the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who assured me he's ready to intervene on behalf of the people of La Baie as soon as the provincial government requests it. I thank him for his cooperation. In these difficult and uncertain times, I take comfort in seeing all levels of government working together and joining forces to ensure that families are not left to fend for themselves. To the firefighters and police officers, I thank you for your good work in evacuating the families. To all the people affected, I say to you, stay strong. My heart goes out to you, and I will not let you down. In Saguenay, we help each other out.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the plight of a 45-year-old female has been brought to my attention by Judith Goldberg, a principal in my riding. With teachers and students at Forest Run School who are passionate and determined to do something about this situation, they have written poetry, created art, a website, and ultimately circulated a petition. This female has been kept captive for over 40 years, pregnant 5 times, each time she lost her child and was left to mourn on her own. She lives alone in a concrete space with little room to move about. I visited the school and spoke with some of the students. One young boy looked at me confused, and he asked, "What if someone did that to us?" The 45-year-old female is named Kiska. She's an orca whale, a sentient being like us, highly intelligent and sensitive, and currently a captive at Marineland. This House passed Bill S-203 in 2019 to end the captivities of whales, but Kiska was not released. Her misery was grandfathered. She could live somewhere, such as the Nova Scotia Whale Sanctuary, and have decades left, if we don't allow her to die first due to her confinement. Judith and her students know it is wrong for us to condone this in 2022. It's past time for us to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the incredible team of Ukrainian interns who have been working in our offices over the past several months.
Hear, hear.
May I continue, Mr. Speaker? Parliamentarians have benefited from the work of these dedicated young leaders in the past, but of course, this time it is very different. While Russia wages an illegal war in their homeland, while Russia is committing a genocide against their people, and while Ukrainians are fighting heroically for their freedom and democracy, these amazing women have been here helping us with our democracy. In particular, I want to thank my intern, Maria. It has been an incredible pleasure to work with her. And to all the 2022 Ukrainian interns, thank you for strengthening the bond between Canada and Ukraine. Thank you for reminding us every day that democracy matters in Ukraine and everywhere in the world. And thank you so much for being here.
Hear, hear.
I'm going to assume we had unanimous consent to bypass the standing orders there.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to extend my warm greetings and congratulations to the representatives of Équipe Québec and the Équipe Québec Foundation. Not just once, but for the third time, our Quebec teams are world champions. Once again this year, we are the world ball hockey champions in the 3 categories of competition, women, masters, and men, held in Mont-Tremblant, Quebec. Congratulations to Patrick Ducharme and Alex Burrows for their commitment to promoting the emerging sport of ball hockey. Congratulations and thanks to the organizers. Congratulations and recognition also to the Équipe Québec Foundation. I'd like to mention the contribution of Robert Sirois and Stéphane Aliger for their dedication to providing Quebec athletes with more access to international competitions, wearing their Quebec colors in all sporting events. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I got involved in politics to experience moments of national pride like I did on June 12th in Mont-Tremblant and to relive them at every international sporting event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the cost of living crisis is real, and it's hurting Canadians in my riding and across Canada. Inflation hit a 40-year high of 7.7%, and all the Liberals are doing is playing the blame game. Inflation has increased the price of groceries by more than 25%, which is lowering the amount of food that families and seniors can put on their tables. The cost of fuel has been increasing, which also has a direct impact on the cost of production and the cost to transport food to grocery stores. The stories I'm hearing from my communities, they're heartbreaking. The food banks in our small towns, our rural towns, are busier than they've ever been, and demand is going up exponentially. Skyrocketing food prices are driving up food security concerns across the board. One woman even caught her neighbor, her senior neighbor, eating canned cat food because she couldn't afford groceries. Many more seniors have told me that they believe the hardship and lack of support is because the government is waiting for them to die. That's unacceptable, and the Liberal government is letting this happen.
Shameful.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and commend the retirement of one of my constituents, Ms. Diana Nogara. For the past 32 years, Diana has served both her Brampton and neighbouring Toronto community as a court officer with the Toronto Police Services. As a first-generation Canadian to immigrant parents, Diana has played an important role in assisting with policing and community services across the GTA. To name a few, her achievements include facilitating various contraband raids, helping save the life of an individual that went into cardiac arrest in the courtroom. In the latter part of her career, Diana has helped train and test a new integrated computer system that will help police officers and courthouses increase reporting efficiencies. Like many frontline workers throughout the pandemic, Diana continued to work and fulfill her duties. Diana can now expect a well-earned, restful retirement with her husband, Kelvin, who is also a former court officer with 33 years of service, her mother, Anna, her adult children, and her first grandchild, Sebastian. Please join me in congratulating Diana and wishing her the best during her retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before continuing to question period, I just want to remind everyone that referring to anyone in the gallery is not permitted. J'aimerais vous appeler que quand on fait des
I'd like to remind you that when we make statements in the House, we can't refer to the presence of anyone in the gallery. That's a little reminder for everyone. And while I'm at it,
Well, that when we're referring to someone, whether in a question or an answer, it is by their title or by their writing, whichever one is more convenient. Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Accusations that the Prime Minister used the Nova Scotia mass shooting to advance his political agenda are extremely troubling. We believe Superintendent Darren Campbell when he says that Commissioner Leckie pressured the RCMP to reveal certain information. We also believe that it's possible the Commissioner was pressured by the PMO and Public Safety Minister's office. These Liberals have a pattern of interfering in investigations to advance their political agenda, just like we saw in SNC-Lavalin. Will the government commit today to a full and open and transparent investigation to get to the bottom of this?
Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Speaker, the independence of law enforcement operations is a key principle of our democracy, and it's one that our government deeply respects and one that I have always defended. At no point, Mr. Speaker, did our government pressure or interfere in the operational decisions of the RCMP. And I would take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to direct the members to the Commissioner's statement from yesterday, in which he makes it very clear that there was no interference.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, somebody is not telling the truth, and it is not Superintendent Darren Campbell. Mr. Speaker, he did not just experience this differently. We know the Liberals have a track record of interfering in investigations when it's to their advantage, and when they're caught, they deny, then they deflect, and then they blame. It's sickening to think that they're using the worst mass shooting in Canadian history for political gain, but it is very possible. We need to get to the truth on this, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm going to ask the Minister, I'm going to ask the government, will they commit to a full and an open investigation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to share with the members opposite the truth. And in fact, yesterday, the Commissioner of the RCMP released a statement in which she said, and I quote, it is important to note that the sharing of information and briefings with the Minister of Public Safety are necessary, particularly during a mass shooting on Canadian soil. This is standard procedure and does not impact the integrity of ongoing investigations or interfere with the independence of the RCMP. And she concludes, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, I take the principle of police independence extremely seriously, and it has been and will continue to be fully respected in all interactions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Deny, deflect, and blame, Mr. Speaker. Inflation, Mr. Speaker, has hit a 40-year high, and Canadians are worse off than they ever could have imagined. 7.7% inflation, and it's Canadians who are suffering. While Liberals blame COVID, Putin, and everything else, Conservatives have asked and are still asking that the Liberals cut taxes and give Canadians a break at the pumps. Even President Biden announced a 3-month gas tax break. But these Liberals cold-heartedly keep saying no. Liberals would rather see Canadians suffer than accept any of our good ideas. Isn't that the truth?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague is certainly correct that affordability is a critically important concern for Canadians. That is why the Deputy Prime Minister, in a speech last week, talked through the $9 billion in support that we are providing on that basis. We are also working to help stabilize global energy prices through increasing production of oil and gas alongside our partners, the United States, Brazil, and other countries, to ensure that we are concurrently addressing the energy crisis that exists in a manner that will ensure affordability for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-Clérable. Today's figures speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is at its highest in the last 40 years, 7.7%. The Finance Minister's grandiose speech to the Toronto elite last week was just smoke and mirrors. There was absolutely nothing to counter inflation in our country, Mr. Speaker. Even President Biden is proposing a temporary gas tax cut to help Americans make ends meet. Liberals love expensive gas. We all know that. Why are they hurting Canadians instead of helping them to put food on the table, to pay for a roof over their house, to pay for their oil and gas? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing says that Conservative policies would have an effect on the price at the gas pump for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. What is certain is that we went all the way to the Supreme Court to defend our price on pollution, and the court sided with us. What is for sure is that Conservatives are out of ideas and that they do not know how to manage this economy. They don't know how to help Canadians. We know how to help Canadians so they can fight the increase of the cost of living. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that it is not just the cost of living that is suffering from inflation. Liberal incompetence is also on the rise. Incuriosity, laxity, crisis, lack of compassion. These are not my words. Those are the words of Canadians waiting for their passports for hours. They're waiting hours and days for a basic document. The minister admitted this morning that she knew months ago that the crisis was coming. Her solution comes today. We're going to change the waiting line to get a number, to get an appointment. So we wait in line in order to wait in line in order to wait in line to get a passport. Where's the logic in that? When will they finally work for Canadians, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Families. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Montreal is truly unacceptable, and that is the reason for which today we have changed the situation to make sure that those travelling in the next 24 hours receive their passport in time. For those who are travelling in over 48 hours, we have another strategy for them. Mr. Speaker, executives are there to work with people and talk to people in the waiting lines because what they are experiencing is unacceptable, and we will make sure that they are served as good as possible. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish bon voyage to the Prime Minister, but in a lovely chartered plane, his lovely passport that he got very easily. Well, in this context, thousands of people are still waiting overnight. They could have people skip their place in the line. Police have been chasing away media, and now they are being numbered like cattle. That is not a solution. It's just more chaos. It's worse. It doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. Now that nothing works, what is the government doing for these people? The Honourable Minister for Families. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Montreal is truly unacceptable, and it is different to what is happening elsewhere in our country. Over the past 4 days, over 1,000 people were waiting, and we think that people should not have to do so, and that is the reason for which we have teams, upper management teams, to help people and to make sure that they get the information that they need to ensure that they have appointments so that they can go home and then go back at a certain specific time so they don't have to wait. We know that this is frustrating. We know that it's an important file, and we will continue to react to the situation. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Minister keeps repeating that she has sent directives, but no one seems to be listening to the directives. All government ministers yesterday were saying that it was unacceptable. No one, however, has brought true solutions to the problem. Is that going to be the case until the end of 2022? Will nothing be done? If government ministers denounce instead of governing, who's going to govern? The Bloc Québécois, perhaps? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think that all other parties in the House agree that the Bloc Québécois will never be the government here in the House, but we will make sure that Canadians will receive their passports. This is a difficult situation after 2 years. We understand that Canadians want to travel, and we know that for that they need their passport. Mr. Speaker, there is a very high demand for this. Service Canada staff is working very hard. They're working day, they are working nights in order to make sure that Canadians get their passports, and we will continue to react so that they have what they need.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation has reached the highest level since 1983. And what that means is that workers are having a harder and harder time making ends meet. We know that the solution proposed is to increase inflation or increase interest rates, but that's going to put more pressure on the shoulders of workers. So when will this government understand that workers didn't cause this inflation? They shouldn't bear the burden of it, and they need help. When will this government send help to families now?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister for Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Honourable Leader of the NDP's little person there, so congratulations to bringing him in. And in fact, this government is delivering for families. In fact, across the country, we have delivered 13 childcare.
I'm going to... I'm sure the Honourable Minister appreciates being cheered on, but it prevents us from hearing the answer. The Honourable Minister, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, well, I just wanted to congratulate the Honourable Leader of the NDP for bringing his little person in here. It's wonderful to see, children here as well. But I'm so thrilled to hear the members opposite be so excited about childcare, because guess what, Mr. Speaker? There are 13 agreements right across the country that are helping families today. In fact, in many of those provinces, families are already receiving 50% off registered childcare fees, which in some provinces is between $2,000 and $4,000 additional dollars each year in their pockets. That's helping working Canadians, that's helping families, and that's helping our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Le taux de l'inflation et
Inflation is at its worst since 1983. This means that families find it very hard to make ends meet. If the only solution to rectify inflation is to increase interest rates, this will put even more pressure on the shoulders of families. A plan to reduce inflation has to help workers. When will this government finally deliver assistance to families? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, well, I have great news for the Honourable Leader of the NDP. We are delivering right now in 13 provinces and territories from coast to coast to coast. We are delivering agreements for childcare. That is thousands of dollars of savings for everyone with children. These are real dollars in real pockets to help them with the cost of living. We are here for families, we're here for kids, and for the country. Thank you.
For South Shore St. Margaret.
The mass murder of 22 of my fellow Nova Scotians and an unborn child being used as a Liberal gun control wedge is disgusting, obscene, and an insult to the victims and their families. The detailed investigative notes of RCMP officers, which will be used in court, state political interference into this mass murder. They were contradicted by the Public Safety Minister and the Commissioner of the RCMP. Who's telling the truth? The RCMP investigators or the Liberal politicians trying to interfere in the investigation?
Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like again to direct my honourable colleague to the Commissioner's statement, which I believe speaks for itself. The decision as to what information will be publicly disclosed regarding any investigation, as well as all operational matters, lies always and solely with the police. But, Mr. Speaker, let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge that the 2020 mass shootings in Nova Scotia has devastated families and communities, and particularly those families and loved ones of the 22 individuals that lost their lives. We should all keep them in our thoughts.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, many in Nova Scotia are already concerned about the proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission. Superintendent Campbell testified, and I quote, "The Commissioner said she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release this information. The Commissioner then said that we didn't understand that this was tied to pending gun control legislation." Mr. Speaker, 22 individuals and an unborn baby died in my riding during this tragedy. We believe Superintendent Campbell. Does the Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, I've never had a conversation with the superintendent, but the Commissioner who did released a statement in which he said, "It's important to note that the sharing of information and briefings with the Minister of Public Safety are both necessary and particularly during a mass shooting on Canadian soil. This is standard procedure. It does not impact the integrity of any ongoing investigation or interfere with the independence of the RCMP." And she concluded, "I take the principle of police independence extremely seriously, and it has been and will continue to be fully respected in all interactions."
Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has somehow managed to use politics to interfere with a cross-border police investigation. They hoped it would advance their potential gun control legislation. This interference further undermined the public confidence in the police investigation as to how the killer managed to obtain and smuggle illegal guns into Canada. How long after this tragedy did the minister discuss the gun legislation and the resulting order in council, which happened 10 days later, with Commissioner Lucky?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind the member that we actually campaigned in 2019 on our promise to Canadians that we would strengthen gun control and that we would ban assault-style rifles. Mr. Speaker, in May of 2020, we kept that promise. But, Mr. Speaker, the independence of law enforcement operations remains a key principle of our democracy. It's one our government has always respected and one that I have always defended. Mr. Speaker, at no point did our government pressure or interfere in any of the operational decisions of the RCMP.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's becoming increasingly clear why this government wanted to have a secret inquiry on this. In a statement yesterday, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki did not deny that she promised the Minister of Emergency Preparedness that she would release information surrounding the Nova Scotia mass shooting. People are not in the habit of making promises unless they're asked to do so. Did the Minister of Emergency Preparedness or his staff at any time ask the Commissioner to publicly release information regarding the Nova Scotia mass shooting, yes or no?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The very short answer to the member's question is no. And finally, I would point out again to the Commissioner's statement in which she said, I take the principle of police independence extremely seriously, and it has been and will continue to be fully respected in all interactions. Mr. Speaker, that's the facts.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has gone from inappropriately interfering with prosecutions to interfering with police investigations. To this Prime Minister, the murder of 22 people isn't tragedy, but political opportunity. Superintendent Campbell made it clear. The Commissioner said she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release this information. The Commissioner then said that we didn't understand and that this was tied to pending gun control legislation. Will the NDP Liberal government allow the Public Safety Committee to fully investigate this shocking revelation?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I would point out to the member the statement that was actually issued by the Commissioner of the RCMP in which she made it crystal clear.
Order. Order.
Yes, they are discussing.
Talk about Biddle's gesture.
Biddle gave him the finger.
Throwing names back and forth from both sides is not going to solve the problem. I'm going to ask both sides to take a deep breath, and we'll let the minister respond from the top, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to take a breath. Please let me reiterate that the decision as to how or when the police will release information lies with the police and the police alone. This was not a matter that the government in any way interfered with or extracted any promises for. I'd remind the members of the Commissioner's statement in which he's made it equally clear that there was no interference in this case. And so those are the facts, and that's what I've shared with this House.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, multiple sources from the RCMP are accusing this government of political interference that risked police investigations into a tragic mass shooting. Leah Scanlon from the RCMP Communications is quoted as saying, the Commissioner releases a body count that we don't even have. It was all political pressure. That is 100% Minister and Prime Minister, end quote. Canadians aren't buying the Minister's excuse as he desperately tries to cover for the Prime Minister and save both their careers. If the NDP Liberals have nothing to hide, will they support the committee's investigation of this egregious political interference?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I would advise the members that there was no interference. At no point did our government pressure or interfere in the operational decisions of the RCMP. It's been very clearly articulated in the Commissioner's statements from yesterday. But, Mr. Speaker, let me also add, Canadians, including those which were directly impacted by this tragedy, have expressed great concern about how and when the RCMP shared information with the public, and that is precisely why, Mr. Speaker, we specified in the order of reference for the Mass Casualty Commission that they examine the communications approach taken both during and after the event. That's the work of the Mass Casualty Commission, Mr. Speaker. That's the work that we will depend upon.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it's time to look at records. There was a delay in actions from the government when there were the truckers' protests. Police bodies apparently asked them to enact the Emergency Measures Act. The police didn't ask them in the end, and the minister said, well, it was a purely political choice. Is the minister proud of having simply allowed the Prime Minister, like another did in 1970, by the way, to invoke the Emergency Measures Act against civilians based on falsehoods? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the government's work. During the illegal blockades, we made a necessary decision, the invocation of the Emergency Measures Act. This with Council of Policing Bodies. The Commissioner of the RCMP confirmed this before committee. And now we will collaborate with the investigation process before the Joint Committee in Parliament and with Justice Boulot in order to offer as much transparency as possible. And we will always defend that decision. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Let us now talk about the environment. What is going on with carbon sequestration? Falsehoods with regards to meeting government objectives on sequestration, purchasing Trans Mountain at a loss, subsidies to oil and gas. Baie du Nord. I'm sure that at the beginning, in a bona fide way, the minister signed what became a market of smoke and mirrors. Are the Liberals aware that they turned an environment minister into an oil and gas lobbyist? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague that as the Environment Minister, I never circumvented rules on environmental assessments. He did it not once, not twice when he was Minister for the Environment in Quebec. He did it thrice as Minister for the Quebec Environment. We, on our side, have implemented a plan to reduce emissions, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are shocked by evidence in the Nova Scotia mass shooting inquiry showing RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki made a promise to the then Public Safety Minister and PMO to leverage the mass murders to get gun control laws passed. The most outrageous attempt to politicize the RCMP in Canadian history. Another woman leader forced to compromise principles for political expediency. We are calling for committee to investigate this political interference. Will the Prime Minister cooperate with this committee investigation?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
And of course, Mr. Speaker, of course there was no promise, but I will again take the members back to the Commissioner's statement because I think it speaks for itself, in which she said, it's important to note that the sharing of information and briefings with the Minister of Public Safety are necessary, particularly during a mass shooting on Canadian soil. This is standard procedure. It does not impact the integrity of ongoing investigations or interfere with the independence of the RCMP. The Commissioner concludes, I take the principle of police independence extremely seriously, and it has been and will continue to be fully respected in all interactions. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, this minister doesn't need a breath, he needs ethics. 22 people were brutally murdered in Nova Scotia, including an RCMP officer and a pregnant mother, by a gunman with illegal firearms. What did the Prime Minister do? Coerce the RCMP Commissioner to use those innocents' deaths to support a political agenda. Canadians now know they pressured the Commissioner to subvert an active investigation into mass murder. Canadians believe Superintendent Campbell. Shame on this government. Why did they politically influence and jeopardize a mass murder investigation?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to this suggestion and the question about my ethics, I'll just consider the source and ignore the comment. Mr. Speaker,
I'm just going to cut that off for a second. No, wait. On both sides, please do not throw out insults. That's all I'm asking. And I've heard it from both sides, so I'm asking both sides to calm it down. If you throw one out, you deserve it back. I'm sorry. So that's enough from both sides. And if somebody says, again, they did it first, I feel like I'm in a kindergarten yard here.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, how low can a government go so far as to use mass murder for political purposes? Lee Scanlan, spokesperson for the RCMP, said, and I quote, "The Minister, all these people, the Prime Minister, they were pushing what we could and couldn't say. It was political pressure. This government is totally immoral." Can the Prime Minister tell us who in his cabinet decided to politicise the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and when will he be removed from office? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to advise this House no one shall made a choice to politicize the terrible tragedy and the murder of 22 people in Nova Scotia in 2020. Mr. Speaker, the independence of law enforcement operations is a key principle of our democracy. It's one that our government deeply respects and one that I have always defended. And at no point, Mr. Speaker, at no point did our government pressure or interfere with the operational decisions of the RCMP, including their communication strategy. I direct the members to the Commissioner's statement from yesterday, where she makes it very clear that there was no interference.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP Superintendent Campbell said, and I quote, the Commissioner said she promised the Minister for Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release this information. For her to make that promise, someone had to ask her to do it in the first place. This is not the first time the Prime Minister and his cabinet have abused their power. They try to make us believe that the RCMP investigators are lying, but Canadians see what is going on. We, the Conservatives, believe Superintendent Campbell. Does the Prime Minister believe him? Believe her?
I've already made it clear I've never had a conversation with Mr. Campbell. The conversations between the Commissioner and her subordinates are something that she can speak to. However, I would reiterate for the member opposite that the independence of law enforcement operations is a key principle of our democracy, which is respected and defended by our government. And to assure the member, at no point did our government pressure or interfere in any of the operational communication decisions of the RCMP. I would direct the member to the Commissioner's statement, in which he makes it crystal clear that no such interference took place.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, there are very disturbing allegations that this government directed interference in an ongoing police investigation. Nova Scotians have suffered, and they deserve answers. The idea that any government would compromise an investigation for their own political gain is insulting for families of the victims. Any interference from the Prime Minister's office is completely unacceptable and breaks Canadians' trust in our institutions. Will this government launch a full investigation into these disturbing allegations to give Canadians the answers they need?
Honourable Minister.
And, Mr. Speaker, I will have to repeat once again that there was no interference. We did not place any pressure upon the RCMP for any reason. Mr. Speaker, several months before, we had made a promise to Canadians that we would ban assault-style rifles, and, Mr. Speaker, we kept that promise. But this terrible tragedy in Nova Scotia had nothing to do, was certainly not to be used. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that these weapons used in mass shootings are used for the purposes of killing as many people as possible. And, Mr. Speaker, we were highly resolved to act.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals face a test today. Will they take a good idea in my bill to fight climate change or side with their rich friends at the Infrastructure Bank, a corporate welfare scheme? Today we'll find out as MPs vote on my bill to support Indigenous and Northern communities to get the infrastructure they need to survive climate change. During this week's debate, we had to listen to a Liberal MP support public-private partnership scams and push more privatization. Mr. Speaker, the climate crisis is here, and Northern and Indigenous communities are paying the price. So will the Liberals stand with Northern and Indigenous communities or their billionaire friends?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, while we always recognize how we can improve delivering on infrastructure across this country, the member opposite's comments are completely out of touch with the reality of the work that the Infrastructure Bank is doing. Here's one example. Almost 49,000 homes are going to be connected in Manitoba to fiber projects in 53 rural municipalities. Does the member opposite and her leader, who advocated for the abolishment of the Infrastructure Bank, want to talk to those 48,000 residents who are now going to be connected to well-needed fiber because they feel that they can do better?
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Halting and reversing the decline of biodiversity is a critical issue that deserves everyone's efforts. Canada is showing leadership internationally in terms of fighting climate change and protecting nature. Can the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change update this House on the latest developments towards the achievement of an ambitious global framework on biodiversity? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her work on this issue, and it's with great pride that I announce that Canada will host the World in Montreal and in December 22 for COP15. It's time for all countries on the planet to agree to protect at least 30% of our Earth and oceans to avoid losing biodiversity by 2050.
Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, who would have thunk it, Mr. Speaker? The last time inflation was this high was 40 years ago, when we had another divisive, big tax and spend Liberal Prime Minister named Trudeau. They say history repeats itself, Mr. Speaker. I say we should have learned from the last experience. With so many Canadians struggling, does the Minister of Finance acknowledge that her $100 billion of stimulus spending is inflationary, that this level of inflation isn't fair, it isn't just? Will she admit today that it's just inflation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, global inflation caused by a number of factors, which include supply chain bottlenecks, climate change, and the war in Ukraine, is having a significant impact on the household budgets of Canadians. While Canada's rate of inflation is below average when compared to the Euro area, the US, the OECD, we are continuing to focus on economic growth and making life more affordable for Canadians. Our measures have helped lift 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty, and important programs that have supported seniors, families, and individuals are indexed to the cost of living. We will continue to invest in Canadians while lowering our debt to GDP ratio and increasing Canada's long-term fiscal advantage.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
These Liberals always want to talk about what Moody thinks, but the only Moody that member should think about right now, Mr. Speaker, is the Moody of the Canadian people. Conservatives have been pointing out to the example of Alberta for months, where the government cut gas taxes, the price of gas dropped along with the province's inflation. Lower gas prices is a win for consumers and for the economy. Even President Biden is now calling for a 3-month gas tax holiday to do the same for the American people. Will the Finance Minister implement one today, or is the only holiday her government has in mind is a 3-month accountability holiday from Parliament?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we understand rising gas prices have had a negative impact on the household budgets of Canadians, but we also know that the increase is a global phenomenon in part resulting from the war in Ukraine. If we implement a tax holiday on oil and gas, energy companies could actually pocket the difference in cost, and there's no guarantee that the savings will be passed on to Canadian consumers. Similarly, our carbon price at 11 cents per litre is the only fee collected on gas that is returned to consumers, making life more affordable for 8 out of 10 Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Canadians woke up this morning with another piece of bad news from this government. Inflation in our country is now at 7.7%, the highest rate in 40 years. That affects all families, notably the most humble amongst us. And the Conservatives have been asking for months for the gas tax to go down. We're not the only ones who think this would be good. The Democrat U.S. President, Mr. Biden, is also going to freeze gas tax for the next 3 months. Is the Prime Minister in agreement with President Biden to lower the gas tax? Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a very difficult period for millions of Canadians. Groceries are higher, and it's harder and harder to pay rent. And that is why we have lowered middle-class taxes on 2 occasions. The Conservatives voted against this, and that is also the reason why old age security payments that we have just increased, support has increased. And that's the same thing for the Canada Child Benefit. We are here to help Canadians to face the rising cost of living, and the Conservatives are opposed to all of these measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. They don't take inspiration for President Biden, and it means that Canada is the only G7 country that hasn't lowered its gas taxes. We don't have to go to the other end of the world to know that tax cuts work. In Canada, in Alberta, on April 1st, while the federal government was raising its carbon taxes, the provincial government there lowered its tax, and the result, inflation went down there. Why does it work in Alberta? Well, would it not work everywhere? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Minister, I'd like to correct my colleague with all due respect. The U.S. has not yet lowered these taxes. They know that this will not directly help Canadians. On this side of the House, we're helping Canadians directly with benefits for Canadians who are having a hard time finding affordable housing, and with direct support for seniors and families with young children. Mr. Speaker, we're here to support Canadians, and the Conservatives are there to support oil companies. That's the reality. The Honourable Minister for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the government is taking citizens for a ride on the passport file. Today, it started handing out tickets with appointment times to people waiting in line outside in Montreal. But by 8:20 a.m., the tickets were all gone. They handed out about 75 tickets, according to TVA News, 75 out of the thousands of people waiting for an appointment. Mr. Speaker, is this really their best solution of the week? Because if so, we're really not out of the woods. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, as I said, we adopted a new strategy to react to the high demand we're seeing in Montreal in particular. There are hundreds and thousands of people who are waiting outside of Service Canada offices, and we offered them tickets for appointments. And I was assured by the management there in Quebec that the management would be there throughout the day to make sure that everyone in line receives the information they need, and also appointments for people who are traveling urgently. The Honourable Minister for Thérèse de Blainville. I am really reassured. But it's a good thing that the federal government isn't administering vaccines. Remember how things went at vaccine centres. We were welcomed, informed, directed, even if millions of us asked for an appointment at the same time. But what a stark contrast with passports. At the federal level, we pay half our tax to this government, and they're still unable to offer us simple photo ID. will they at least acknowledge their great incompetency? I hope they'll at least be ashamed. The Honourable Minister. Passports are a very safe document, and there is a question of integrity and a process that is in place that is very important. It represents Canadian citizenship. We have to ensure that the integrity of the process is intact. Also, we received roughly 85% of applications that are first-time applications. So it's even more complex than a simple renewal, but we are still here. We've hired more staff, and we will be there for Canadians. Thank you.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Speaker, residents in my riding are making hard decisions when it comes to everyday essentials, like Paul from Omimi, caught in a catch-22 where he has to work more than 50 hours a week just to make a living, or Barbara, a senior in Bobcaygeon, who worries as her savings dwindle away, or Scott from Burnt River, concerns that the ongoing cost of diesel could mean the end of his business, or Brad from Peterborough, who must make tough decisions between gas for work or food from the family. When will the Prime Minister end his reckless spending and finally address the cost of living crisis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a difficult time for millions of Canadian families. Groceries are more expensive, bills are adding up. That's why we cut taxes for the middle class and small businesses and lifted more than 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty. We're reducing childcare costs for parents. We're delivering increased benefits for our seniors. We're also making investments to boost Canada's long-term growth and create good-paying jobs, all while lowering our debt-to-GDP ratio every single year, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation has risen almost a full point month over month to 7.7, near record levels. Europe has reduced fuel taxes. The U.S. President is now calling for a gas tax holiday. What is this government doing? Increasing fuel taxes. The last time world oil prices were this high was 2014, and the price of gas in Canada was $1.40, 70 cents less than today. The Minister of Finance says this is beyond her control, but she is ignoring her role in actually escalating inflation. When will she take her foot off the gas on fuel tax increases?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, certainly affordability challenges that are facing Canadians today are significant. It is incumbent on the government to take steps to ensure that we are addressing that issue. As the honourable member knows, the Minister of Finance discussed last week the investments that we are making to address the affordability challenges faced by Canadians of modest incomes. We will continue to look at how we can actually work to ensure affordability going forward. Concurrently, we are working to address the energy security challenge, increasing the amount of oil and gas that we are producing in this country to stabilize global energy prices and allow them to be reduced over time to get away from Vladimir Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the impacts on energy prices.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, Brandy from my riding is a single mom struggling to get by. The higher cost of gas and groceries has forced her to go to the food bank. And now CRA, after 7 years of auditing her without finding anything, has decided she has to pay $30,000 in back taxes, and the minister has taken no action to revisit her case. Will the Liberals resolve Brandy's case and suspend the tax on gas like Joe Biden is planning to do?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government was there to support Canadians throughout the pandemic. The CRA is extending its audit and recovery efforts, but the people who are affected can be reassured we're also there to help them. And people who need assistance can communicate with the CRA to find a solution that can be tailored to their needs. And I'd like to reassure my colleague that the CRA will proceed with great empathy and compassion. Thank you.
For Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2017 Canada Survey on Disability found that more than 6 million Canadians report having a disability. We need to create a Canada that is inclusive from the start. That's why today, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion announced that new funding for licensed early learning and childcare centres. Through the Enabling Accessibility Fund, a federal grants and contribution program that supports infrastructure projects that improve the accessibility, safety, and inclusion of persons with disability. Can the minister share with us more about this important announcement?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I was pleased to join my honourable colleagues, the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development, President of the Treasury Board, to announce that as part of our government's commitment to building a barrier-free Canada, we are investing $12.5 million in funding for 225 early learning and childcare centres across Canada. Through the Accessibility Fund, childcare centres will receive specialized equipment so children with disabilities can thrive in a safe environment that respects their needs. We're proud to invest in these organizations.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the Harper Conservatives, the Liberal government has an important tool to protect kids abroad from sexual exploitation. The Liberals can refuse passports to Canadians who are likely to travel abroad to exploit children. But the Liberals aren't doing this. Since they've come to power, they've only revoked 13 passports from child predators and refused 8. There are 42,000 child predators in Canada. To the Prime Minister, over the last 7 years, how many passports have they given to convicted child sex offenders?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
It is extraordinarily important that we get the integrity of passports right. That is something that I have been communicating, and one of the reasons why when someone is applying for the first time for a passport that we can assure that we are getting this right. It's another reason why when we are looking at children's passports that we want to make sure that we have permission from both parents, that if there is a separation that we go through the custody agreements, because at all costs we must protect our children, and that's exactly what we continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Aides-Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the passport crisis continues. This morning in a minister with Paul Arcand, the minister stated that she knew the situation would become problematic for months, and she did nothing. She waited. We can no longer see how desperate the situation is, and the minister misled Canadians by telling them that they would receive their passports on time, but she knew full well this would not be the case. What is she going to say to the thousands of people that are waiting outside, online, for their passports? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Montreal is the worst in the country right now. There are hundreds of people waiting in line in Montreal at the passport office, and we know that with the Saint Jean Baptiste holiday, there are other people who want to travel, and right now we've changed our strategy to be able to make sure people do receive services and the information they need. We're going to continue to react to the situation to make sure Canadians will receive their passport. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, an MP's office is an outpost for Canadians for help in getting their issues fixed. And boy, with this incompetent Liberal government, the people of Oshawa need a lot of assistance. Passports, airports, immigration, public safety, foreign affairs, CERB, it goes on and on. Our office is working around the clock fixing these Liberal failures. When will the Liberals stop downloading their screw-ups onto constituency offices, take responsibility for their chaos, get back to work, and fix their mess?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to clarify something because the members opposite keep saying that public servants need to get back to work. Mr. Speaker, public servants at Service Canada have been in offices for months. They have been working around the clock. And the people that they're talking about that are working from home, Mr. Speaker, they're the same people that delivered CERB to 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They're the same people, Mr. Speaker, who have delivered EI, OAS, and CPP at the highest rate in 15 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know there are challenges with passports right now. We continue to work around the clock, and public servants are working.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is top of mind for the residents of my riding of Davenport. In fact, I recently received a handwritten letter from an 11-year-old constituent constituent Selena. She's concerned about the environment and wanted to know what our federal government's doing to protect it. At the end of her letter, she says we can all make a difference. Together we can make the world a safer place for all of its residents. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change update this House on the latest initiatives that our federal government has in place to protect the environment, combat climate change, and make the world a safer place?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Davenport for her advocacy and her work on these important issues. Yes, indeed. And Selena's right. We need to do better when it comes to protecting our environment, which is why this week we announced that we were banning 6 single-use plastics that are polluting our rivers, that are polluting our environment, that are ending up on our streets and everywhere, Mr. Speaker. And between now and 2030, it's 22,000 tons of plastic waste that we will take out of our environment, 1.3 million tons that we will take out of the Canadian economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Liberals created a $150 million Veteran Survivors Fund. As of today, $0 have been spent. Yesterday, the PBO found out almost double is required to make this right. Mr. Speaker, thousands of veterans' widows are living in poverty, and the government continues to break their promise to eliminate the sexist, archaic gold diggers clause. When will this government stop punishing veterans for finding love after 60?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and she is aware that we're committed to making sure veterans and their spouses have the support they need. We have been working with Statistics Canada and the Canadian Institute for Military and Veterans Health Research to gather information from the survivors. I understand, of course, that the committee has studied this issue, and I look forward to the report from the committee. We will use the results to reform, to evaluate the situation. I can assure my honourable colleague we will do everything to make sure we provide the services that our veterans need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, here we are again. Last June, the government introduced a bill to implement the Canada Disability Benefit days before Parliament rose and then called an election. This June, the government introduced the exact same bill. Now, it's been 20 days and we've yet to debate it once. 9 other bills have been prioritized since. Canadians with disabilities continue to disproportionately live in poverty across the country. They want to see emergency supports. They want to see action. Does this government understand that simply introducing a bill does nothing to help Canadians with disabilities today?
The Honourable Minister for Employment.
Since 2015, we've done so much as a government to help persons with disabilities, and I was honored to reintroduce Bill C-22 in the House several weeks ago. We're working with the disability community to ensure that their needs and wants are reflected in the bill, that we lift as many people out of poverty as we can with the new Canada Disability Benefit. We're about to release our first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Financial security is a key pillar of that plan, Mr. Speaker, as is employment. We're going to make sure we get this done.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jeannie McLean, Minister of Education and Minister responsible for the Women and Gender Equity Directorate for Yukon. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was consent, and I believe that you will note that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House asks for an independent investigation on the management from Hockey Canada based on what happened in June 2018 to figure out if this was an isolated event or if there are shortcomings in the way that Hockey Canada handles reported complaints of sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other types of misconduct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
The House has heard the motion. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. Adopted. Carried.
We have another point of order. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege concerning last night's crash of the hybrid parliament system. I was working in my Confederation building office here in the precincts of the House of Commons, but could not log into the Zoom portion of the House's proceedings last night. We were discussing Bill C-21, the government's cynical approach to gun control, which was to be followed by Bill C-28, a response to the Supreme Court's decision, which relieved extremely intoxicated criminals of responsibility for their crimes. These are both issues which many of my constituents are very passionate about, and I wanted to be present for the debates. Several colleagues also tried to access the video conference for the sitting, but were unsuccessful, I'm told. I also understand that a meeting of the very important Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency, the committee looking into the government's choice to declare a national emergency over this winter's truck protests in Ottawa, had to be abandoned because of these technical failures. Beyond the obvious inconvenience and embarrassment of the hybrid system, which incredibly the government House Leader will be asking later today to be renewed for another year, this incident represents broadly, I believe, a breach of the privileges to be able to represent my constituents. Under the House Order of November 25, 2021, which reinstituted hybrid arrangements after last year's election, quote, members may participate in proceedings of the House either in person or by video conference, end quote. May participate, Mr. Speaker. There is no caveat or qualification to that. Nothing that says it's only applicable when all the technology lines are up. As much as I may think the hybrid parliament should be scrapped, the House has agreed to those arrangements until at least tomorrow. So I sought to exercise my right to participate remotely from my parliamentary office. Yet I simply could not. While I acknowledge that the House suspended last evening shortly after the connectivity problems were flagged, which was appropriate, the way the House adjourned was not, however. According to the records of the House, the sitting resumed at 8:54 last evening when the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader then sought unanimous consent for the House to adjourn. The Chair then canvassed the House in the usual manner and found there was agreement for the motion. Since I was trying to attend remotely and where the technical arrangement prevented me from doing so, I was unable to present for that vote. That, too, is a breach of my privileges, Mr. Speaker. I have since come to understand that there has been a consensus of party representatives to reconvene the House for the purpose of adjourning when it became obvious that the technical issues could not be resolved prior to midnight. That said, I understand that my House Leader's office had been assured by the Government House Leader's office that a Minister of the Crown would be proposing the adjournment of the House. That is a critical point in these circumstances. Last night's sitting was an extended sitting under the House Order of May 2nd, better known as Motion 11, which permits a Cabinet Minister to move an adjournment motion on a point of order which is deemed adopted upon being moved. There would have been no vote, no opportunity to object. The NDP Liberal agreement on Motion 11 already stripped me of those rights. Had any of the 39 members of the Ministers of the Crown, been here to manage the business of the House could have properly adjourned early under the Liberals' ruthless Motion 11. But they didn't even manage that correctly. Instead, there was a vote, and I was not able to be present for it. Your predecessors, Mr. Chair, have found several prima facie cases of privilege concerning the inability of a member to reach the House, and especially where there is a vote. Mr. Speaker, Reagan put it well on April 6, 2017 at page 10,246 of the debates, quote, the importance of the matter of members' access to the precinct, particularly when there are votes for members to attend, cannot be overstated. It bears repeating that even a temporary denial of access, whether there is a vote or not, cannot be tolerated, end quote. He cited favorably the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs from 2005 in relation to security arrangements on Parliament Hill for the visit of an American president. Quote, the denial of access to members of the House, even if temporary, is unacceptable and constitutes a contempt of the House. Members must not be impeded or interfered with while on their way to the chamber or when going about their parliamentary business. To permit this would interfere with the operation of the House of Commons and undermine the preeminent right of the House to the service of its members, end quote. Those cases concerned physical obstruction. But page 111 of House of Commons Procedure and Practices, 3rd edition, reminds us, quote, a member may also be obstructed or interfered with in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions by non-physical means, end quote. This new hybrid world obviously presents entirely new considerations which had not even been contemplated when those previous cases arose or when our procedural authorities were written. But O'Brien and Bosk answer at page 112, quote, it is impossible to codify all incidents which might be interpreted as matters of objection or interference, end quote. That said, Mr. Speaker, I know that you yourself have been seized with considering just how privilege intersects with the virtual component of our proceedings from the very beginning. When the Procedure and House Affairs Committee first began studying these issues in the earliest weeks of the pandemic, you testified on April 21st, 2020, saying at page 5 of the evidence, quote, by not having the connectivity or by having any issues, that could be an issue down the road, end quote. Later, you added at page 10, with particular relevance to my situation last night, quote, allowing individuals to vote is the heart of our system and it's the base of parliamentary privilege, end quote. You reinforced this point, Mr. Speaker, in your July 6, 2020 appearance before the same committee, commenting at page 6 of the evidence, quote, it is a member's privilege to vote, and we don't want the member to lose that privilege or not be able to access it, end quote. But the issue goes much deeper than just attending votes. I could not attend any of the virtual sitting. Your predecessor, Peter Milliken, bluntly made the point about connection failures to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee on April 23, 2020 at page 19 of the evidence. And quote, it would be a matter of privilege if they couldn't get into it. Taking the evidence the committee heard in the spring and summer of 2020, it presented 2 reports which helped form the structure of the hybrid system which has evolved here. Its views on these issues are equally clear. In its 5th report, presented in May 2020, the committee wrote at page 31, quote, it is essential that any modifications to the procedures and practices of the House made in response to the COVID-19 outbreak fully respect the rights possessed by members under parliamentary privilege. Further, in the exercise of the rights accorded by parliamentary privilege, members have the right to full and equal participation in parliamentary proceedings, end quote. Last night, Mr. Speaker, I did not have full and equal participation in parliamentary proceedings. In its 7th report, presented in July 2020, the committee recommended at page 55, quote, that the virtual or hybrid parliament replicate the rules and customs of the House as closely as possible in order to fully ensure the democratic vote of Parliament, deliberation, accountability, and decision-making, as well as the parliamentary rights and privileges of members, end quote. Further in the report, page 60, the committee recommended, quote, that members participating virtually in any proceedings of the House of Commons enjoy and exercise the same parliamentary privileges that apply to members physically present, end quote. I was incapable of exercising the same rights and privileges as my colleagues inside the chamber last evening when the chair canvassed the House on the parliamentary secretary's unanimous consent request. As for the causes of the outage last night, I would submit to you that identifying the origins and motivations, if any, if either can even be identified, is immaterial to this question of privilege. Firstly, and most importantly, House business was conducted in defiance of the order adopted on November 25, 2021, denying me the opportunity to participate and vote in breach of parliamentary privilege. Secondly, that is a matter which a committee of this House, with a privilege reference, can determine. To quote Mr. Speaker Milliken on October 15, 2001, at page 6085 of the debates, quote, there is a body that is well equipped to commit acts of inquisition, and that is the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs, which has a fearsome chairman, quite able to extract information from witnesses who appear before the committee with the aid of the capable members who form that committee of the House, end quote. Thirdly, even if the source of last night's technical difficulties can be readily pinpointed, I would refer you to the ruling of your predecessor, the Honourable Member of Regina Capel, on March 6, 2012, at page 5,834 of the debates, where he found a prima facie case of privilege in connection with the online hacker collective Anonymous. I've long thought we need to get back to traditional in-person sittings of the House. Yesterday's situation is just the latest example of why it is so important. Although I recognize I'm straying into debate on Motion 19, which is on today's schedule, the point remains that something serious happened last night, something which rose to the level of a breach of privilege, and a committee needs to get to the bottom of it. Should you agree, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member and the honourable government House Leader is rising on this point as well.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, an internet connectivity issue with an external service provider does not constitute a question of privilege because it's outside the control of the House. House took appropriate action to restart it. Of course, these provisions have worked 99.9% of the time. I appreciate that the member who was in his office 100 or 200 meters away was impacted by this. All members were. But there are various things that are outside of our control that sometimes interrupt our proceedings. We're back here today. It continues to work. It has a 99.9% of the time. Mr. Speaker, I'd say that that's very effective.
Okay, the honourable opposition House Leader is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue, I think the honourable member from Calgary Centre expressed the issue, and that is that in the context of his participation in this House, that his participation was not able to occur. That is actually the point of his privilege today, which according to Motion 11, and I think if you go back, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that he had every right to participate. He could not last night, and I think that's the basis. I would agree with him that that's the basis of what his point of privilege is. Thank you, sir.
Honourable member for Wellington Perth, suivi par l'honorable député de la Prairie. The honourable member for Wellington Perth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in response to the government House Leader, I would encourage him to first review the points that were raised by the member from Calgary Centre and then consult the authorities. And he would learn that, in fact, it isn't necessarily an internal challenge that would create a question of privilege. As has been clearly stated by Mr. Speaker Milliken, Mr. Speaker Regan, and Mr. Speaker, the current member for Regina Capel, external factors can, in fact, have an impact on the privileges and the dignity of this House. So for the government House Leaders to say that because it was an internal or an external problem outside of the direct control of this government, this place, is incredibly misleading, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage him to consult the authorities, which are available at the table in those wonderful green books, and have a review of what constitutes a question of privilege in this place.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the point of privilege, following the troubling events of yesterday, the Bloc Québécois would like to reserve a right to answer because we believe that the question is an important one and we would like to think about it and have our word at a later time.
In light of the amount of time that we have before we recess for summer, I will do my best to come back as soon as possible. Alors, si vous avez des...
So if you have any additions to make, I recommend that you do so as early as possible, as it is 3:35 pursuant to the order adopted on the 25th of November 2021. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-228 under private members' business.
Members.
Excitement, eh? Where's the vote sheet? Work out for the day. Hold on.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis Essex, move that Bill C-228, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, and the Pension Benefit Standards Act, 1985, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Sixth row.
Mr. D'Entremont. Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Collins, Victoria.
Miss Collins, Victoria.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Fourth row.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lanceman.
Miss Lanceman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bezan.
Mr. Bezan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Findlay.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient.
All those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Monsieur
Fourth row to my right.
Puri.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Garrett.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row to my right.
Yeah.
Scarpalagia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
first row on my right.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. Première rangée.
First row.
All those at my right opposed to the motion, please rise. Sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Fifth row. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur le Président, I had some technical difficulties and I'm voting for pour.
Monsieur Zuberi, pour.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Madame de Bellefeuille, pour.
Madame Bendayen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Madame Bendayen, pour.
I want to remind the honourable members that playing music or any kind of instrument in the chamber is not permitted. I'll repeat that. I want to remind the honourable members that playing music or any kind of electronic in the House is not permitted.
We're watching the vote.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote. Oh, we have Mr. Baines.
Just check. I had some technical difficulties, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to vote for.
Mr. Baines, pour.
I think you'll need to CPC to
That item, Mr. Baines voted in favor. I believe we'll need. He voted nay. So he'll have to come back, or can we ask for the unanimous consent? One moment. I just want to consult to make sure we get this right. Mr. Baines will have to ask for unanimous consent after he changes his vote. The table will now compile results of the vote. Mrs. Valdez has her hand up. Ms. Valdez?
Mr. Speaker, I vote yay. I vote nay.
Check. Go ahead. Madame Valdez, pour.
Now that's it. We're sure now.
Just to get back on Mr. Baines, is he asking for?
To clarify for Mr. Baines, if he wishes to change his vote, he would have to ask for unanimous consent from the House now if he's interested.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent for.
For to change, do we have unanimous consent? No, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent on that. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 323, 323. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly.
Le bill, deuxième lecture, c'est projet de loi.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Conformément à l'ordre de...
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of a deferred recording division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-224 under private members' business.
Madame Romanado, appuyée par...
Ms. Romanado, seconded by Mr. Aldag, moved that Bill C-224, an act to a
framework for the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
With the sponsor of the item,
Mrs. Romanado.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those to my right in favor of the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald Malpic.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row to my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Dabruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row to my right.
Waltrow. Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jasek.
Jasek.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Mr. D'Altamo.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Curek.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Rance.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my left.
Blanchet.
Monsieur Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteff.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Mr. Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
My Caliban brothers. Second row on my...
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Première rangée.
First row to my left.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Nature.
Mr. Nature.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Aubac.
Mr. Faubac.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Rangé.
Sixth row.
Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Cinquième rangée. Fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
First row. The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Je vote en faveur.
I vote in favor.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Bendayan. I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
4.
Good.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 319, 79. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Oops, thank you. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-226 under private members' business.
The question is as follows.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Scarpaleggia, moves that Bill C-226, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and to advance environmental justice, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. La période de 10 minutes pour les
The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
The sponsor of the item.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Leroy.
Mr. Leroy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr.
Fifth row.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Third row.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Potta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultave.
Mr. Abouteff.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Colkin.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Oh.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Delta.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Chair, I vote in favor.
Monsieur Zuberi, pour.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Bendayan.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
For.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 146, 146.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-245 under private members' business.
The question is the following one.
Ms. Ashton, seconded by Ms. Zerillo, moved that Bill C-245, an act to amend the Canada Infrastructure Bank, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
Start with the sponsor of the item.
Ms. Ashton.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Retour à Madame Bérubé.
Madame
Fifth
Bérubé.
row.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Première rangée.
First row.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la motion veuillent bien se lever. Sixième rangée. Fifth row. Fourth row.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Potta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Salgangary.
Mr. Lew. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Salgangary.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morant.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Aboutir.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Garland.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Second row on my
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lansman.
Ms. Lansman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
First row on my left.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Poulos.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Thompson.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latenzio.
Miss Lutanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittall.
Mr. Bildo.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Derowitz.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Second row on my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
First row on my right.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Chasek.
Ms. Jasek.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Bendayan.
Je vote contre, Monsieur le Président.
Tu votes quoi? Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Ah, excusez, c'est bon. Mr. Baines. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 59, 59. Nays contre 260, 260.
I declare the motion defeated.
Yay!
And that's it.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Order Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions we raise tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York on taxation, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre on housing, and the Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston for Correctional Service of Canada. Daily routine of business. Tabled by the chair, Pay Equity Commissioner. So it's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to section 416 or 117(2) of the Pay Equity Act, Pay Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2022. Conformément à l'article 34.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women.
Then we have tabling the documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
So, introduction of bills at dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Monsieur Miller, appuyé.
Mr. Miller, seconded by Ms. Fortier, asks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. This motion is deemed carried.
Seconded by Madame Fortier, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports of committees. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, entitled Medical Assistance in Dying and Mental Disorder as the Sole Underlying Condition, an Interim Report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Well, I think we have another dissenting opinion from the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rita Lakes.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to table the official opposition's dissenting report to the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying interim report. The government continues to push the expansion of medically assisted death in such a rushed and reckless manner that Canadians will continue to be victimized. Legislation of this nature needs to be guided by science and not ideology. We have been warned by countless experts that if made for those with mental disorders, the sole underlying medical condition is implemented as planned, it will facilitate the deaths of Canadians who could have gotten better, robbing them of the opportunity to live a fulfilling life. Such an outcome is completely unacceptable and preventable, but only if the Liberal government halts and reconsiders the expansion of MAID for mental disorders as the sole underlying medical condition.
Merci beaucoup. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, entitled Arts, Culture, Heritage and Sports Sectors, Recovery from the Impact of COVID-19. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for that report. Presenting reports on committees, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on National Defence, entitled Modernising Recruitment and Retention in the Canadian Armed Forces.
To Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, may I wish you and your family a restful and recuperative summer. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll pass that on to the other chair occupants as well. The Honourable Member of Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Supplying Canada's Armed Forces and Coast Guard with the Right Equipment, an Interim Report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Get you up ahead. Okay. Présentation des rapports du comité. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs, entitled Fairness in the Services Offered to Francophone, Women and to SLGBTQ+ veterans. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government to table a comprehensive response to the report. Mr. Speaker, by your leave, I would like to thank the analysts, the clerks, the interpreters, and the rest of the staff that accompanied us at the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, entitled Preventing Harm in the Canadian Sex Industry, a review of the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And also want to wish you and everyone else in here, as the last day here for me, a very good end to the season, and have a good break in between.
Thank you. We also have a dissenting opinion from the Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Speaker, I have the honour to table the official opposition's dissenting report in the review of the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. Since 2014, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act has been a crucial tool to protect Canadians from sexual exploitation and intervene in the buying and selling of human beings. The Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act confirms to Canadians, particularly women and girls, that they are valuable and worthy of protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Introduction of Private Members Bill, dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. Madame Idlaut, seconded by Monsieur Desjardins, moves for titled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Indigenous Languages. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Koyan na may okaktiti sivud lang may akswaro koya rego mavunga tan na maligali oktorja katiga Edmonton Grace Bamut ay permittak suminga maligak sangming amaru nadloavik mumila kakak tan na pigyaktilok simayanga kayo sitin na sukako. First of all, I'd like to thank very much okaktiti to my colleague member for Edmonton Grace Ba for seconding my bill. This bill builds upon the great work that my former predecessor MP for Nunavut, Mumila Kakak, started. Matnadlavik, thank you to her. Nunavut and other speakers of indigenous languages have an inherent right to receive information and cast a ballot in their own language. In the 2019 election, voter turnout for Indigenous peoples living on reserves was 51.8%. In Nunavut, which is almost entirely Indigenous, voter turnout was under 50%, well below the Canadian average of 76% voter turnout. The federal government's report on PROC recognized that Indigenous peoples, elders, especially elders, would face significant barriers to voting in a COVID election. How can it be that in Nunavut, where 46% of the voters' first language is Inuktitut or Inuinnaqtut, ballots are only in English and French? The Crown and federal government have an obligation to work with and build trust with the Indigenous communities and people throughout Canada. This bill, if enacted, would represent a meaningful step towards that building of trust, respecting of our inherent rights, and will hopefully lead to greater participation in our democratic electoral process by Indigenous peoples throughout Canada. Koyanami.
Mrs. Idlaut, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Will this bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? It's getting closer all the time. First reading of Senate public bills. Première lecture des projets de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat.
Mr. Reid. Going back to midnight on.
Fortier, appuyé.
Ms. Fortier, seconded by Mr. Miller, proposes that the bill CS-6, an act respecting regulatory modernization, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
Second time at the next sitting of the House. Motions. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill S-10, an act to give effect to the Anishinaabe Nation Governance Agreement to amend the Seashelt Indian Band Self-Government Act and the Yukon First Nations Self-Government Act, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you. Omnum Shalap, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the government to permanently end all the cruel and inhumane COVID restrictions and invite invite the federal workers together with armed forces personnel and federal contractors back to work.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again and present a petition where the people who have signed it are calling upon the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada to enact just transition legislation. They want to see this legislation reduce emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by the year 2030. They want to see it wind down the fossil fuel industry, related infrastructure, and fossil fuel subsidies and transition to a decarbonized economy. They want to see it create good green jobs and drive inclusive workforce development. And they also want to see it protect and strengthen human rights and worker rights, respect Indigenous rights, sovereignty, and knowledge. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they want this legislation to be paid for by increasing taxes on the wealthiest and corporations and financing through a public national bank. Thank you.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. Right now, worldwide, there are companies based in Canada. When I say based, it's because Canada is actually just a fictitious way of providing a base for a company. There are abuses in terms of social, environmental, and human rights. These companies, well, I have participated in human rights observation missions. They pollute the water. They poison the air. They expulse Indigenous populations. And unfortunately, there is no legal recourse. They get off scot-free. And that's why we need legislation with respect to reasonable diligence. I am tabling a petition today signed by thousands of residents across Quebec. This impunity has to end because we have to make these companies end these abuses, and we really need a binding piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to present two petitions on behalf of my constituents in Willowdale, both of which pertain to our government's response to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. The first has been signed by over 500 individuals from across the country and is put forward by youth activists who cite existing laws on hate speech and hate symbols, and against the backdrop of rising vandalism and intimidation in our country regarding Russian military emblems, are calling upon the government to ban the V and Z symbols as well as the ribbon of St. George on the basis that they serve as symbols of hate. The second petition speaks to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and asks that our government uphold our tradition of peacekeeping and press for an urgent ceasefire and the securing of humanitarian corridors for aid to Ukrainians. The petitioner suggests that such an event might coincide with an internationally recognized humanitarian date of recognition. Both these petitions highlight our expressions of solidarity with the courageous people of Ukraine. I'm grateful to the petitioners for drawing attention to the issue, and I'm honored to table these petitions in the House on their behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to join other colleagues in wishing you and your family a splendid summer. Thank you.
I will again pass that on to the other occupants of course, this great chair. Petitions, présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting this petition today on behalf of the students of Forest Run Public School and residents of Ontario, who have brought to my attention the plight of Kiska, the orca whale, who has been held in solitary confinement and poor health in a concrete tank since 2011 at Marineland in Niagara Falls. These students, teachers, and others in our province want to ensure that Kiska is moved to a more suitable and healthy location. The ideal location would be the Nova Scotia Whale Sanctuary, and they ask that we support that project. But until it's ready to accept whales, please help Kiska have a better life where she can live in a facility that can rehabilitate her and ensure her interaction with other orcas and cetaceans. To achieve this, please, we ask the Government of Canada to remove the grandfather clause in Bill S-203, which allows Marineland to retain ownership of Kiska and possible use it for entertainment purposes. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the teachers, the principal, and the students at Forest Run Public School for their hard work in advocating for Kiska, for putting forward acts of artistry, and the petition, which received over 700 signatures. Thank you very much.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petition.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have several petitions I'd like to present today. The first one is signed by many petitioners, and they're recognizing the Liberal government's commitment to revoking charitable status for pro-life organizations such as crisis pregnancy centers. They're concerned that this was only the first step towards more tyrannical measures that would eradicate the values and principles of Christian Canadians, and are very concerned about where that will lead to. So they are resolved that members of Parliament should do everything to prevent Parliament from going down this slippery slope and to vote against any such efforts to do exactly that. The second petition I have here is from a group of petitioners saying that they are recognizing the convoys and protest rallies across Canada opposing COVID-19 restrictions and mandates. They in particular want to recognize the truckers who through COVID-19 served Canadians so faithfully and were the heroes of our economy. And truckers are still subject to vaccine mandates when crossing the international border. They would like to see all federal mandates and restrictions lifted and an end to COVID-19 restrictions. My third petition that I want to present to the House is also signed by petitioners that recognize again that the Liberal Party has views about values tests which they ascribe to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. They're concerned also that this may be applied to other institutions as well in order to receive federal funding. They also want to make sure that we protect the charter rights and freedoms of all Canadians and that they have the freedom to express their opinions. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here signed by numerous Canadians that would again ask the House of Commons to conduct a review by the National Advisory Committee of Immunization regarding the transmission of COVID-19 on airplanes. They take note that WestJet's first Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Tammy McKnight, stated that there have been no known cases of COVID-19 transmission aboard Canadian aircraft. And International Air Transport Association study in 2020 found that out of 1.2 billion passengers worldwide, only 44 cases of COVID-19 transmission were reported as flight-related. So, countries around the world have removed their vaccine mandates and restrictions. They're encouraging this government and the Minister of Transport to abolish all vaccine passport requirements and end all federally regulated COVID-19 vaccine mandates and restrictions.
Presenting a petition, Présentation Pétition, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to stand here today to present a petition from a group of concerned Londoners who want to stop the distribution of graphic images of allegedly aborted fetuses. They know that this imagery can be triggering to those who have suffered trauma and loss involving pregnancy and childbirth. And they are asking for this House to amend the Criminal Code S-175 on indecent exhibition to include indecent graphic displays, to amend legislation setting out the limitations regarding what imagery and content can be used in a protest or demonstration that is subject to public viewing, and to amend legislation regarding if and how graphic imagery can be delivered to homes across the country, and as an example, putting those pamphlets in envelopes with a waiver or a viewer discretion warning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting a petition, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to table a petition on the subject of environmental racism, particularly because it takes place in Quebec and Kanesatake. Concerned citizens ask the House of Commons to mobilize our vast resources to secure and immediately condemn GAR recycling in Kanesatake and other facilities like this, to propose concrete plans to stop measures with respect to systemic environmental discrimination proposed in Bill C-226. And I'm very happy with the vote.
Different petition, Mr. Speaker, and this petition is, I'm really honored to submit it on behalf of the students of Forest Run Public School and residents of Ontario within the riding of the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill. And this is very close to my heart is because the Bill S-203, which passed the previous Parliament to ban the keeping of cetaceans in captivity. I was honored to be one of the movers of that effort, along with a number of wonderful senators. But this orca whale has been held in solitary confinement since 2011 at Marineland in Niagara Falls. Her name is Kiska. She needs to be moved to a more suitable and healthy location. The petitioners, and remember, I think something we forget sometimes in this place, that petitioners don't have to be 18 years and older. Petitioners can be under 18 as long as they're Canadian citizens, and it's inspiring to see young people mobilizing to bring their voice to this place. The petitioners ask us to do what's needed to move Kiska to a safe and healthy natural facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, Presentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of constituents in Canada's #1 riding, Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon. This petition was born out of my community email blasts, and I say in every single one, bring a petition forward, bring a petition forward. Like most MPs, like most MPs, we have to devote a lot of our staffing to immigration-related issues. In my riding, and I represent a riding that encompasses the 3rd most multicultural census area in Canada, there are understandably tons of people concerned about immigration processing times. In fact, I have to devote a single staff member.
Point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the fact that the member is absolutely incorrect that it is indeed Kingston is the best riding in the country. Notwithstanding that, he's now providing his own personal opinion on a petition when really, during petitions, you're only here to present the petition, not start to provide your own commentary on it.
I thank the member for the intervention, and I mean, I think West Nova's the best riding, so I guess we'll all fight about that one over a little bit. Maybe Avalon. I tell you, there's that point of order, a whole bunch of them. But I will remind the members that when we do present petitions, that we try to keep to the basis of the petition. The Honourable Member for Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll stand by my words. Mission Mashpee Fraser Canyon is the #1 riding in Canada, and I am pleased to represent it every day. So, Mr. Speaker, my constituents are calling upon the Department of Citizenship and Immigration to do a much better job with giving Canadians realistic processing times for applications and permits, such as temporary resident visas and permanent residence. Newcomers want to get the necessary permits to live and work in Canada in a timely manner, and many applications are sitting in limbo even when there are no further details required to process them. So my constituents are therefore calling upon the Government of Canada and the Department of Citizenship and Immigration to provide a more efficient service so that immigrants and refugees do not have to wait years for a response to their applications for various permits, and provide accurate timelines for processing those applications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, Présentation de Petition. Voila. We move on to the next one, which is questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 561, 563, and 565. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if revised response to question number 444, originally tabled on May the 13th, 2022, and the government's responses to questions number 562, 564, and 566 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. And also the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
And notices of a motion for the production of papers. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would also then ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
I wish to inform the House that I received a notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Thornhill to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians across the country are experiencing an unprecedented backlog in the processing of passport applications. Wait times are exceeding the normal standards, and the government's inability to meet demands are affecting Canadians' ability to obtain the necessary documentation to travel. They are being forced to take time away from work, to wait in lineups for hours and hours, sometimes starting at 3 a.m. The government's remedy to the current situation is frankly inadequate. I think this is an important matter requiring urgent consideration pursuant to Standing Order 52, and as a result, I'm requesting an emergency debate. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Thornhill for her intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that her request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Now, this one's tough because he's not here. What do we do with this one? And so this one's in. Voila. I wish to inform the House that I received notice of a request for an emergency debate, and I invite the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester to rise and make a brief intervention.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to stand here and defend these people from Cumberland Colchester and Portapique specifically, who we know are being re-victimized by the actions of some members of this House, spreading disinformation and actually trying to discount the written information given by members of the RCMP in testimony to the Mass Casualty Commission. Mr. Speaker, I think that there is concern in Nova Scotia with respect to the proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission at this time, and the actions and disinformation spread in this House continue to undermine the actual workings of that committee. And I think in due course, specifically today, Mr. Speaker, we need to address these things that we've seen in this House. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. I thank the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester for his intervention. However, the chair is not satisfied that his request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. The honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You did request an emergency debate request from the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Unfortunately, he had to leave the House, so I am asking for unanimous consent for an emergency debate on the inflation and affordability crisis in this country. We found out today that inflation numbers are at 7.7%, the highest in a generation, almost 40 years. I'm requesting unanimous consent for an emergency debate on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed, the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. I hear a number of nays, so we can't go on with that. Any other points of order on this one? Good.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's on the question of privilege that was raised earlier. I'd like to come back to that question of privilege raised by the member for Calgary South. In connection with the technical difficulties on June 21st in the evening while the House was in full debate, this is a demonstration that hybrid parliament has certain shortcomings when it comes to technical difficulties. Hybrid parliament is not infallible, and it does cause problems for parliamentary privilege. So it's necessary to weigh the pros and the cons on an ongoing basis in order to deal with situations, except the whole reason we have hybrid was to deal with exceptional circumstances like the pandemic. When people vote by Zoom, there's no plan B when there's problems with secure broadcasting of House proceedings. It was an issue of unanimous consent, but there was a problem with secured broadcasting. The member for Calgary Centre couldn't hear the question because of problems coming from the House network. The member did indeed demonstrate the limits of the hybrid mode, and we call on the chair to take note of this question of privilege. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his intervention on that point. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment.
I believe when we left this, the floor was clear, so the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-21, the NDP Liberals' most recent attempt to scapegoat law-abiding firearms owners and to trick the average Canadian into believing that they are trying to improve public safety while doing absolutely no such thing. If you look at the balance of this government's agenda on public safety and justice, they seem content to undermine both of these departments and the essential institutions that support them. This is being done in order to virtue signal and play petty politics to the detriment of our entire society. While this is deeply disappointing, it is hardly surprising. This government is light on substantive policy solutions, heavy on press conferences, and so-called alternative facts. Today, additional details came to light about this government and the Prime Minister's interference in the tragic Nova Scotia mass murder investigation in order to try and create a narrative that would fit their political agenda. This is important because it speaks to the foundation on which substantive parts of the Liberals' firearms policy rest upon, including parts of the Bill C-21, which we are currently debating. Mr. Speaker, the Halifax Examiner reported yesterday that RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki made a promise to Public Safety Minister at the time and the Prime Minister's office to leverage the mass murders of April 18th and 19th, 2020 to get a gun control law passed. To be clear, that was the former Public Safety Minister who is now the current Minister of Emergency Preparedness. The article makes it clear that the Commissioner being pressured by the Prime Minister's office and now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness to ensure that information was released that would help them politically to the detriment and the potential jeopardy of the ongoing investigation. As a former police chief, you would expect better from the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. However, maybe this is how he has always operated. Mr. Speaker, this is a pattern of behavior with this Prime Minister. He puts the interests of himself first, the Liberal Party second, his donors and insider friends third, and then if there's time and the chance for a really good photo op, he might try and do something that actually helps a few Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this is an example of the first two. He was willing to interfere with the ongoing police investigation in order to try and leverage a political edge. This used to be unimaginable, but given the Prime Minister's SNC-Lavalin track record, this is totally in line with his character. The way you do one thing, Mr. Speaker, is the way you do everything. And I want to read part of this article because it's important and deserves to be heard in this place. Nova Scotia Superintendent Darren Campbell wrote about a meeting he had with Commissioner Lucki that the Commissioner was obviously upset. She did not raise her voice, but her choice of words was indicative of her overall dissatisfaction with our work. The Commissioner accused us of disrespecting her by not following her instructions. I was and remain confused over this. The Commissioner said she told comms to tell us at H Division to include specific info about the firearms used by the killer. However, I said we couldn't because to do so would jeopardize ongoing efforts to advance the U.S. side of the case as well as the Canadian components of the investigation. Those are the facts, and I stand by them. Those are the words of Superintendent Campbell. And might I add, Mr. Speaker, every police officer carries with them an evidence notebook. I, as a former law enforcement officer back in the 1990s, still have today my evidence notebooks in case I need to recall facts about events that happened while I was on duty. Campbell noted that Lucky went on at length, and she was sad and disappointed that he had not provided these details to the media. Campbell continued, the Commissioner said she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release this information. I tried to explain there was no intent to disrespect anyone, however, we could not release this information at this time. The Commissioner then said that we didn't understand that this was tied to pending gun control legislation that would make officers and the public safer. She was very upset, and at one point, Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan tried to get things calmed down, but that had little effect. Some in the room were reduced to tears and emotional over this belittling reprimand. Mr. Speaker, the article makes it clear that this wasn't the only way the government interfered with this investigation and the release of information, pressuring the Commissioner to break agreed-upon protocols. The article also attributes a quote to Leah Scanlon, Communications Director for the RCMP, to which is said, the Commissioner releases a body count that we don't even have. She went out and did that. It was all political pressure. That is 100% Minister and the Prime Minister. And we have a Commissioner that does not push back. Mr. Speaker, those are the words of RCMP Officer Scanlon, the Communications Director Scanlon, and it is deeply concerning that the Commissioner would not push back against the government on this request, but it's completely and totally unacceptable that she should ever have had to. I can only surmise that she is all too familiar with what happens to women who speak truth to power to this Prime Minister and his underlings. Mr. Speaker, this is the foundation on which C-21 was constructed. Political pressure and interference in the RCMP, misinformation about the perpetrators of gun violence, and naked political opportunism. The bill was also announced on the heels of an American tragedy, deliberately importing American political discourse into domestic Canadian policies. The Prime Minister seems to be confused about the impact of Canadian legislation on U.S. or American society, to which there is virtually none. Unless he is announcing his plan to run for President of the United States, he should start trying to address the issues that Canadians face, not American issues here in Canada. The firearms regimes in our two countries, Canada and the United States, are completely different. It's been made clear the mass murderer from Texas would not be able to get a gun in Canada. In most U.S. states, a 21-year-old American with no convictions can purchase a firearm, and in pretty much every state, carry it. In about half of them, they could carry concealed with limited regulations. That is not the reality in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I am a law-abiding firearms owner. And in Canada, you need to take a firearm safety course, apply for a license, submit yourself to a background check, not only on your initial application, but on every reapplication every 5 years, in which the RCMP can contact former conjugal partners, wait for that information to come back for a few months, and then, maybe then, you can go purchase your firearm and abide by stringent safe storage and transport laws. That is the reality in Canada. Every day, Mr. Speaker, my ability to continue to own or possess firearms is checked against the Canadian Police Information Centre's database to ensure that I am still legally and lawfully able to. If only, Mr. Speaker, the government of the day would spend as much time following up on people who are prohibited from possessing or acquiring firearms, spend as much time policing our borders and making sure that the people on our borders had the tools and equipment that they needed, and spend as much time in this chamber actually focused on criminals who commit crimes, who shoot guns in our urban centers, in our communities, in our rural areas as well, who have no respect for the law and no respect for human life. That is not the case with the 2.1 million law-abiding Canadian firearms owners in our country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the data clearly says the opposite. If you are going to be harmed by somebody in this country with a firearm, the vast majority of that harm is coming from somebody who is not licensed to have the firearm in the first place. Mr. Speaker, every gun in this country is illegal unless it's in the possession of somebody licensed to do so. We have the best firearms laws in the world, and I'll put that up against the record of any other country, and it's shameful that this government is importing U.S. politics into Canada to sell misinformation to the voters of this country and disenfranchise law-abiding Canadian citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll start off with a comment, I guess, before I get to the question or a statement. There are times that we will disagree, regardless of what side of this House we sit on. But for the member opposite to turn his comments to try and slander and ingenuously try and harm the reputation of a former police officer, namely now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, I'd ask the member to withdraw his statement about the member's character and apologise to this House for doing so.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I want to thank my friend across the way for his comment. I actually do genuinely appreciate my colleague. We spent lots of time working together in a constructive fashion on the Fisheries Committee. I do believe he to be an individual of solid character, and I would simply suggest to him, given the fact and the track record of the government that he's been supporting here all the while, maybe if he wants to provide some solace to this House, I would humbly ask him to go and have a tete-a-tete with the Minister of Emergency Preparedness to make darn sure before he asks somebody to apologize in this House that he has all of the actual facts.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've said this a number of times. There's a lot of things that are good about this bill, but the weapons that are used in all these incidents in Montreal are illegal weapons that come over the border. And the people who buy them, they're criminal gangs. And the police need the tools to tackle those crime gangs. And that's why for weeks and weeks we've been calling on the Minister of Public Safety to create a list of criminal organizations, just like the list we have for terrorist entities, and that would allow police to target and tackle those gangs. The police in Montreal have confirmed that 95% of the guns used in these shootings in Montreal were illegal guns. Can the member explain the fact that the minister so far has refused to create such a list?
Red Deer Lacombe. This is an excellent idea, worthy of debate in this House, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to my colleague in the Bloc Québécois tabling a private member's bill, or somebody in this House tabling a bill to establish just such thing. As I said in my comments, I am checked as a law-abiding citizen every day to ensure that I am able to continually legally possess firearms in this country, yet we do not have a system in this country that would keep track of people who are prohibited from having firearms because of their affiliation and association with criminal gang activities, prior convictions. Mr. Speaker, going back to Bill C-75, with what this government has done through C-75, C-71, now C-5 before this House, they have made it easier for criminals to be out on bail, to be out on parole, and to have zero time served in jail. At the same time, the only people that they are making life difficult for when it comes to firearms are law-abiding firearms owners in this country. It's shameful.
Comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe about airsoft guns. I've heard from a number of constituents who enjoy playing airsoft, and they feel that the proposed restrictions go too far and would make it hard for them to participate in their sport. And yet at the same time, Canada has very few regulations for airsoft guns. Other countries around the world have different solutions. Some of them require that the barrel be painted a bright color. Pink, yellow, orange might be a nice color. I wonder, if not the regulations in this bill, if there's a reasonable regulation that the member would support.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the colleague for his question. Look, I represent constituents who also participate in airsoft activities. It is a small but important industry to those who take great enjoyment and have fun with it. It's great for exercise. It's great for a number of reasons. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Liberal government is actually not even differentiating the difference between a toy gun and an actual firearm shows me just how little Liberals actually know or understand about actual firearms. So I would welcome any changes to this legislation that would extract those who legitimately want to use airsoft, and if there are any mechanisms which are reasonable and make sense, so that people who would just want to go out and have a little bit of fun can continue to do so, that would have my support, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member. A point of order from the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
Yes, I'll be very brief, just quickly on 2 points with reference to the privilege or point of order raised earlier today. Mr. Speaker, if I may first provide comment from the Speaker of the House that issued a news release back on February the 18th notifying members. And I read directly, I quote, "As per the Parliamentary Protective Service's most recent email notification, a police operation is expected to take place on Wellington Street and other locations in the downtown core of Ottawa. Given these exceptional circumstances and following discussion with all recognized party leadership, the sitting today is cancelled. More information will follow." I cite that, Mr. Speaker, because at times there's environments in which, through consultation, there is a need for the House, in last night's case, to adjourn. And that's just the reality, and I think that they're using this as to cite a precedent. The other thing that I would like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, is that I would like to draw to your attention some pertinent details around the adjournment itself of the House last night. At 8:54 p.m., you, Deputy Speaker, resumed the sitting of the House. When you did this, you stated the following, and I quote, "I would like to inform members that we are still having trouble with the network. There is an estimation that this will not be solved this evening, so I am wondering if we can come up with an agreement." Given that the Deputy Speaker, you as the Deputy Speaker, made the request that agreement be sought to adjourn, I rose in response to see if there was an agreement to adjourn given the challenges being experienced. No one's privileges were breached. I was responding to the information and request from the Deputy Speaker to adjourn so that the problem could be fixed and so that all MPs could participate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for his intervention and knowing that the House may be rising soon. I know the Speaker will be trying hard to come up with a response as soon as possible. Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take part in the debate today on Bill C-21, an act to amend the certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments to the firearms. This is a very important issue for the majority of Canadians and particularly important for my constituency, who recently identified public safety as a top area of concern for our community. All levels of government and numerous dedicated organizations in my riding of Surrey Centre have been working for many years to address gun violence and gang-related violence. Rates of gun violence continuing to rise since 2009. Violent offenses that involve guns has increased by 81%. With so much news content from the United States available to Canadians, we hear of daily reports of shootings in the United States. We do not want this constant exposure to desensitize youth to the horrific, unspeakable tragedies that come from gun violence. And as we know, Canada is not immune to that violence. Too many communities across the country have grieved the loss of loved ones. École Polytechnique, Moncton, the Quebec City mosque shooting, Nova Scotia. These are only a few of many examples of violent acts with firearms that have occurred in Canada and does not even cover the number of individuals who face gun violence on a regular basis due to domestic or intimate partner violence or gang-related activity. According to Statistics Canada, there has been a notable increase in firearms-related violent crime across many rural areas in the country. 47% of Canadians reported feeling that gun violence posed a serious threat to their communities. This includes my own community of Surrey Centre. Earlier this year, the RCMP in Surrey reported that in a 6-day span, there have been 4 incidents of shots fired in the city. From my days in high school, I saw hundreds of young boys and men shot and killed for petty disputes and turf wars. Others will recall the innocent victims of gun violence who just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Paul Bennett, the nurse and hockey coach who was killed outside his home in Surrey. Or Chris Mohan, who was shot for simply being on the same floor as a gangland hit. Or Bikramjit Randhawa, a correctional officer who was also killed outside of a McDonald's in another case of mistaken identity. These are all on top of hundreds of women killed in cases of domestic or intimate partner violence, including Maple Battaglia, a young woman studying at Simon Fraser University who was killed at campus by a jealous ex-boyfriend. This is far too regular of an occurrence, and it puts our communities at risk of being caught in the crossfire. It is clear we need to do more to address gun violence in our communities. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, homes, schools, and workplaces, and we do not want to wait for another tragedy to occur in Canada before we take strong action to address gun violence. We know that reducing access to firearms reduces the amount of gun violence. Simple. Other countries around the world have essentially eliminated gun violence in their countries by enacting tougher laws. Scotland, Australia, and New Zealand are all examples of this. In 1996, a deadly shooting at Dunblane Primary School in Scotland killed 16 students, a teacher, and 15 others. The following years, the UK Parliament banned private ownership of most handguns, as well as semi-automatic weapons, and required mandatory registration for shotgun owners. The reforms required owners of permitted firearms to pass a strict license process, which involves interviews and home visits by local police, who have the authority to deny approval of permits if they deem the would-be owner a potential risk to public safety. In the last decade, there have only been three homicides by gun violence in the United Kingdom. There has never been another school shooting ever afterwards. Also in 1996, a shooting at a cafe in Port Arthur, Australia, a man opened fire with a semi-automatic rifle. He killed 35 people and wounded another 28. Australia's, at the time, new Prime Minister John Howard, who had taken office only 6 weeks prior to the tragedy, led a sweeping nationwide reform on guns following the incident. Australia's National Firearms Act restricted legal ownership of firearms in Australia. It established a registry of all guns owned in the country, among other measures, and required a permit for all new firearm purchases, as well as a flat-out ban on certain kinds of guns, such as automatic and semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. Similar to our own government's plan, the Australian government's established a mandatory buyback on legal and illegal guns, resulting in 650,000 formerly legally owned guns being peacefully seized. The average firearm suicide rate in Australia in the 7 years after the bill declined by 57%, compared with 7 years prior. The average firearm homicide rate went down by nearly 42%. Between 1978 and 1995, 13 mass shootings occurred in the country. In the years since those mass shootings, Australians brought in sweeping gun reform, and since 1995, there has only been one mass shooting. New Zealand has traditionally had a high gun ownership rate, but tight restrictions and low rates of gun violence. In less than 2 weeks after a far-right extremist killed 50 people at a mosque in 2019, authorities in New Zealand announced a ban on military-style semi-automatic rifles and high-capacity magazines like those the attacker had used. They created a buyback program, as well as a special commission to explore broader issues around the accessibility of weapons and the role of social media. Gun ownership in Canada is the 5th highest in the world. These countries, like Scotland, Australia, and New Zealand, like Canada, all have a culture of guns, and despite that they have successfully reduced the number of gun-related incidents and saved countless lives through comprehensive reforms and policies to address the complexity of gun violence. The Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security recently tabled a report, A Path Forward Reducing Gun and Gang Violence in Canada. The committee heard from 50 witnesses who echoed the same message, that gun violence is a complex issue that will take more than one program or policy to fix the issue. The committee heard that it will take a multifaceted and comprehensive approach that includes all levels of government, Indigenous peoples, grassroots organizations, law enforcement, and social services. It will require research, collection of data, and preventative and intervention measures. Our government is committed to addressing gun violence, and we will continue to take action in an effort to mitigate the senseless tragedies that occur at the hands of firearms, and this legislation is the next step. For those that say illegal guns smuggled across the border are the ones that we should be concerned about, then they should have spoken up when the Harper Conservatives cut CBSA staff by 30%, when they disbanded and defunded the major organized crime unit in the RCMP that investigated cross-border smuggling. Finally, how were they silent then, and are they silent now when it comes to reducing gun violence? The story is the same. We refunded the CBSA, the RCMP, and the proof is in the pudding, with gun seizures at the border being double last year than the year prior. Our plan to address gun violence will address this complexity. Bill C-21 will establish a national freeze on handguns, establish red flag and yellow flag laws and expanded license revocation, combat firearms smuggling and trafficking notably by increasing the maximum penalty. It'll prohibit mid-velocity replica guns. This plan is about the survivors and about communities across Canada from coast to coast to coast who are too often touched by gun violence. Canadians told us they wanted to see more action, more quickly, and we're doing that through our commitment to do more. Thank you.
Very good. For his intervention, of course, we'll come back to him. He'll have about a minute and a half of speaking time, and of course, questions and comments. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires et amendements des députés, reprise du débat sur la motion M47, amélioration aux soins de longue durée.
Je pense que
I believe that we were onto the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. M47 is a very interesting motion. I read it very closely. Many elements on improvements that should be made by the governments of Quebec and the provinces with regards to long-term care. We know that many people have suffered during the pandemic. We have to keep their interests in mind when we legislate. My first reflex when I read the motion was to get my phone out and to open up Google Maps and to have a look to see where we are, because it feels like the person who wrote this motion understands that they were in Ottawa. There's one clause after another about Quebec and provincial jurisdiction, but then the motion is factually wrong, Mr. Speaker. We're being told that healthcare are a shared jurisdiction between Quebec and the provinces. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I think this is the world inside out, because for the past few years, the federal government seems to be interested in health. They developed a huge passion for healthcare, to regulate healthcare, to impose conditions to provinces. They appointed a minister for mental health. They want conditions on health transfers. Where we are now, Mr. Speaker, the government has long-term care, and once again, we shall repeat it, they've never managed it in their lives. They've never managed this kind of establishment, and it's the world upside down. Because all of a sudden, they say they're interested, but when it's time to pay, they disappear. When it costs them a single cent, Madam Speaker, they disappear. And so, of course, their point of view with regard to this motion is that this is shared jurisdiction. And they're doing a grave mistake, because they've made this a sort of shared jurisdiction over the years by using a hole in the Constitution called the power to spend. That is not a shared jurisdiction, and so they have to try and circumvent that and find other ways. The federal government wakes up in the morning, the Liberals wake up in the morning, they read the Constitution and say, well, we want to stick our noses into healthcare. And when we ask for money, they say, well, we're not allowed to legislate about health, Mr. Speaker. We're not allowed. And then they ask themselves, what are we going to do to stick our nose in provincial affairs? What they do is they say, listen, we'll just keep cash from them. The money's in our pockets, and we're going to squeeze them so hard that they will do exactly what we tell them to do, and that's their power to spend. What they do in Ottawa by imposing conditions is that, yes, we have the Canada Health Act, and it's true for other legislation, these infamous and made-up shared jurisdictions. This is a pure hold-up. This is extortion. They are extorting Quebec, and they're extorting ill people, suffering people, people who have been victims from this post-COVID situation. It's a power of holding up these people that are suffering. And they have a 5-cent arrogance saying here that this is a shared jurisdiction. They love violating Quebec's jurisdictions. That's a federal specialty, I can confirm that. It's rather strange, Madam Speaker, because provinces and Quebec, well, you know, those who understand the situation, those who really manage hospitals, those who concretely work in this field day in, day out, what they're asking for are increased transfers. They want transfers to be unconditional. They want it to be up to 35% of system costs. That, Madam Speaker, comes from experts. Those who know the situation are those who came to the Healthcare Committee, where I sit, who came to say that there needed to be a better funding so that Quebecan provinces can be able, in the long term, to enact reforms, home care reforms, long-term care reforms, so that they can enact these reforms with funding that is on the up, that is stable and predictable. Madam Speaker, at the Healthcare Committee for the past few weeks, never has anyone turned up and said, hey, give some new conditions, give provinces new conditions. They really want them. What they really need are even more conditions. And the use of the power to spend is something they love to do. The Healthcare Committee this week, the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, who I called Dr. Spending Power at the committee, suggested that the federal government should hold back funds to provinces in Quebec until the latter until they reach targets imposed by the Federation when it comes to immigration, of all things. We're not making anything up. Quebec chooses its economic immigration, and now the federal government wants to stick its nose in our affairs once again. They're sticking their nose in training, in labor training. They can't even make their own immigration department function. IRCC isn't even able to bring temporary foreign workers to Canada. They're not even capable of doing that in due course. And now they're trying to tell us what to do, they're trying to tell us how to train people. We've been fighting for our sovereignty, our administrative sovereignty, with asymmetrical agreements that other provinces should pick up on. That is shared jurisdiction over time. The Liberals and the Conservatives have defunded healthcare so much that Quebecers are now saying, well, the federal government can no longer, the provinces think that they can't manage healthcare because there aren't any resources. They lose faith in their own hospitals, in their own healthcare systems. But this problem comes from way up on high, comes from people who love healthcare, except when it's time to do what they have to do. Take the money and send it to provinces. And I just want to be frank. Let's say that the federal government did its job. Let's live in this fantasy world where they do their job from time to time. Let's admit that they were actually skilled, because they're really bad at what they do. Perhaps if they were good, we'd say, well, perhaps we want to listen to their healthcare advice. Perhaps they're good. Maybe I'm the person who's a bit prejudiced against the federal government, especially against the Liberals, but I had a look at their list of successes. Their list of federal successes in their own jurisdictions, IRCC. The worst department in G20 countries. They can't even bring temporary foreign workers in due course. Our farmers last December were asking themselves if they would have their workers because they're redoing labour market assessments that was already done in Quebec, because they think that our foreign workers are here to steal jobs. That's the federal government in what they should be good at. Let's talk about passports. Have we not spoke about this enough? They can't even print some passports, but now they want to tell provinces in Quebec what to do with healthcare. They can't even meet their military obligations with its partners. It needed a war in Ukraine for them to remember that NATO exists, for them to remember that a country should take care of its military. The air bridge, the Minister for Immigration is doing nothing. Then all of a sudden, 3 planes are found. 50,000 people in a plane. 50,000 people need to fit in every plane for it to work. But now they're coming to us and saying and telling us how healthcare works. Let us talk about Phoenix. There are federal public servants who have lost their house. There's some people that don't want to be promoted because they don't want to kick the hornet's nest and they won't get paid anymore. But now the government is telling Quebec what to do for healthcare. The minister herself doesn't even know that she can ask for an inquiry. She hasn't even read her own act, but now they're telling us what to do with healthcare. The Governor-General, Madam Speaker, the Governor-General drinks champagne while Indigenous peoples don't have water. But they're telling us, I'm going to stop the clock, there's something happening. I don't know if there's someone who has a microphone that is open or it has been turned off.
Who are participating virtually to make sure that their microphones are on, because it does disrupt what is going on in the House.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel, 40 seconds. Well, Madam Speaker, no one can stop me. The Minister for Transport isn't even able of signing a piece of paper. But now they have a motion to stick their noses in our affairs. OAS. Now when it comes to GHD, they don't even know what pipelines do. But now they're telling us what healthcare is all about, Madam Speaker. But we said it earlier again, 95% of weapons in Montreal that are being used are illegal weapons. They don't want to create a registry, Madam Speaker, for criminal organizations. So you know what? When they'll do their job, then they can tell provinces how to do their job.
Reprise le débat. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The COVID pandemic has exposed long-standing issues affecting long-term care. In response to what the country now knows about the shortcomings, it is the duty of this government to work with the provinces and territories to improve seniors' living conditions as well as workers' conditions in long-term care to be more equitable across this country. As a New Democrat, I am happy to say that we have used our power to secure a commitment from the federal government through the Confidence and Supply Agreement to bring in a Safe Long-Term Care Act that will ensure that seniors receive the care they deserve, no matter in what province or which long-term care home they live. This long overdue legislation must be implemented without delay. And I thank the member from Avalon for introducing this motion, which takes another step forward in speeding up the necessary action to protect seniors and those workers who care for them. I would like to thank all the workers that supported seniors throughout this pandemic and who support seniors every day in this country, and to offer my heartfelt gratitude for every single worker who has done double duty as a caregiver and an emotional supporter when families could not visit or hug their loved ones for months on end during this pandemic. When family support was not available, every care worker stepped up to fill the gap. And I'll take a moment here, Madam Speaker, to just recognize Frank, a long-term care resident and loved dad and uncle, who finds himself again in lockdown as we work through the COVID-19 pandemic. Care workers have a special constitution, Madam Speaker, a moral connection to their clients, and skills that deserve great respect. Their work is hard, stressful, and both physically and emotionally taxing. That is why the workers' conditions and pay of long-term care workers need to improve as we work to improve long-term care itself. COVID-19 magnified the unequal and under-resourced long-term care system across Canada and the lack of accountability, especially in privatized care. This lack of accountability is due to lax enforcement of standards and regulations. For example, a CBC investigation revealed that 85% of long-term care homes in Ontario had routinely violated healthcare standards for decades with near total impunity. And let me be clear, there is no fault of the worker here who give their all in a system that is undervalued by this government. Decades of underinvestment and underregulation have resulted in short-staffed institutions and underpaid workers. Inadequate wages have forced care workers to take on long hours and to work at multiple care homes just to make ends meet. That practice serves neither workers nor seniors and must change. Deeply troubling in this country is the move to privatization of long-term care, where corporations are focused on profits rather than the care of the people they are supposed to serve. Long-term care is medical care, but it is not covered under our universal, not-for-profit healthcare system in Canada. And because long-term care lies outside the Canada Health Act, too many care homes are run first and foremost for profit. Privatization of long-term care doesn't work for seniors. And it doesn't work for workers either. Decades of research have demonstrated that long-term care homes run on a for-profit basis tend to have lower staffing levels, more verified complaints, and more transfers to hospitals. And in addition, during the pandemic, many for-profit operators paid out millions in bonuses to CEOs and dividends while accepting subsidies from this government and neglecting the residents under their care. And while those CEOs were taking home bonuses, workers in long-term care had to work multiple jobs to pay rent and to keep food on the table. And during COVID-19, they were getting sick, injured, and their mental health suffered. We must recognize the value of essential labor of those who take care of us. Crucial policy actions need to include better and faster recognition for credentials received outside of Canada for care workers, higher wages, paid sick days, and accessible and affordable childcare, mental health supports, and let's include dental care and pharmacare. In a recent testimony out of the HUMA Committee on Long-Term Care, Catherine Scott of Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives told us that women represent 75% of workers in care occupations and have lower average employment income than their male counterparts. In 2015, a female care worker earned on average 81% of male care worker wages. Naomi Lightman told the HUMA Committee that we know that the process of transferring credentials needs to be accelerated. It needs to be faster, it needs to be easier, it needs to be more affordable. Many immigrant women who work in the care sector are sending remittance to their home countries, and they are working multiple part-time jobs just to make ends meet to support their families. And the current process does not allow them the time or the financial means needed to do the upgrading that this government requires. How can we expect to attract and retain workers in this highly gendered occupation when the industry discriminates against them? Madam Speaker, the exploitation of care workers needs to stop. We must make every care job a good job to protect seniors and workers across the country. In a HUMA senior study, we were told that staffing levels in facilities, long-term care facilities, also need to improve. Care homes are having trouble hiring more staff. No surprise, given these facilities are known for low wages and difficult working conditions. The Liberals must act immediately to ensure both seniors and their care workers get the dignity they deserve. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed our care workers. As a result, this government has also failed our seniors. They have not legislated improved standards in long-term care, they have not ensured workers are paid adequately, and they have not respected the skill and importance of care work. Instead, they continue to let the market erode our long-term care. And as they embrace the profit-driven model, they turn a blind eye to the inadequate care for seniors and the exploitation of workers. The NDP will work relentlessly to change that. Profit has no place in the care of seniors, just as it has no place anywhere in our primary healthcare system. We must continue to work collaboratively with seniors, their families, caregivers, not-for-profit, public care providers, and provincial and territorial governments to develop national standards for long-term care, which must include accountability mechanisms and data collection measuring outcomes, as well as just the funding. All people in Canada deserve to live in dignity, with their human rights upheld and protected, and it is my expectation that the government live up to the commitments and act quickly and boldly to fix the deteriorating conditions in long-term care, not just for the residents of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra, but for everyone across Canada. And they must stop the exploitation of care workers immediately.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising today to speak on something residents told me is their clearly priority, and will be speaking in support of the private member's motion of my colleague from Avalon on improvement to long-term care. Madam Speaker, we know that residents in long-term care homes disproportionately suffered during the early stages of the pandemic. That was true in Brampton, but also from coast to coast to coast. Seniors are one of the fastest growing age groups in Canada. I know that everyone in this chamber agrees that we need to do everything we can for the people who built this country. I read the text of this motion and see that it speaks to the many needs of our seniors, families, and healthcare workers. The motion is in line with the Minister of Seniors' mandate letter, and I trust that all members will agree. It is a positive step forward. Today I want to focus on specific elements of this motion to share the perspective of seniors from my community as I have heard it directly from them. Madam Speaker, the past 2 years have been challenging for Canadians. The pandemic has exposed gaps in the system, and our government has been there to support Canadians and provinces, laying out a plan for the recovery. Madam Speaker, time flies, but I still remember all the work we have done since 2020 in the Health Committee, listening to experts on our government's response to the pandemic. I would like to take you back to the beginning of 2020. From January 15 to February 28, there were 14,960 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Ontario among long-term care residents. That accounted for 15% of all reported cases in the first wave. According to Public Health Ontario, at the same time, at the peak of the first wave, outbreaks in LTC and seniors' homes accounted for 81% of deaths in Canada. As the situation worsened, and at the request of the Government of Ontario, teams of medical-trained Canadian Armed Forces personnel were temporarily deployed to facilities identified by the province to provide a range of assistance and medical support. Grace Manor was one of them, and this facility is located in Brampton South. The Canadian Armed Forces went above and beyond to temporarily support long-term care homes. Then the CAF report, which followed, included stories and examples of unacceptable abuse. When I first saw this report, I was deeply concerned about residents enduring unbearable conditions. Madam Speaker, I want to thank all CAF members for their selfless service to our seniors, but these tragedies should never have happened. So, Madam Speaker, sad stories like these are why we are debating this motion today. Also, why I want to recognize all the families with residents living in long-term care. Family members of the residents in the LTC are important support systems, and the pandemic made that difficult. We'll always keep them in their hearts. Your strength, resilience, and advocacy has been inspiring. That is why back in 2020, my Ontario colleagues and I got together to advocate for national standard for long-term care so that seniors in Canada receive the quality of care they deserve. In 2020 fall economic statement and in budget 2021 and in budget 2022, we continued our commitment to strengthen care for seniors and persons with disabilities. The Government of Canada has worked collaboratively with provinces and territories throughout the COVID-19 pandemic to protect seniors in long-term care, including up to $4 billion to help provinces and territories improve the standard of care in those facilities. I know the Minister of Health, Minister of Seniors, and the other ministers are working together with the provinces to advance these commitments, and I know they will deliver. A lot of important steps have already been taken. Madam Speaker, our government welcomed the news that the Health Standard Organization and Canadian Standard Association have launched a process to help address these issues. The Health Standard Organizations and Canadian Standard Associations work with the government, stakeholders, and Canadians to develop national standard will help inform our ongoing discussions with provinces and territories on improving the quality of life of senior in long-term care homes. After a year of hard work, our seniors deserve that. In Budget 2021, our government has committed $3 billion over 5 years to Health Canada to support provinces and territories, ensuring that standards for long-term care are applied and permanent changes are made. Our government amended the criminal code to penalize those who neglect seniors under their care. This will go a long way to address some of the long-standing challenges and gaps. Budget 2022 proposes the creation of an expert panel to study the ideas of an aging at home benefit. And government recognizes that some seniors wish to stay at home for as long as possible where they are comfortable with the communities that support them. Coming this summer, we are increasing old age security for seniors 75+. I know my residents welcome this initiative and that our government is taking meaningful action to support the provinces and territories to address gaps. The pandemic was hard on seniors, and we will come out of this stronger than ever before. Helping Canadians age with dignity in the best possible health, all while enjoying social and economic security, is one of the government's top priorities. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, let's agree that we must continue to work with all provinces and territories to help ensure everyone, no matter where they live in Canada, has access to the long-term care which they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to speak on motion M47. As of 2021, Alberta had a total of 186 long-term care homes. From June 6th to the 12th, Alberta celebrated Seniors Week, honoring the vital contributions seniors have and will still have in their respective communities. Now it is our turn to reciprocate. As you are all aware, it was difficult during the pandemic for many, especially our seniors in long-term care. There was an eye-opener for all of us. Our long-term care facilities needed to be improved. This NDP Liberal government must meet their provincial counterparts to ensure our seniors are taken care of properly. During the pandemic, I received complaints from families worried about their parents' well-being. Seniors were isolated. They had to stay in their rooms, have their meals in their rooms, and their daily exercise routines, as well as their socialization with others, was not permitted. Madam Speaker, although health care is primarily a provincial issue, the federal government needs to increase the health transfers to help provinces with the ongoing challenges they are facing. Although the provinces use the health transfers at their discretion, the federal government can make recommendations. Under this government's uncontrolled spending that is exacerbating skyrocketing inflation leaves seniors and other vulnerable demographics behind. The government needs to commit to long-term care with accountability and for long-term care that serves Canadians' best interests. For years, experts, residents, and caregivers have identified the need for the same rigorous standards and accountability across Canada. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed new light on the long-standing challenges with our healthcare system, and we need to tackle those challenges head-on. We can no longer afford to ignore the issues that have long existed in long-term care and home care. These health services were crucial in helping older Canadians remain active and engaged in society and live with dignity. The pandemic has exposed the unacceptable conditions in many long-term care homes across the country, in which people with serious health conditions have been required to live for decades. Home care clients were left without basic personal care services like bathing and laundry during the pandemic. This is reflective of the larger issue with the home care. Its capacity to improve health and reduce costs continuously fails to be recognized and funded by the governments. When long-term and home care fail, older adults, families, and friends step in. Informal caregivers provide an estimated 80% of community care and 30% of care in institutions. As Canada's population ages, relying on informal caregivers to bolster the health and social systems will have major ramifications for our society and our economy. Now is the time to implement enforced principles and national standards for long-term care developed in collaboration with provincial and territorial governments. As part of our national senior strategy, these standards must specify conditions and criteria the province and territories must meet to receive federal health and social transfer payments, with repercussions for failing to meet the outlined conditions and criteria. This will ensure a standard level of quality care and availability of equitable and consistent services across the country, and adequate levels of funding for these types of care. It will also ensure greater public accountability of government delivering on long-term and home care. For decades, research has shown that our global counterparts who have national standards for long-term and home care have better health outcomes and a quality of life for their older populations. Research conducted during the pandemic has reaffirmed this, demonstrating that countries with national standards experience dramatically lower number of COVID-19 cases and fatalities tied to long-term and home care. In Canada, during the first wave, more than 80% of COVID-19 deaths occurred in long-term care facilities. We cannot let this happen again. This government needs to commit to ensuring Canadians from coast to coast to coast have access to quality, safe care by supporting the implementation of enforced principles and national standards for long-term care. It is time to reimagine older adult care. Time for the federal government to take a leadership role in establishing enforceable national standards tied to funding. Time for territorials and provinces to unite and collaborate. Time to fix long-term and home care. We must look out for the best interests of older Canadians by supporting the implementation of enforceable national standards for long-term and home care. We need improvements in the quality and quantity of care and work. We need to concrete strategies and real action to ensure everyone has the right to receive quality care. This includes the right to decent work for providing care. Canadian care standards need to be implemented to address shortfalls and inequitable levels of care for seniors and persons with disabilities, including in long-term care, home care, and palliative care. Building an inclusive and equitable recovery must mean investments in better, safer jobs and stronger care systems to support care workers and ensure that all those who need care have access to quality public care services. This can be done by establishing an e-health strategy that includes virtual care, expanding My Health Records patient portal information and capabilities, developing secure messaging and collaboration services to enhance communication, and developing a privacy and security framework for virtual care. According to Statistics Canada, the demographic aged 85 and over has doubled since 2001 and is expected to double again by 2046, of which a significant proportion reside in long-term care facilities. Madam Speaker, we are all aging and one day may find ourselves in long-term care. Let's fix it now. This federal government must invest and repair Canada's failing care systems. How we emerge from the crisis in long-term care will define us as a society. And I think that is part of my concerns with Motion 47, is the fact that we have not kept up with the issues facing our seniors in long-term care, as well as facing many issues with our seniors. It seems like we've almost taken them for granted, that they aren't part of our society anymore, that they're locked away and we don't have to worry about them. But that's not the attitude that we should be taking as a government. We should be there honoring and respecting our elders, giving them the best quality of life that they possibly can have, not only currently, but for years to come as well. And that's why we need to start improving all of our long-term care facilities and making sure it's not a place just where people go to die. It's a place where people want to be and need to be and taken care of properly. And that's what we are lacking, not only with this government, but other governments as well. In order to make these improvements, yes, money has to be spent, but we will be much better as a society if we are able to accomplish this as a country united to improving the quality of care for all seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise le débat. L'honorable député Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very exasperated as I take the floor today to speak to this motion. The main problem is that this is not the right level of government. It's a matter of jurisdiction. It's not up to the federal government. That's not where the expertise lies. Unfortunately, this is a speech I've had to make far too often. Ottawa's paternalism must stop. Ottawa should do what it needs to do, and seniors should not be manipulated by Ottawa under the guise of COVID. We don't want to trivialize what happened in long-term care, on the contrary, but we want nothing less than to give them the financial means to deal with the problem. I'll come back to this in my speech and then explain why we're against this motion with the support of several groups in society. As we know, COVID-19 has mainly affected seniors. This fact, combined with the critical situation in long-term care facilities, finally forced the Quebec government to call the Army in April of 2020. In May 2020, negotiations between the CAQ and Liberal governments were particularly strained by the federal government's refusal to renew the Army's assistance. The government then used the Army as a reason to impose the need for the Army's intervention as a reason to impose Canadian standards on long-term care in the throne speech. And to add insult to injury, the Liberal government will be back with its idea during last fall's economic update and during the 20th conference call between the country's first ministers, of course with the blessing of the NDP. The Liberals promised $6 billion for long-term care in exchange for new standards. However, for a number of weeks now, Quebec's political news has been marked by light shed by various investigations. Debate continues in society as well as in the legislature with an obvious consensus that Quebec has to do better. That's not the problem. The reasons why the Bloc opposes this motion are the following. We need to ensure that working conditions meet the standard of care that our seniors deserve. Yes, we have a collective responsibility to care for our seniors as individuals, but the working conditions in long-term care do not come under federal jurisdiction. Point 2 of the motion, while the management of long-term care facilities is a provincial territorial responsibility, we share the goal of ensuring safer and better care for our seniors. Healthcare is not under federal jurisdiction. If the federal government truly wants to help the provinces, it should hold a summit to increase healthcare funding on a sustainable basis as we propose. It also says, B, in the opinion of the House, the government should work with the provinces and territories to improve the quality and availability of long-term care homes and beds. Our response to that is that Quebec already has a plan to overhaul its system, and all it lacks is the funding to do so. It also says, implement strict infection prevention and control measures, including through more provincial and territorial facility inspections for long-term care homes. Really? Quebec has and continues to assess its actions during the pandemic. It's not up to the federal government to tell Quebec what to do and how to do it. This paternalism must stop. And the last part of the motion, develop a safe long-term care act collaboratively to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care they deserve no matter where they live. That's enough. The National Assembly has already spoken out against such federal standards. We've already had this debate before the useless election launched by the Liberal Party, and I'm still unhappy about it. In March 2021, I remember speaking out when the NDP tabled a motion to nationalize and impose standards on long-term care. Don't forget, these were defeated by everyone, of course, except for the NDP. Even the Liberals voted against it. So here we are in the 44th Parliament, and the Liberal Party, struck by amnesia, comes back with the same motion. Since the advent of the NDP Liberal government, their positions have become blurred, but one thing remains clear. They should not meddle in things that are not their business. The Constitution Act 1867, Sections 91 and 92, set out the division of powers between the federal and provincial governments. According to those two sections, healthcare comes under Quebec's exclusive jurisdiction. The Liberal Party of Canada and the NDP are constantly tempted to encroach on provincial jurisdiction, particularly in the area of health. The federalism that they advocate, however, requires each level of government to keep to their own area of jurisdiction. Federalists sometimes argue that health transfers have to have strings attached, otherwise the provinces will take advantage of this to lower taxes rather than provide more services to the public. To this, we reply that it's not up to the federal government to lecture the provincial governments and Quebec. In a democracy, it's up to voters to judge their own governments. The issue of long-term care and the decisions made during the pandemic is a debate that is raging right now, and unless you're blind to what's going on in Quebec right now, we all know that the disaster in long-term care management before and during the pandemic has been a particularly important topic for weeks. In short, the debate continues, and it's up to the Quebec government to take measures to correct the situation. And it's up to the electorate to judge next October whether it's satisfied or not with what the government has done. In short, Quebec already has the solutions with a detailed plan to strengthen the capacity of long-term care facilities. Quebec already has the solutions. Another important date, December 2nd, 2020, the minister responsible for seniors and caregivers, Marguerite Blais, tabled a motion to condemn the Liberals' desire to impose Canadian standards on long-term care facilities. And I'll read it to you. The National Assembly rejects the Government of Canada's desire to impose Canadian standards in long-term care and seniors' residences, an area of exclusive Quebec jurisdiction. The National Assembly expresses its disappointment at the absence of an increase in federal health transfers in the federal government's latest economic update, while the provinces must assume major health expenses in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. The National Assembly calls on the federal government to commit to not imposing Canadian standards in long-term care and to increase health transfers to 35% of system costs. Let's be clear. It's the provinces and Quebec that have the expertise and the experience when it comes to long-term care, not the federal government. All long-term care must meet safety and quality of care standards in order to be authorized to operate their facilities. It's clear that it's not up to the federal government, which has neither the expertise nor the experience, to set standards for long-term care facilities in the place of the provinces and Quebec. Instead, the government should focus on doing what it's expected to do and take responsibility for that. The report of the Canadian Armed Forces following their visit to Quebec's long-term care facilities last spring was clear. Standards and rules on the prevention and control of contamination, on the wearing of protective equipment, for example, are already in place, but they have not been good enough to stop the virus. The issue is much more about the ability to meet the standards and rules that are already in place and to enforce them. And the main reason why that didn't happen was because of the labor shortage. If the federal government truly wants to help Quebec and the provinces get through this pandemic and improve care for seniors, they should stop being paternalistic. They should forget about imposing national standards that are not well adapted to the various contexts. They should instead simply boost health transfers. This is a well-known demand of the Bloc Québécois. Health transfers must be increased to 35% of system costs and then indexed to the increase of system costs to the tune of 6%. I think all parties have recognized the importance of boosting health transfers. There are even groups like various unions who have supported this increase, and a recent poll shows that 85% there's 85% support for this call for 35% transfers. In conclusion, we're not looking for a fight here. It's the NDP Liberal coalition that has been putting off many of Quebec's demands, but we're not the only ones calling for this. Quebec and the provinces have been calling for this too.
Resuming debate. The honour for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to rise today to participate in the second hour of debate on M47, a motion introduced by my colleague, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Avalon, regarding improvement to the long-term care. Madam Speaker, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief today, as I recognize that the content of this motion serves to address pressing issues that should already be deemed as both urgent and important by all members of this House. Madam Speaker, this motion can be defined in two main parts, both of which can be categorized as a need for recognizing the problem and a need for addressing it. Primarily, it requires that the House recognizes the long-standing issues that have plagued long-term care facilities across Canada. And it calls for action to address this by requesting a joint effort in ensuring that these facilities reflect a certain standard of care that seniors deserve. Madam Speaker, with M47, our government is acting on its commitment to work with the provinces and territories to improve the quality and availability of long-term home cares and beds while ensuring the implementation of strict infection and control measures, and most importantly, collaborating on the development of a safe long-term care act that will guarantee the care that seniors deserve, regardless of their geographic location across this country. Madam Speaker, I represent the riding of Richmond Hill, a beautiful and diverse community that has only been enhanced thanks to the hard work, efforts, and contribution of our senior constituents, who collectively account for almost 30% of the population in that riding. Madam Speaker, 30% is not just a statistic. This number reflects real people who have lived in our community, helped build it, grow it, and make it stronger. Madam Speaker, in Census 2016, we nearly enjoyed 30% of our community, or 30,000 seniors in our riding. In fact, many local seniors are active participants in my monthly Senior Community Council meeting, where they are still contributing to making Richmond Hill a better place to live by sharing their ideas and advocating for how we can make life more accessible, affordable, and enjoyable for their peers. Madam Speaker, we heard from them that they need to make sure that we have the sufficient funds to be able to support them and hold other jurisdictions as a collaborative partner accountable for those. As such, it's only right when they reach the later years of their adulthood, their communities and government are there and should be there to help them access safe, healthy, and dignified care spaces. This is exactly what sets the basis for the motion M47. Madam Speaker, amongst the lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic, there is one harsh reality that was brought to light. Older adults in long-term care facilities, especially those who are immunocompromised or have other underlying health conditions, were severely and disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. This impact was not only left physically, but also emotionally and mentally, as the residents of the long-term care homes had to witness great loss while often feeling socially isolated and alone due to the restrictions that were there to protect their health. This motion will only build on the previous investment made by our government in improving conditions in the long-term care, such as up to $4 billion allocated for improving the standards of the care provided in these facilities. We also acknowledge that the health care is a shared responsibility between the federal and provincial and territorial government. The Government of Canada provides financial support that empowers the provinces and territories' delivery and planning of the health services. This explains why each province and territory government is able to enforce its own legislation and regulation for long-term care services. But given the variation and inconsistencies across Canada, we know that there is a need for our federal government to help facilitate cross-country coordination. Madam Speaker, long-term care in my community of Richmond Hill and across Canada serves as a vital service and resources that should be subjected to a similar set of standards despite which province or territorial jurisdiction they operate in. With M47, we can work toward making this very needed objective a reality through teamwork with provinces and territories while respecting their jurisdictional authority. This is a motion that is good for seniors. It's good for overall healthcare system, and Madam Speaker, it's good for Canada. I urge all members to join me in supporting it in its goal to make long-term care safer. Before I conclude, seeing as this is my last intervention on the legislation for this parliamentary session, I want to take a moment to thank all my honourable colleagues for their hard work here in this House, as well as my constituents in Richmond Hill for once again trusting me to serve as their voice in Ottawa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster has, unfortunately, I'll have to cut her off in about 2 minutes. So, for the right of reply of the sponsor of the bill, the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard throughout this debate how seniors were disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, and we know that this was particularly true for seniors living in long-term care. And, in the previous parliament, I had the opportunity to initiate a study on the HUMA committee to review the impact of COVID-19 on the financial, social, health, and well-being of seniors. And the purpose of this study was to understand the impacts on seniors, to glean lessons from that understanding, and to make specific recommendations to improve supports for seniors. And we know that long-term care was central to that study, and the committee heard important testimony that spoke directly to the experiences and needs of seniors, their families, and staff in care homes. And so I was relieved that in this parliament, the HUMA committee completed that study, and the report titled "The Impacts of COVID-19 on the Well-Being of Seniors" was tabled in this House just recently. And similar to recommendations in that report, the motion being debated today calls on the government to work collaboratively with provincial and territorial governments to ensure that seniors receive adequate care. And I do certainly appreciate this and support the member from Avalon calling on his own government to act. But, Madam Speaker, action must be taken. We know that the status quo is unacceptable, and that this government can do better. And so, Madam Speaker, the conversation really turns to this Liberal government and to the Seniors Minister, because it's not just enough to pass this motion in the House. The needle needs to move. And we know and we have heard that action is past due. There are areas that fall under federal jurisdiction that can be acted on in the immediate term. And while we know provincial jurisdiction must absolutely be respected, especially as priorities and needs may differ regionally, the federal government can certainly provide leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. I do apologize for interrupting the honourable member, but the honourable member for Avalon has a right of reply for 5 minutes. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start off my speech this evening by thanking my colleagues who have reached out to me to voice their support for M47 and have spoken in support of the motion in our first hour of debate and again here today. I know that each and every one of us are plagued with the state of our long-term care facilities. Your constituents, like mine, are asking us to take the state of our long-term care in this country seriously. I believe that looking around the chamber today, I can confidently say that we have bipartisan consensus. Something needs to be done. Organisations in my province like the NL Seniors Coalition, Advocates for Senior Citizens' Rights, and Seniors NL have all done a great deal of work over the years educating, consulting, and researching the impact that this ever-changing world has on our seniors, and for advocating for better standards of care, especially in long-term care, not just in my province, but across the country. I want to take my time today to address some of the concerns colleagues have expressed in previous debate on M47. I think it's important that we continue the debate today and move this conversation forward. I first want to talk about how funding is critical to ensuring that long-term care facilities in Canada are held to a national standard. While M47 doesn't tie any monetary value to implementing a national standard to long-term care across the country, we in this chamber all know that funding is the foundation of safe and well-regulated long-term care in Canada. Our government recognises this and have been stepping up to the plate to do what we can to support long-term care facilities in being the safest they can be. In the 2020 Fall Economic Statement, we announced the establishment of a $1 billion Safe Long-Term Care Fund. We've invested $38.5 million to hire and train 4,000 personal support workers, interns, to address the significant labour shortage that exists for long-term care homes. We do know that there is more to do and more we can do. But I believe that by developing and enforcing a national standard of care throughout this country for all long-term care facilities, we can give provinces and territories who have jurisdiction over this industry the framework they need to determine what funding and support is needed. We can then work with our provincial and territorial partners to determine how and where our federal government can help implement these standards. Next, I would like to speak to some concerns raised about seniors aging at home and living out their golden years in their own residences and not ending up in long-term care. I believe that Canadian seniors should have the choice of where they want to be as they get older. Everyone has different needs as they age, and I believe that choosing to live in your own home in your later years is a wonderful choice, and our government supports that decision fully. Our recently launched Age Well at Home initiative is proof of that. Budget 2021 provided $90 million in funding that will deliver practical support to help low-income and otherwise vulnerable seniors continue to live safely, independently, and comfortably in their own homes and communities. The initiative will help seniors with at-home tasks with both big and small. The reason why M47 focuses on creating a long-term care act and developing a set of standards for long-term care facilities really boils down to choice. When seniors can and choose to remain in their own homes as they age, they have the freedom of choice. We can all think of the best long-term care facility in our own ridings and would hope that all facilities are adhering to the same standard of care for all residents, but we know that isn't always the case. My hope with this motion is to ensure that every senior, whether they choose to stay in their own home or move into a long-term care facility, has the same freedom and choice in their care and treatment as they age. Setting out a minimum standard of care in this country and ensuring that our seniors know what that is and know what to expect from a facility is the main objective of this motion. I want to finish off today by reiterating something I said in my first speech before this House. We recognise that our provincial and territorial partners have primary jurisdiction over long-term care in Canada. However, the federal government still has a vital role to play. Provinces and territories can do it alone. Our federal government can't do it alone. Our federal government has the resources, statistical knowledge and national expertise to help them improve the quality of long-term care in their province or territory. Only if we work collaboratively like we did throughout the COVID-19 pandemic will we be able to secure peace of mind for all Canadians who are residents, future residents or loved ones of someone in long-term care in any province or territory in this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank colleagues again for their support of M47 and the opportunity to speak to this again today. When we look back on our legacies as parliamentarians, I think we all want to look back on them favourably, like we did the right things to benefit the most Canadians. For me, I would like to look back on this opportunity and say that we did the right thing and did what was best for those who paved the way for us and built this country, our seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. MacDonald, Avalon, seconded by Ms. Yip. Move that A, the House recognize that COVID-19 has tragically exposed long-standing issues. Shall I dispense?
Yes.
Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en
If an MP from a recognised party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair.
For Avalon.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 21st, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, Government Bills Commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, resuming debate on the sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Small.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise today to speak to Bill C-21, the Act to amend certain acts and make certain consequential amendments, specifically with respect to firearms. Madam Speaker, I know that there's been a lot said about this bill and how it will impact Canadians, and I know that there has been some, unfortunate comments that, in my opinion, don't exactly reflect what is in this bill. So I'll use the opportunity today to try to highlight exactly what this bill does. So first and foremost, this bill establishes a national freeze on handguns. Individuals will no longer have the ability to buy, sell, or transfer or import handguns. And I think that this is extremely reasonable in today's society, in what we're seeing going on, not just outside of our borders in the United States, but that we have actually witnessed here in Canada. We know that the vast majority, or the weapon of choice for those that are looking to harm individuals and utilize a gun for an illegal purpose, is by using a handgun, and that it is extremely important to ensure that there is a restricted ability for people to access this. Of course, there will be exemptions, and there are exemptions in the bill that ensure that those who require a weapon for security, policing purposes, etc., will obviously be exempt for those reasons, and they will be able to make purchases for those reasons. We also know that there are a certain number of people out there that enjoy using a handgun for sport, for shooting in a range, and various different ways that they utilize that. Although it might be more challenging to be able to access a handgun in order to continue using it for that purpose, this bill certainly makes it known that this is not about attempting to regulate those individuals or prevent those individuals from utilizing a handgun for that purpose, because in many cases for sport they will not be impacted. This bill also establishes red flag and yellow flag laws that are to expand the license revocation process when it is deemed necessary in the right context. The bill also combats firearms smuggling and trafficking, notably by increasing the maximum penalty of imprisonment for indictable weapons offenses. And I think that this is extremely important to reference, because this, along with the mandatory minimum bill that the House has also been debating in the last few weeks, is a talking point for Conservatives with respect to suggesting that because minimum sentences are being dropped, primarily because the Supreme Court has determined that to be a necessity, but because those are being dropped, that suddenly this means that the government is being more lenient on those who commit certain crimes that would have otherwise and currently would be regulated by mandatory minimums. It is in fact actually the opposite, Madam Speaker, because although the government does feel that judges should be the ones that, and juries, I guess judges when it comes to sentencing, should be the ones that are determining exactly what sentencing is, we also recognize that some of these indictable offenses, particularly those around weapons, we're giving more power to judges in terms of, we're giving greater sentencing capacity, I guess is a better way to put it. We're giving greater sentencing capacity to change that to maximum sentence from 10 years to 14 years. So indeed, when judges do find it appropriate to increase the sentence even further, they're given more capacity to be able to do that. And then, of course, as indicated by other people that spoke before me, there is a provision within this bill to prohibit mid-velocity replica air guns, and I think that the reasons for that are quite notable, even despite the fact that we've heard some conversation about different activities or sporting activities might from time to time require these air guns. And I think that, it's very important, Madam Speaker, to point out that this bill, at least in my opinion, is not about targeting law-abiding gun owners. I come from a family, most of my uncles in particular either own hunting lodges where they hunt with their friends and family, or they've been participating as hunters for generations, quite frankly. Also, on my wife's side of the family, my father-in-law. My father-in-law grew up on a hunting and fishing lodge. I'm quite familiar with the needs and requirements of hunters specifically, and I must admit I've never heard one of them talk about the need to use a handgun or an AR-15 for the purpose of hunting. What we're really trying to go after here, Madam Speaker, is quite frankly curbing the use of guns for illegal purposes, for the shootings that we have seen in our country and we indeed continue to witness in the United States to the south of us. That's what the issue really is here. Now, I know that the default and quite often used excuse from the other side of the House is, well, why aren't you going after those that are trying to bring the guns across the border, because a significant number of guns that are used in criminal activity are coming from across the border. And that's the default reaction that we hear from the Conservatives and continue to literally as I speak right now, as I'm being heckled by them. But Madam Speaker, you gotta, like, if nothing else, if you believe nothing else about...
I want to remind the honourable member who is heckling the member for the parliamentary secretary that if he happens to have comments or questions, he should wait until it's questions and comment time. There will be 5 minutes for questions and comments, and the official opposition will have the first question. So I would ask him to wait till then, because it's not respectful to be doing what he's doing at the moment. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if the member wants, I'd be happy to accept a unanimous consent motion to double my question time to 10 minutes, and then I could make sure that I get all the questions from the Conservatives that they want to ask me. I'd be more than happy to do that. But what I was getting at, Madam Speaker, is that, look, if you don't believe in anything else, just look at the data that's out there. The countries that have the stricter gun laws are the countries that have less shootings. You don't, if you consider no other information than just that plain and simple fact, I think one is left with the decision about trying to decide as to whether or not what they deem to be acceptable in terms of that trade-off. Do you want to have stricter gun laws that result in fewer gun fatalities, homicides in particular? The data also shows that there are a significant decrease in police officers that are killed in the line of duty from somebody who has used a weapon, a gun on them. So for me, that trade-off is pretty simple. Do we have to make things more restrictive in order to save more lives? I think that all we have to do is look to the countries, and other people have mentioned them throughout the debate today, Madam Speaker, to look to the countries that have been quite successful in this. And the trade-off is quite simple for me. I am more interested in saving lives than preserving individuals' opportunity to hold on to and to carry a firearm. I mean, I respect the fact that there are others on the other side of the House that their tolerance for that risk is different than mine. It's just a reality of the fact that we have differing opinions on this, but I will stand firmly in my position that I don't see the need for handguns to be on our streets or to be held on to, or that people need to have a handgun. I don't personally see the reason for it. Like I said, all those in my family and my extended family who I know that have for generations have hunted have never once during our own individual discussions about this issue around the dinner table have never once talked about the need for a handgun. Yes, there are concerns from time to time about weapons, in particular those that are used for hunting, and I can respect that. I just don't think that handguns fall into that category, nor has any hunter that I've ever spoken with agreed with that sentiment. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker, and if the member wants to put forward a unanimous consent motion to get me to answer twice as many questions, I'd be happy to do that to make sure I can answer all those Conservative questions out there.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his speech. He did indicate in his speech that he did not believe that this would negatively impact law-abiding gun owners, and I would take a little exception to that. As a license holder for restricted firearms, this will very negatively affect law-abiding gun owners, and I'm just wondering if he cannot see how that will do that. And at the same time, I'm hoping that his position in his speech doesn't put him offside with his family members.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'll address the last part first. I think what puts me offside with my family members more is the rhetoric that comes from the lobbying groups and, quite frankly, to be honest, the Conservatives. And it's not until I have the opportunity to correct that information with my family members that then they seem to be much more at ease. Well, I mean, you can disagree with me, but I'm literally telling you about how my family interacts with ourselves, and that's just the reality of the situation. In response to his first part of the question, Madam Speaker, he was asking about how it will impact some. Well, I guess it really comes down to what do you determine to be an impact on somebody. Telling somebody that we don't want them to carry, we don't think it's appropriate to be carrying a firearm, yeah, if that negatively impacts you, because that's something that you have a passion in doing, I guess it would impact you. But I don't think that it impacts those that are using a firearm for the purpose of hunting in particular, which was the example I continually used.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Better controlling firearms? Well, we agree with that entirely. But we also have to control our borders where illegal arms go through, and that's the problem. But my question at the end of the day is that the bill, the way it's currently written, even those who do airsoft with paintball guns will be banned from practicing their sport. These people are very law-abiding. They follow security measures, and they'll no longer be able to do it, even though airsoft doesn't hurt anyone except for a few bruises. So would my colleague be open in committee to bringing amendments on this particular topic?
Well, I'm always open to hearing about ideas about how a bill can be amended to make it better. I've participated in paintballing myself. I'm quite familiar with what the guns look like. The ones that are specifically referenced here are replicas. Your typical paintball gun that is used for recreational purposes outside of intense sport have a big barrel on it that has the paintballs in it, and it's quite clear that that is not a replica, at least in my opinion. But I'd love to explore this more at committee. And just to the first point where she was talking about the border, Madam Speaker, well, I would say that we've done two significant things since coming into power. The first is we've recommitted and put money into securing our borders by investing in the CBSA officers that the previous Conservative government had eliminated. And second, what's in this bill is changing the maximum sentence for those indictable offenses from 10 years to 14 years. So we're making it, we're putting a stricter sentence on those that choose to participate in that criminal activity.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to ask a question similar to my colleague who just asked now about the airsoft guns. I know that in my riding we have some small business owners that sell those airsoft rifles, and they're really concerned about what's going to happen to their business. So I would like to know what the government did to consult with some of these small business owners, and what they're going to do if the bill continues on and is not changed in that legislation, what they'll do to ensure that those small businesses are able to continue to do the business that they need to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I didn't write the bill, so I don't know exactly what the consultative process has been up to this point. But what I do know is that the next stage of this bill is in committee, where committee can do a lot of that consultative process and can perhaps come up with some solutions and some ideas, like her colleague mentioned in the House earlier about painting the tip, making it a requirement that the tip of the gun needs to be painted a certain color. I would argue that a nice bright red would be better than orange, as suggested by her colleague earlier. But nonetheless, I'm sure that there are opportunities out there to help improve the bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we're debating Bill C-21. Now, my Conservative colleagues have already laid out some of the bill's content and really the false narrative that the Liberals have tried to advance when they're trying to pass this bill. We know that there's a significant crime problem in many of our urban centres, especially in urban centres where we've seen a rise in shootings and gun crime. We also know that illegal weapons are the real problem. We know that in the city of Toronto, Toronto police have clearly stated that over 85% of the crimes involving a firearm in that city were weapons that were illegally smuggled in from the United States. We also know, as a matter of fact, CBC reported that municipalities across the country report very similar stats. They say, depending on the municipality, it's between 70 and 95% of all guns that are used in the commission of crimes have been imported from the United States. The stats clearly prove that very few crimes were committed by those who legally are permitted to own them, the real targets of Bill C-21. You will notice that the Liberals never share that data. They never say that legal gun owners are not the problem, because as a matter of fact, that's the group of people that they like to target. They want to have Canadians believe that legal gun owners are the problem and that they are scary and they need to be eliminated. They are stating in this bill that they want to see the end of trading of these guns. As a matter of fact, it's important that Canadians know that anybody who owns a weapon that's addressed in this bill has gone through extensive training and background checks. And the stats clearly indicate that they are not the problem when it comes to crime in our cities. The Liberals have been fabricating a narrative that is completely hypocritical when you see what they've done. You see, Bill C-21, it does next to nothing to deal with smuggled firearms or target the criminals that import, sell, and use them. What makes the Liberals even more hypocritical is the fact that they did have a bill that dealt with these criminals. It was Bill C-5. In that bill, Liberals actually reduced the mandatory minimum imprisonments for criminals that were involved in the following crimes. They reduced the penalties for those who had unauthorized possession of prohibited weapons or restricted weapons. They reduced the penalties for possession of prohibited or restricted firearms with ammunition. They reduced the penalties for possession of firearms obtained by commission of an offense. They reduced the penalties for firearm trafficking. They reduced the penalties for possession of firearms for the purposes of trafficking, and they reduced the penalties of knowingly importing and exporting an unauthorized firearm. They reduced the penalties for the people that are actually the problem when it comes to gun crime in this country. It is clear to see that the Liberals have no interest in dealing with the real problem, in taking illegal weapons off of our streets. But as if we needed any additional evidence that the Liberal government will go to disturbing lengths to advance their own political agenda, in breaking news just yesterday afternoon, we learned that they would jeopardize the independence of the institution of the RCMP for their political interests. The evidence included in the report that was released is some of the scariest evidence of how low this government will go and how many boundaries it will break to advance its own political agenda. In the Halifax Examiner, they expose the rot that exists in this government and the manipulation they expect from the highest levels of what should be an independent, trusted public institution. The headline screamed, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki tried to jeopardize mass murder investigation to advance the Prime Minister's gun control efforts. Jennifer Henderson continues on, and I'm reading out of the report. RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki made a promise to the Public Safety Minister and the Prime Minister's office to leverage the mass murders of April 18th, 19th, 2020 to get a gun control law passed. A week after the murders, Lucky pressured RCMP in Nova Scotia to release details of the weapons used by the killer. But RCMP commanders in Nova Scotia refused to release such details, saying doing so would threaten their investigations into the murders. The Trudeau government's gun control objectives were spelled out in an order in council issued in May of 2020.
I do have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I suspect you might be thinking I'm rising to say that the member is stating myth truths on the record, but that's not it. The member has made reference to the Prime Minister by using his name, and you're not allowed to use the Prime Minister's name. Equally, you can't use any member by name.
Perfect. So I just, again, want to remind the member he's not to use names in the House of Commons of current sitting members or the Prime Minister or ministers. It has to be by their title. The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Yeah, thank you. I was quoting, and I do apologize because I know even while quoting, I'm not allowed to use the members. But the member is correct. He confirms that I'm not spreading misinformation. He has confirmed that, in fact, this is truth. And so I'm going to continue in the reading of it. The government's gun control objectives were spelled out in the order in council issued on May 2020, and the legislation codifying them was encapsulated in Bill C-21, which was tabled last month. But the concern in April 2020 was the extent to which politics had threatened to interfere with a cross-border police investigation into how the killer managed to obtain and smuggle into Canada 4 illegal guns used to commit many of the 22 murders, end quote. Now, I'm going to jump a little bit further ahead in the report to the part in which the RCMP commanders in Nova Scotia refused to release details that they thought would compromise their investigation. So I'm quoting again. April 28th, 2020, just 1 week after the murders, when Nova Scotia Superintendent Darren Campbell briefed journalists at a news conference. On the firearms question, Campbell told journalists that he could not go into details because the investigation is still active and ongoing, except to confirm the gunmen had several semi-automatic handguns and semi-automatic rifles. Shortly after the news conference, Campbell, Assistant Commander Lee Bergerman, Leather, and Nova Scotia Communications Director Leah Scanlon were summoned to a meeting. The RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky and a deputy from Ottawa were on the conference call. Lucky was not happy. Let me quote that again. Lucky was not happy. Campbell's handwritten notes made immediately following that meeting described what happened. The commissioner was obviously upset. She did not raise her voice, but her choice of words were indicative of her overall dissatisfaction of our work. The commissioner accused me of disrespecting her by not following her instructions. I was and remain confused over this. The commissioner said that she told Cons to tell the H Division to include specific information about the firearms used by the killer. However, I said we couldn't do that because it would jeopardize the ongoing efforts to advance the U.S. side of the case, as well as the Canadian components of the investigation. Those are facts, and I stand by them. Campbell noted that Lucky went on at great length and said she was sad and disappointed that he had not provided those details to the media, Campbell continued. The commissioner said she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release this information. I tried to explain there was no intent to disrespect anyone. However, we could not release this information at this time. The commissioner then said that we didn't understand, that it was tied to pending gun control legislation that would make officers and the public safer. She was very upset, and at one point, Deputy Commissioner Brian Benman tried to get things calmed down, but that had little effect. Some in the room were reduced to tears and emotional over the belittling reprimand.
Time is up. I've been trying to give him a single there, but he does have 5 minutes of questions and comments. Questions and comments. Young Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Conservative back room is working hard. They have the new spin going on in regards to the whole issue of guns, and wherever they can get personal and start attacking, that's what they're going to do, Madam Speaker. And that's what we've heard for the last 5-6 minutes from the member. It's just comments attacking the integrity of the system. I'll stand by the RCMP because I support the RCMP. The minister has been very clear on the RCMP, but don't let the facts cause issues for the minister. My question, or for the member, my question to the member is this. In the legislation, there's the issue of yellow and red flags, an area in which I think a vast majority of Canadians, even some Conservatives, I suspect, would support him. What's his opinion and the value of having red and yellow flags within the legislation?
The honourable member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Well, this is a Liberal member, again, trying to spread information that isn't complete. The member opposite knows that the system currently has a flagging system, that guns that are legally held by those people who have gone through robust security checks, those who have gone through training programs, have to relinquish their guns if in fact they're flagged. That exists today. Now you can put a new name to the flagging system, you can put a color to it, but the fact is that exists today. And the members opposite know that they have been playing politics with this entire issue since the very beginning, and now we have in evidence, and he claims that I'm making this up, or that the back rooms of the Conservative Party are making this stuff up. It's printed in every newspaper in this country currently.
Questions and comments, the member for Avignon, La Matisse, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I understand the government is saying they want to reduce arms violence by tabling C-221, but Montreal Police has said that 75% of handguns used in violent crime are black market guns. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to think about whether the government has done enough to fight illegal gun violence, particularly in terms of what's happening at the border.
Honourable member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Well, that is the real tragedy, Madam Speaker, that the Liberals would use the tragedy of the murders of 22 Nova Scotians, innocent civilians in many cases, to advance this agenda. Because all of the guns that were included in that were illegal weapons that were
Sorry, I ruled on this a while ago on the official opposition side, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is has been in this House for some time, and he knows that he shouldn't be heckling or trying to ask questions while someone's already answering a question. The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's exactly what's happened. The Liberals have tried to shut down every time that the facts get in the way of their good story, the spin. That's the incredible heartbreak of what they did with the RCMP, where they instructed the commissioner to go out there and to release information and compromise an investigation, where in fact the 4 guns that were found were illegally owned and had come across the border illegally. That is what we should be tackling. But instead, the Liberals are passing legislation to reduce sentences for people that are trafficking in illegal weapons and going after law-abiding gun owners.
Questions and comments. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And, we know that, most violence in intimate partner relationships, in terms of murders, we know that there is a use of handguns. And I'm wondering what the Conservative Party will do, if any, to put in stricter laws for handguns to make sure that particularly women are safer. Thank you.
Brief answer from the member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that my colleague brings up a very important point. I think she misspoke when she suggested that the vast majority of domestic abuse was involving firearms. I don't believe that that stat is correct, but I do believe that those people who have been flagged as risks, those who have demonstrated either a compromised mental capacity and those who have demonstrated that they should not be in possession of a firearm. Those protocols exist, and I believe and support a flagging system that gets those confiscated from people that demonstrated that they should no longer have them. And obviously, we do need to get serious about domestic violence in this country. We do have to get serious about the importation of illegal weapons, and that's what we'd like to do on this side of the House.
Yep. Here, here.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready? The question is as follows. Mr. Mendocino, seconded by Mrs. Santonge, moves that Bill C-21, an act to amend some acts and other related acts, firearms, be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
On the amendment, Madame Dancho, appuyée.
Ms. Dancho, seconded by.
Perfect.
Dispense.
Have a sub-amendment, Mr. Small, seconded by Mr. Lawrence. Dispense. Perfect. The question is on the sub-amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do request a recorded division.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi le 25 novembre.
According to order, this is deferred until Thursday, June 23rd.
Order of the jour, orders of the day, government orders, government business, consideration of government business number 19, order respecting the business of the House and its committees.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Monsieur Guilbeault, moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House beginning on Friday, June 24th, 2022 and ending on Friday, June 23rd, 2023, A, members may participate in proceedings of the House either in person or by video conference, provided that members participating remotely be in Canada. Shall I dispense? Shall dispense? Debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise on this motion and talk about the extension of hybrid provisions for 1 year and the opportunity for the Procedure and House Committee to study the issue of either the use or not use of those provisions as they deem through their process and their recommendations thereafter. I'll take us back for a moment to March of 2020, and I want to say as that whole business of the pandemic was unfolding, it was about a week before this House shut down when I had a conversation with House administration at that time asking what was the pandemic plan, what did we have on the books. And of course those that wrote it had put something together, but it became apparent very quickly taking a look at it that the intersection of what was planned with what happened in real life meant that that plan, well, frankly, it wasn't of a lot of use. And so then began a process. And I want to thank members from all parties reflecting back at those early days in March of 2020 as we attempted to find a way for Canada's Parliament to continue to do its business, to make sure that notwithstanding the fact that we had this incredible public health emergency that sent people into their homes, that Canadians had to know that the seat of their democracy continued to function and continued to get bills passed and continued to put supports there for them. And before I talk about some of those supports, I want to really take a moment to thank the House administration and officials who worked with us to create these tools and these innovations to allow our democracy to continue to function. In an incredibly short period of time, an ability was developed to be able to participate and vote virtually. And that eventually led to a voting app and to other refinements that have enabled members, whether or not they're sick, whether or not they were unable to be at the House for medical or other reasons, to continue to participate in the proceedings of the House and to make sure that they were not disenfranchised, that their constituents were continued to be represented. And that meant that as Canadians and businesses reeled, and remember in those early days of COVID, some 3 million jobs were lost. There was a real state of folks not knowing where things were going to go. Small businesses were left unable to serve their customers, wondering what their future was going to be. And it was specifically because of the provisions that we put in place that all parties worked on with the House administration, that where we were able to still get those supports adopted. Making historic support available to make sure that businesses and individuals didn't fall through the cracks. And now, as we see the economy roaring back, 115% of jobs lost during the pandemic have come back compared to below 100% for the United States. We see us leading, being a world leader in economic growth, number 2 in the G7, trending towards number 1 next year. It is absolutely evident that the supports that were put in place to make sure that Canadians didn't fall through the cracks were what got us there. And you know, when you think of the bravery of opening a small business, of taking a chance, of putting yourself out in the world, putting your shingle out, hoping that you're going to survive, there's a lot of things you got to prepare for. The possibility that your product won't be as popular as you hope, the long hours that you and the people that you employ will have to put in to try to make that business successful. But of course, it's not reasonable for folks to expect that a global pandemic would be the thing that shut them down. So it was in fact those hybrid provisions that enabled people to be able to get that work done. And the pandemic continues. But I want to take a moment before I talk about the continuing pandemic to talk about all the things that we got done, not just those historic supports, but as the pandemic came and went, as we thought it was over last November and thought that things might be returning to a sense of normalcy and we got hit by Omicron, the flexibility of Parliament meant that we were continuing to get the job of the nation done. And I think if we take a look from January to June at how much was able to be accomplished by Parliament, 14 bills, not including supply, Madam Speaker, were able to be presented. We introduced 7 bills on the Senate on a range of important issues. And many of the bills that we're passing now have just passed through the House. It is our expectation and hope, particularly with the great work that was just done on C-28, that the Senate will be able to get that done before it leaves. That's all using hybrid provisions. And let's take a look at some of those bills. C-19, which is critical to grow our economy, foster clean technology, strengthen our healthcare system, and make life more affordable for Canadians in areas such as housing and childcare. On C-18, making sure that media and journalists in Canadian digital news receive fair compensation for their work in an incredibly challenged digital environment. C-11, which will require online streaming services to contribute to the creation and availability of Canadian stories and music to better support Canadian artists. Bill C-21, to protect Canadians from the dangers of firearms in our communities. Making sure that we freeze the market on handguns, tax smuggling at the border, and implement red flag provisions to address domestic violence. Or C-22, which was brought forward to reduce poverty among persons with disabilities in Canada, and is part of a broader strategy that's seen more than 1 million Canadians be lifted out of poverty. That's particularly remarkable when we think that it was this government that set the first targets ever for poverty reduction. And when we set those goals, we have now been exceeding them every step of the way. And C-22 is a big part of that strategy. I look at C-28, which I talked about a minute ago, the extreme intoxication defense. This is a great example of Parliament in a hybrid environment being able to work collaboratively to ensure that we close an important loophole to make sure that that extreme intoxication defense is not used when murder is being committed. And of course, these are just some of the bills that we've been able to do, and been able to do in a way that empowered all members of Parliament, whether or not they had COVID or not, to be able to participate. Now, if you want to get a sense of the challenges not only was all of this able to be done using the hybrid system and during the middle of a pandemic, but even dealing with all of the obstruction. And one of the pieces that I think, as we see all of the times that the Conservatives have obstructed legislation of the government, in fact, 17 times over the past 14 weeks, the Conservatives used obstruction tactics, everything from concurrence motions to other tactics to block and obstruct. In many cases, legislation that was supported by 3 out of the 4 official parties here, they took the opportunity to obstruct. And yet, despite that, I think we've been able to make great progress. I look at C-14, which the Conservatives support, and yet we ended up spending a night where they were moving motions to hear their own speakers. It meant that at the MAID committee, which is looking at medical assistance in dying, where there was incredibly sensitive testimony, that witnesses were not able to testify because of the tactics and games that were happening here in this place. But despite all of that, in a hybrid environment, we've been able to move forward. I look at last week. Last week we had 5 members of our own caucus. I don't know how many members in other caucuses who had COVID. One of them was, in fact, the Prime Minister. And yet, they were still able to participate in these proceedings. Every day, unfortunately, thousands of Canadians across the country continue to get COVID. Sadly, many of them in hospitals. Even more tragically, many of them still dying. This pandemic is still very much a reality. And what we've seen over the last 2 years is every time we try to start a parliamentary session, we spend weeks and weeks debating whether or not we should or shouldn't continue using hybrid. Parliament deserves stability. People are still getting COVID. They have the right to continue to be able to participate in this place. And as has been demonstrated by the incredible amount of work we've been able to get done during the pandemic, from historic supports in the deep, darkest time of the pandemic to the more recent times dealing with a whole range of legislation that's absolutely critical to Canadians, we've demonstrated that these provisions allow us in extraordinary times to continue to do the work of this nation. I don't think, Madam Speaker, we should be in a position where every time we start Parliament, we continue to have this debate. Parliament, Canadians need predictability. They need predictability as we don't know where this pandemic is going or public health circumstances are going. And they need predictability until the House of Commons, through a committee process, has the opportunity to evaluate the utility and usefulness of the provisions outside of a pandemic reality, to see if they should be extended or used, and for Parliament to have a proper, fulsome debate in that venue, hearing from witnesses, hearing from parliamentarians, taking a look at what was accomplished, about what could be done better or differently. We're already seeing big improvements in everything from the services that are being delivered to interpretation, and I look forward to Proc's work to see if or if not these provisions have utility. But until then, this gives us the stability for both Proc to do its report and for Parliament to continue to function in incredibly challenging times. That's why, Madam Speaker, I think it is only prudent to pass this now so that Parliament has the stability to do its work, the Canadians know that that will not be interrupted, and so that we can focus instead on the business of the nation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the history lesson from the Government House Leader. And I know that he's focused a lot on predictability. Well, let's look at what's happening in the here and now. There is not one legislature in this country that is working under a hybrid system. Even the Mother Parliament in Britain last July suspended their hybrid system and returned to an in-person system. There are other legislatures around the world who have returned to an in-person system, Madam Speaker. You know, the reality is that public health agencies, not just here in Ontario, but Quebec, all over the country, have limited the restrictions. No more mandates, for example. The government just this week announced it. We could revisit this in August and September and, with an agreement, return to hybrid if the need is there. And I don't understand why the Government House Leader won't accept that as the current reality of today.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, of course, Madam Speaker, there is no obligation on the honourable member across, my honourable colleague, the House Leader for the Conservatives, either on his part or the part of his colleagues to use any of these provisions. That they can show up to this place 100% of the time. When they've had COVID or have been sick, they've used them, they've voted on them. If they'd rather not vote or participate and not represent their constituents using these tools, that is an option they have. On this side of the aisle, we don't find that acceptable, that if somebody is sick, and as I said, we had 5 individuals just last week, this is still in the middle of this pandemic, who had COVID, and yet despite that, were able to continue to participate and didn't come in here and didn't spread it. I think that's responsible. It allows us to continue to do our work, and rather than us engaging in an entire summer of debating this, leading up to having to deal with it again in the fall, this provides us the stability and clarity we need.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. There's something that worries me, though, about hybrid parliament. That is, when it comes to government accountability. As we have seen in committee, when we discuss bills informally, that's when we really talk about things, and it helps us improve the bills. So, and the government is less accountable in a hybrid context. What about democracy? This government has been leading through gag orders the past few weeks. Hybrid mode can make things a lot more complicated sometimes.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Claire au comité.
It's clear that in committee we can ask questions even without a hybrid system for witnesses, for those who go to committees. Even before hybrid parliament, people participated virtually, and it was possible, and it is possible to ask questions in this system. And throughout the pandemic, especially during the hardest times of the pandemic, those were terrible times for businesses and for individuals too. Things were fully virtual, and it was possible to ask questions, to partake in debate, to enjoy all of our rights as members of Parliament. Now, the majority of us are participating in person. With the current system, we can manage and adapt when the public health situation changes, but we will still be able to answer questions and comments.
Is it the Honourable Member for Churchill Kiwanis-Askey? Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You might want to take for the interpreters to hear. Perfect.
Speaker, we've heard some really interesting, to put it mildly, arguments from the Conservatives over the last number of days. I think what we've said very clearly is that virtual work is work. That we are still in the pandemic, expecting another wave possibly in the early fall. We know that a hybrid parliament is a family-friendly parliament. Hybrid parliament is also a climate-smart parliament in the era of climate change, where we should be reducing our carbon footprint. So my question to the member is, first of all, does he believe that the Conservatives need to get out of the time warp that they're in? And shouldn't Parliament be a model workplace? Should we not be opening the doors to new and smarter, safer ways of doing work, and that means hybrid work?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across for the question. I think what we demonstrated in this vast, enormous country, the second largest country in the world, where we traverse enormous distances, is that in this global pandemic, the virtual environment allowed us to do our work despite those incredible challenges. And there will be a separate process to look outside of a public health circumstance at the PROC committee about its utility outside of that. But I will say inside of a public health circumstance, that when you take people who are coming from all different ends of the country, put them in airplanes, put them in a small room, and then send them back to their home communities, that's not a safe environment. That's not a good way for us to be operating. And that's why in a continuing pandemic, we need to have the flexibility to keep people safe.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to use myself as an example. I was one of the members that actually tested positive for COVID and was unable to participate by coming in. My choice was, do I come into the chamber knowing that that I've tested positive for COVID, and this is just last week, Madam Speaker, or do I use the hybrid? Because the hybrid was there, I was able to be engaged on debates on at least a few occasions, and I was also able to vote. To me, I think it sends a message to my constituents in terms of being and doing the right thing by not coming here and speaking and voting so I can protect my colleagues and ultimately demonstrate leadership in the community.
House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague for that question. I think it raises a very important point. All members of Parliament take the responsibility to represent their communities as something sacrosanct, as something that's deep within them. And to put members in a situation where they have to choose of whether or not to not represent their constituents, not show up, not participate, not vote, or come in and get everybody sick. And remember, if you're going to come in sick because you want to represent your constituents, you want to be able to vote, you want to be able to participate in a critical debate, that you're going to make other people in the chamber sick, and that you're going to send those people who are sick back to every corner of the country to make everybody else sick. So we're literally talking, by ending this in the middle of a pandemic, of incentivizing members to come in sick so they can represent their constituents and then act as super spreaders across the country. That's not responsible. And I understand that there is a debate about how we can or can use these provisions, or can or cannot use these provisions outside of a pandemic circumstance. But where we are right now, continuing to be in a pandemic, shutting off that option, incentivizing members to come in sick, is not the right approach.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it seems by listening to the NDP and to the Liberals that they feel that they seem to know a lot more than a lot of the public health officials all around the country and any other parliamentarians around the country. And again, as the honourable member from the Conservatives had mentioned earlier, all other parliaments around the world. So what makes Canada so much more special so that we can carve out this small niche for ourselves when the rest of the world is moving on?
Our Government House Leader has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what is different about the Canadian circumstance is as I just explained it. I don't think I could have been any more clear in my example. In a pandemic where people are sick and yet are forced to make a choice between coming into work sick and representing their constituents and voting or participating on critical issues, or staying home and not making people sick. And the ramifications of that in a pandemic, I think, are exceptionally clear. And this is particularly the case in a country as big and as vast as this country is, that we're pulling people in from in the second largest country in the world, from communities all over this country into a small confined space, eliminating the ability for them to work when they're sick, incentivizing them to come in when they're ill, doesn't make sense. We continue to be in a pandemic. This makes sense. It lasts for a year. And there's every opportunity at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to take a look at the utility or lack of utility outside of a public circumstance. We deserve to have that debate. It should take place, and I look forward to it.
Here, here. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's with mixed emotions that I stand here tonight to participate in this debate. The emotions are really a misunderstanding of why we're even debating this, and somewhat anger as well, that we're actually using up valuable time in this place to debate a futuristic issue that somehow the government House Leader is predicting to occur when everything else around the world, including 10 feet outside of this building, has returned to normal. Doesn't make any sense to me, Madam Speaker, that we're wasting this time tonight when there are other issues that we could be discussing. the affordability and the inflation crisis that's going on right now, Madam Speaker. Inflation rate rose 7.7% today, the first time, the highest level in 40 years. And we're not seeing any solutions from the government to deal with that. In fact, earlier today, I asked for a unanimous consent motion to deal with an emergency debate on the inflation and affordability crisis, given the news of today, given the fact that Canadians are struggling and suffering under the weight of these financial pressures and the level of anxiety that they're facing right now. I thought it would be prudent that we would use the time this evening to have a debate on inflation and affordability. There's a situation where right now across this country, even the most basic services that government can provide, passport services, is a fiasco right now, Madam Speaker. Lineups right across the country. People that are traveling, coming out of this pandemic, traveling on those small confined places, the airplanes that the government House Leader just described as being a risk, waiting in line for passports. Some of them have their trips coming up in a couple of days and they're still waiting for their passports to be processed. In Montreal, we've seen lineups around the building, North York, around the building, down the street. Most basic government services to be provided are under a complete weight of collapse right now because of the mismanagement of this government. So why aren't we talking about that tonight? Madam Speaker, I can tell you in my constituency office, I have one girl, one of my employees, Sarah, who's dedicated, solely dedicated to dealing with passport issues right now. Just last week, she was on the phone one day waiting 5.5 hours to get through to the MP line on the passport line. 5.5 hours. Once she got on there to process 7 passports to help constituents of mine, she had to be on the phone for another 2.5 hours. That's 8 hours of her day being spent to try to service the people in my riding who were in desperate need of a passport because coming out of this COVID pandemic, they wanted to travel. This is the type of stuff that we should be discussing, not using valuable real estate or time in this place to talk about the complete collapse of basic services in this country. And the other thing, Madam Speaker, that we should be discussing tonight, rather than some futuristic plan of a hybrid parliament that the government House Leader and the NDP House Leader have cooked up, we should be discussing the situation that's going on and the news coming out of Nova Scotia about political interference by the Prime Minister's office and the Public Safety Minister's office into an investigation into a mass murder that the RCMP on the ground suggested strongly would compromise or jeopardize the investigation. Those are the things that we should be talking about. That's why Conservatives earlier today asked for emergency debate on those issues, not a motion to return to hybrid parliament when the rest of the country and the rest of the world is moving on. It just doesn't make any sense at all that we are in this position. Now, Madam Speaker, earlier when the government House Leader was speaking, he gave a history lesson about when COVID started. I was in this place when COVID started. I believe you were too, Madam Speaker. And there was a lot of uncertainty at the time. None of us knew what was happening. We had heard about a variant or a virus that was coming. We saw it rage through China and then started to rage through Europe. And at the time, and I remember, I think it was January 27th, that the member from Charlesbourg, Haute St. Charles, called on the government to close the borders, to eliminate the borders, to stop this virus from coming into Canada. And shortly after that, we found out that we had our first case. But these are the things that Conservatives were trying to do in the absence of any information, any knowledge of what was going on. There was a lot of fear being incited. And even at that time, because of the concern that we have, and the honourable member from Charlesbourg, Haute St. Charles, his request to shut down the borders, I remember at the time that the government was referring to us as racist. Right? You remember that? Because we were trying to protect Canadians at the time. And so, of course, on March 13th, we found out that the virus was really raging across the country, and that's when the decision was made to shut down this place. And it was shortly after the election in 2019, Madam Speaker. In fact, some of the members who were elected in 2019 had an opportunity to sit in this place for only 3 months before everything basically shut down. And it shut down for a full month. I remember being in on those meetings, Madam Speaker, with the leadership team under our then leader for the member from Regina, Capel, talking about the unknown, talking about the things that were going on and how we were going to adapt to that. And of course, the issue of hybrid parliament came up and a return to parliament because the nation's business needed to continue. It needed to continue. There were serious issues, health issues, procurement issues, all of the things that Canadians were facing. Businesses were shutting down, individuals were being kept away from their place of employment, and Parliament had to function. So we came up with a system, and I give full credit, Madam Speaker, to the House administration staff for the work that they did in making sure that our parliamentary democracy was able to function at that time. And at that time, there was very limited opportunity for members of Parliament to participate. We had talked about a minimum number being able to be in this chamber as the development of Zoom. None of us had even heard of Zoom at the time, you'll recall, and then all of a sudden Zoom became a permanent fixture in our life to have to deal with this pandemic. And so House administration staff started working on that. We started working on a voting app system that at the height of the pandemic, we could rationalize, we could justify to ensure that members of this place would be able to participate in the democracy and to represent their constituents. And at that time, Madam Speaker, I sat through the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, and we focused on hybrid parliament. We were focusing on the system. I remember we were doing it on Zoom at the time. And there were several concerns that came up, not the least of which was the fact that we didn't want this to be a permanent type system for Parliament. I remember Conservatives at the time, myself at the time, arguing that there had to be some sort of sunset clause that if we got to a certain point, that we wouldn't continue with a hybrid parliament. And there was always the opportunity, Madam Speaker, for House leaders, for leadership team, leaders in themselves, to continue with this hybrid system. Understanding that there were still things happening, subvariants that were coming in. I recall in January 2021, one of the most traumatizing times that I've dealt with being a public official, and I've been doing this both as a city councillor and as a member of Parliament now for 16 years, when we dealt with the situation that was going on in Roberta Place, where over 100 seniors died as a result of the Delta variant that had come in. We were still fighting for vaccines at that time. In fact, we were just starting to get the vaccines. And so there were still a lot of things going on back then that required us to be diligent in our safety measures that were being put into place, not the least of which was hybrid parliament and the voting app. And we continued along that line. We continued down that vein. And as we were going through this stuff and dealing with this at Proc, the concern was always the fact that there had to be a limit, a time limit. We heard from constitutional experts. We heard from our law clerks. We heard from former speakers. Speaker Milliken appeared before the committee talking about the peril of continuing through hybrid parliament and what it would mean to our democratic institution of Parliament itself, not the least of which what it would do to other institutions across the country. The Constitution was clear, and the evidence was clear as it was presented to us at Proc, and that this is the seat of Parliament. This is the seat of power here in Ottawa, and it's in the Constitution. It's not through a Zoom call. It's not through a computer camera. It's here in Ottawa. And so the warnings that were placed upon us back then is to make sure that this wasn't going to be permanent. We talked about standing order changes, and there was recommendations made through that Proc committee to not have standing order changes, not to move to a permanent measure. And so as the situation evolved, Madam Speaker, we continue to evolve with it. We continue to carry on with hybrid parliament. We continued and enhanced the voting app so that people could participate at not just the height of the pandemic, but at the downside of the pandemic. And so here we are today, Madam Speaker, where everything is opening up. Everything except Parliament. Public health agencies across the country, both provincially and federally, have all lifted their mandates. They've lifted their vaccination mandates, their mask mandates. Just this past week, the federal government announced no more vaccine mandates. The world is moving on from COVID, Madam Speaker. The only two people that aren't moving on from COVID is the government House Leader and the Leader of the NDP, House Leader of the NDP. It's not just public health agencies. There's legislatures around the world, legislatures across the country, both provincially and territorially. No one is using a hybrid system at this point. Not even the Mother Parliament in England, which stopped using it last July, has in-person voting and in-person Parliament for members of Parliament. So Canada will be an outlier in this, Madam Speaker. We will be an outlier when it comes to, if the government gets its way, and there's no reason to believe that they won't because of their NDP partners, that when we return in September, we are going to be virtual again. Now that has come with some significant problems, Madam Speaker. We have seen over the course, just in the last week, last night, for example, we saw a server breakdown, and we saw an inability of members to participate in this place. They couldn't get on, they couldn't log on. Last week, during a private member's bill, we had a crash of the voting app. It took a little while to accumulate the numbers, but can you imagine if that had been in the middle of a confidence vote? If it had been in the middle of a budget or an estimate vote, or even a throne speech, Madam Speaker, the chaos that would have ensued as a result? I mean, it would have been unbelievable. And we've also seen, obviously, some embarrassing things over Zoom in the last couple of years. We've seen members that have been caught on camera and embarrassed and at great personal consequence to them. Great personal embarrassment, not just for them, but for their family as well. So it does come with consequences, Madam Speaker. But it's around here, and I've had the privilege since I became the opposition House Leader to sit on the Board of Internal Economy. And I've heard testimony, and I've received and read reports of the impact that this is having on our Interpretation Bureau. Madam Speaker, we have seen a 9-fold increase in workplace injuries related to the Interpretation Bureau. And it's directly attributed to a hybrid parliament. Sound issues, we've heard tinnitus issues, it's unbelievable to me that we would continue to put our interpreters, our world-class interpreters, in a position where they could sustain further injury as a result of hybrid parliament. Now, in those reports and in the testimony that I've heard, because I've asked the question, what would resolve the workplace injuries with our interpreters? And the answer is always the same. We have to get back to normal. We have to get back to a situation where interpreters aren't wearing headsets and that this sound injury problem is not impacting them to a point like it wouldn't when they were here in person. And it's the same thing with committee work as well, Madam Speaker. So notwithstanding all of the public health measures that have been lifted and the public health guidance that's been going on, why aren't we thinking about the people that work here? Why aren't we thinking about the Interpretation Bureau? And there is a diminishing pool of interpreters, Madam Speaker, that is going on right now. And I would suggest to you that with the importance of bilingualism in this place and the importance of recognizing the French language, that we run a real risk of not having the same quality of bilingualism to allow this place to function properly. It's a real challenge with this diminishing pool of interpreters. And it's a problem that can easily be addressed because we've heard what the solution is. The solution is that we return to normal. The interpreters that are working in the back and work at committees, they're much less likely to be injured if we are here. And so for a party that speaks about and has a motive to look after workers, and the NDP at a minimum should be thinking about this, these are not even considerations that are being made in the decision to continue with hybrid parliament. And it should be, Madam Speaker, because I can't overstate to you how serious this problem is for the people that work here. It is a serious, serious issue. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the things that, again, I've talked about the public health issues. I've talked about the guidance that's come out from public health agencies. Literally, you can walk 10 feet out of here and not be required to the same level of restriction that you are within our symbol of democracy. People are not wearing masks. There's no requirement of vaccines anymore. Even throughout the course of COVID, the theater that's been going on the part of the government side, there are videos or video evidence of members sitting in this place who are not wearing their mask, and then all of a sudden the camera gets on them and you can see them putting their masks on. Despite or notwithstanding the rule in this place that people wear masks that was determined by the Board of Internal Economy, we have been to receptions in the Sir John A. Macdonald building where 200 or 300 people have been there recently, and nobody's wearing a mask. Everybody is together, talking, socializing. It's theater. It's not following any evidence, and it's not following any science. I have not been given any evidence or science as to why we should continue with the hybrid system other than anecdotal evidence by the government House Leader and the NDP House Leader. I joke about it, but I don't really, because I'm kind of mocking them a little bit. But they're not doctors, but they act like doctors. I've been in situations where I've been talking to the government House Leader and talking to the NDP House Leader, and they said that somehow there's some new variant that's coming from the Southern Hemisphere in the fall. This is the reason, this is part of their rationale for why we have to continue with this sham, this hybrid system. And I've asked, where's the evidence? Where's the science? Last I checked, the government House Leader and the NDP House Leader aren't, world-renowned immunologists, epidemiologists, or virologists. Where are they getting this advice from? Because the chief medical officers of health aren't talking about further restrictions come the fall. I haven't heard any evidence as to the reason why this place needs to continue in a hybrid setting this fall, other than this anecdotal information that I'm receiving from the government House Leader and the NDP House Leader. So if there is a reason for us to get back to hybrid, show us. Provide the evidence as to why. There's no evidence. And that's why it doesn't make any sense, especially when the world is moving on and there's no other legislatures around the world that are doing what we're doing. Now, Madam Speaker, on May 31st, I sent a letter to the government House Leader and I circulated it to all the other House Leaders, and I provided a copy to the Speaker. And in it, with an understanding that this was the direction that the government House Leader and the NDP House Leader had cooked up, I offered what I thought was very reasonable and practical solutions to not continue with hybrid in September. And I think if the rest of the world is returning to normal, if businesses are returning to normal, people are going back to work, the signal that this Parliament should be sending to people is exactly the reality that's happening outside of this place, that people are going back to work. Unvaccinated people are going back to work. We're getting to a point of an endemic where people are starting to live with this this situation, and where they're starting to take their own responsibility for protecting themselves. So I wrote a letter to the government House Leader, and I thought there were some very reasonable and practical solutions. And so this is what I propose, and I'm putting this on the record for those that didn't see it, so that it's there so that they can see it, just to see how reasonable this was. I propose that the following arrangements be put in place to succeed the current ones. Members shall participate in debates or other proceedings in the House of Commons in person in the House chamber. Members shall participate in House of Commons committees in person in committee rooms. The pre-pandemic practice for witness appearances would be resumed, whereby most witnesses will appear in person, while a limited number of witnesses located at some distance from Ottawa could appear by video conferencing. That's exactly what we were doing before we started with the hybrid system. I remember sitting at committee having witnesses coming in from Australia. That capability existed, and there's no reason why we can't get back to it. Ministers and senior officials would always be expected to appear in person. Now, Madam Speaker, that speaks to another issue that I think has gone on as a result of hybrid parliament, and probably conveniently for the government. We've seen many ministers who haven't showed up in this place. Now, I know the opposition or the government House Leader is proposing in this motion that as many ministers as possible show up in the House. I unfortunately can't take him for his word on that. We've seen over the course of the last several months limited numbers of ministers in this place. We've seen many of them appear on Zoom, and it does speak to an issue of accountability, Madam Speaker, because ministers, when they're here, are on the hot seat, especially in question period. And sometimes they're prepared, sometimes they're not. But there's been often times where I'm sure that they've been surrounded by ministerial staff on Zoom and they're being handed notes as questions come in. I mean, we're not naive. We know that that's happening. But when you're here, you're far more accountable when you're here in person. And not only that, Madam Speaker, but the media has an opportunity to question ministers as they walk through scrums, so that they're not chasing them through Zoom or requests through their offices. So it does speak to an issue of accountability and transparency for a government that in 2015 ran on the premise that they were going to be accountable and transparent by default. And so having ministers appear and senior officials appear should always be expected to appear in person. The other suggestion that we made, Madam Speaker, is that no member of the House of Commons will be denied access to the sittings of the House and the meetings of the committee. Now, this obviously happened at a time when Conservatives were proposing, as the rest of the country was moving on, as provinces and territories were removing not just their vaccine mandates, but also their mask mandates, to have all members being able to participate in the House. There were several occasions, Madam Speaker, where Conservatives tried, through Opposition Day motions, through other motions, to get the government to try to come to its senses on these things. But they kept holding on. They kept controlling the lives of Canadians and their ability to return to some sense of normalcy. And so that's what that particular request represented. The other thing that we suggested, I know that the government has talked about, the government House Leader when he was up here, talked about the inability or the disenfranchising of members of Parliament to participate actively in this place, and that somehow they couldn't do it without the hybrid system or without the voting app. Well, Madam Speaker, this is precisely, and I go back to the Proc study, one of the main concerns that we brought up, and that is that members could use this system if there A, wasn't a sunset clause, or B, if it was made permanent, to perpetually electioneer in their ridings. They could use this system as an excuse, especially if they're in close ridings, tight ridings, Madam Speaker, where them being in their ridings, being engaged in their ridings, could mean the difference between electoral success or not. To use the voting app and to use the hybrid model as an excuse to perpetually electioneer in their riding, to effectively build their brand, if you will. And that was always a concern, and it was a concern that I brought up in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, that why this system could be used. So if a member does become sick, if a member is facing an illness, if a member is dealing with a family matter, there are already existing rules and standing orders within our procedures and rules books that allow the member to pair. To pair, Madam Speaker. So they have the ability. So, you know, they have no problem traveling and setting up pairing for traveling, which means that one vote casts out the other. So if a member was sick and they weren't able to come to Ottawa, for example, and I can think back, and look, Madam Speaker, I'm not unempathetic and I'm not unsympathetic to the plight of those who are sick. I can think of, I can say his name now, Arnold Chan, and what he went through, a Liberal member who had developed cancer and unfortunately passed away. I can see him coming into this House during the time that at the height of his illness with cancer, and doing a job to represent his constituents. You know, there could have been a situation there, Madam Speaker, where Mr. Chan could have paired with a Conservative member. It's a long-standing practice. It's in the standing orders. It's a rule of this place. And we use it when ministers travel, for example. So why can't we use that type of system as one to deal with a situation where somebody is dealing with illness or dealing with injury or dealing with family situations, whether it's a sick family or even a newborn child? There are things that can be done under the existing standing orders. And so we propose that as our age-old pairing practices, that they should be vigorously embraced to support members with compassionate circumstances to ensure they and their parties are not disadvantaged by an unavoidable absence in the House. We were doing it pre-pandemic. There's no reason, Madam Speaker, why we can't do it now.
Sorry to interrupt the honourable official opposition leader, but the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby on a point of order.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Oui, j'ai un rappel au règlement.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a point of order.
To filibuster, and I would love to be able to rebut the member from Barrie Innisfil's comments, but of course, as you know, Madam Speaker, he's blocking up and stopping up the entire House, so nobody has a right of reply, which is tragic. And I will give him this. The member from Barrie Innisfil is a very hard-working member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I'm rising to add some comments regarding the alleged matter of privilege that was raised earlier today by the member for Calgary Centre regarding the events of yesterday evening. And as you know, Madam Speaker, yesterday evening a technological interruption prevented some members from participating in House proceedings remotely. Madam Speaker, you may also know that I and my colleagues are fierce defenders of the rights of parliamentarians to participate in proceedings remotely. So much so that we actually want to see hybrid proceedings extended as a consequence of the ongoing pandemic and as a useful tool for modern parliamentarians. Ultimately, I do not agree that this is a matter of privilege. As the government House leader indicated, the events were completely external to anything that is within the control of the House, namely, it was a technological matter. And as noted by the government House leader, hybrid proceedings have worked in 99.9% of instances. I certainly hope that Conservatives aren't using the matter of privilege, which is a very important proceeding that ought not to be abused, to further a political point. Et malheureusement, ce soir, Madame la Présidente, on sait.
Unfortunately, this evening, Madam Speaker, I know we don't have the right of reply to the opposition House leader.
The government House leader in that matters external to the control of the House can sometimes infringe on the privileges of a member. But if there was a power outage or a sewer malfunction, I don't believe that these would constitute breaches of privilege. And I believe a technological hiccup is akin to these, and not a matter that the House needs to weigh in on or study. And this is my submission to you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, why was it not a matter of privilege? Because when the matter was brought to the attention of the Speaker, as you know, and to the various House leaders, the appropriate action was taken. The Speaker suspended the House, technicians attempted to address the issue, and when it became apparent that this would not be resolved in a timely way, the House adjourned. There was no breach of privilege because no members were denied the opportunity to participate, because no proceedings took place. Imagine the catch-22 we would be caught in if, due to an inability to participate remotely in a request that the House adjourn, the House was forced to continue sitting and debating something all the while excluding those who could not log in. And that would be preposterous, as you know, Madam Speaker. I do want to take a moment to thank the Speaker and all the House leaders for the goodwill that was shown last night when the matter was first raised in suspending and ultimately adjourning. I believe that that was the right and appropriate thing to do, and I was glad to see all parties take that approach cooperatively. It's unfortunate that goodwill from last night isn't extending to today, and the Conservatives are not allowing other parties to speak to the motion that is before the House. They are basically shutting down and refusing the right to speak on behalf of our constituents to all other parties except themselves. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I do want to raise one minor complaint, which is that members were not provided further information about the technological glitches of last night until 2 p.m. today, despite the Speaker's office providing details to the media. In the future, I believe it would be more appropriate for members to hear directly from the Speaker rather than having to read details in the news. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and now we'll return to the Conservatives' monopolization of House time.
I take the honourable member's comments in deliberation, and the Speaker will return to the House the Chair will return to the House with a ruling. The honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank the NDP House Leader for his version of Liberal karaoke. That was very nice, and I appreciate his interjection. But I will continue, Madam Speaker, to what we talked about as far as the pairing situation, which is an option. Since, Madam Speaker, and well before Confederation, politicians have contracted serious illnesses, suffered critical injuries, welcomed new children into their families, said tearful farewells to loved ones, among other significant life events. In short, life happens, Madam Speaker, to members of Parliament, just like all other Canadians. And for the first 153 years of Confederation, we ably managed to square our personal circumstances with our professional lives, even if it might not always have been ideal. As unprecedented as some aspects of the pandemic were, the demands on us to balance our personal and parliamentary responsibilities are not, and we can easily revert to the tried and true practices which we know work. Again, on the issue of pairing within the standing rules and standing orders, while pairing has been largely based on a series of customs and practices with only a tangential appearance in our rules via Standing Order 44-1, we would be open to considering proposals to strengthen these arrangements, to render them more transparent, or to empower further individual members. If there were ideas on this front, I would have been happy to entertain them. Otherwise, we could have, and I suspect that this will come up in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, as it is charged with studying the issue of what I know the Liberals want, and I know what the NDP want, and that is a more permanent movement towards a hybrid parliament. Now, Madam Speaker, speaking personally, I got elected to Parliament with an understanding of what that responsibility was, and it's a great responsibility, as you know, to represent in my case, the residents of Barrie-Innisfil. I also understood, Madam Speaker, and my family understood, that there was a requirement for me to come to Ottawa. Now, being elected in 2015 and the pandemic happening in 2020, it was common practice for me and all of my colleagues, all of us in this House, to show up in the seat of Parliament, the constitutional requirement for us to be here in Ottawa. And as difficult as that was a choice I made. And it's a choice that all of us make. And notwithstanding some of those family pressures that I highlighted or outlined, and some of the demands that go with this job, It is an incredible privilege to be able to sit in this place, to be able to come to Ottawa and represent my constituents, not just to engage in debate, not just to engage in the committee work that we do and interact with all of our colleagues on all sides of the aisle, but to actually sit in this seat and be able to vote and to stand up and be counted in person. Those were the expectations that I had when I was to become a member of Parliament, and those expectations continue today. Now, as I said earlier, one of the issues that came up in Proc, Madam Speaker, was the concern that there would be perpetual electioneering in those close ridings. Madam Speaker, and I say this with great respect, if it's your intent to be elected as a member of Parliament, the reasonable expectation of that intent is to come here to Ottawa. If a person is not willing to do that, Madam Speaker, if they want to stay in their community and they want to continue to electioneer, perhaps the choice that they should make is to run for mayor, run for council, or run for school board trustee. Perhaps the choice, if they're concerned at all with any imbalance in their lives. Because as you know, Madam Speaker, this is a difficult job. This is a difficult thing to do, to be away from your family, in some cases 29 or 31 weeks a year. It's hard, but it's a choice we all make because we want to be here to do the best for the people that we represent and the people in this country. And it is a vast country. It's a transcontinental country. From coast to coast to coast, people get elected to be representatives in our House of Commons, and the expectation was, is, and should always be that this is the place that they take their seat. Call me a traditionalist, call me a conservative, but call me something who believes in our institutions, who believes in the institution of Parliament, who believes in the institution of our democracy. And the challenge that I have with all that's been going on in the last little while, Madam Speaker, is that we've really seen a decline in our democracy. When government ministers aren't able to be held to the same account and transparency as they typically are by being here, not just by us as an opposition, but also by the media, I think that poses challenges. And there's no greater evidence of that than what we've seen over the last couple of months, particularly when we were going through the WE scandal a year and a half, 2 years ago, Madam Speaker. All of that was happening on Zoom and the technological challenges that were going on with that. It was difficult. It was difficult. It wasn't the same dynamic as in-person committee meetings and the same fiery exchanges that we would see, which is all a healthy part of our democracy. And we saw recently, again, with C11, the chair of the committee, I'm not even sure how many times she's been in Ottawa, but chairing a committee virtually on a substantive piece of legislation like C11 that the government rammed through. And how difficult was that to deal with the amendments that we're going through? She was on Zoom, Madam Speaker. And anybody that was watching those exchanges in the Heritage Committee could see just how dysfunctional this system has become, especially when people are not present. And so some of the other things that we talked about, Madam Speaker, is, as I said, we were open-minded to meeting and supporting the pairing needs of our colleagues, all colleagues in this House. The current hybrid system with minor modifications could be reactivated in the event of a serious reversal of the current trajectory of public health guidance concerning COVID-19 upon the agreement of recognized parties and House leaders for a period of the time that they agree on. What that simply meant is that instead of precluding some Southern Hemisphere variant that I've heard from the two doctor House leaders in this place, why couldn't we come back in August or revisit this in August? Why couldn't we come back in September, look at the situation, if there was a need to flip to a hybrid parliament? We've learned our lessons over the past couple of years. That should be an easy thing to do, Madam Speaker. And so why couldn't we do that in August and September? But instead, as I said at the onset, here we are in the last couple of days of this session of Parliament before our summer break, and we're dealing and precluding something that none of us can predict In fact, we can in a way because the world has moved on at this point. And public health measures have been eliminated, but not in this place. So there's no reason why we can't come back in August and September to revisit this situation. I did speak to the government House Leader, and I gave him my word, because I will still be House Leader at that point, that if there was a need at that point to flip the switch on a hybrid parliament and get back to the virtual voting app, I'm not unreasonable. You know, I could read the room, Madam Speaker, and we would be open and amenable to doing that. And so some of the other things that we were focused on in my May 31st letter to the other government House leaders is that the arrangements that we were talking about could take effect, as I said, after the current arrangements are expiring, which is happening tomorrow. Hence the rush for this, and be in place for a year. You know, the House instructed would be instructed to acquire an adequate supply of N95 face masks to allay the concerns of some of our colleagues that they may have going forward. And this was a suggestion that I have made, Madam Speaker, and that is that masking, there is no masking requirement outside of this place. I gave the example of members of Parliament, including Liberal members and NDP members, at receptions where they're not wearing masks when they're required to, even on the parliamentary precinct. So this theater needs to end. And I think we're at a point right now where if an individual requires or wants to wear a mask, that they should have the option of doing that. And those who choose not to wear a mask, just like the rest of the world and rest of Canada is going through right now, maybe we can supply them with a higher quality mask like an N95, just to allay their fears, to make them feel a little bit more comfortable. I think it should be the right of an individual, if they choose to wear a mask, and for those who don't want to wear a mask, they shouldn't have to wear a mask. So that was in the proposal. And the Procedure and House Affairs Committee would be instructed to study these arrangements with a view of producing a report next May ahead of the scheduled expiry of these proposed arrangements. Now, as I said, Madam Speaker, we believe in the work of committees. We believe in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee ability to look at this, to revisit the issue as we did a couple of years ago. But in anything that they do, any work that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee engages in, it should never be under the guise or direction of moving to a more permanent system of hybrid. We should not be doing that. We need to be here in Ottawa. Now, Madam Speaker, the tide is turning on this, and just this past week, when the issue of Motion 19 came up, and the government indicating, with the help of their NDP partners, that they wanted to move to a year prolongation of the hybrid system, we're starting to see pundits and people who watch this place really start to turn on this and suggest, why are we not getting back to normal? Why are we not getting back to a level of accountability and transparency that this place is designed and structured to do when everybody else is returning to normal? And so we've seen editorials that have occurred, some of the comments that we've seen in these editorials. That's all well and good, but the government has not yet properly addressed the toll that the hybrid system is taking on the support staff who make it possible for parliamentarians to work remotely, especially the interpreters, a limited workforce without whom Parliament cannot function. And I addressed that earlier, Madam Speaker, and I do think that we have to be empathetic to the plight of our interpreters and our Interpretation Bureau. As I said earlier, it's becoming a real problem, and it's a problem that's going to manifest itself if we continue down the path that we're on with this hybrid system. Globe and Mail, Campbell Clark. Just the other day, I was out and Campbell wrote about this, and the byline, the headline in his editorial piece was, "Another year of hybrid Parliament?" No. No. If the Liberal government wants to extend this semi-artificial version of the People's House, it can come back to the House of Commons in September and ask for a month if it absolutely feels that another 30 days is needed. It can ask MPs to vote again. And that goes back to the suggestion that I made earlier. Why are we dealing with this now, when there are so many important issues in this country that we have to deal with? Affordability, the crisis, the inflation crisis that's going on, the fiasco that's going on with even the government's ability to provide the most basic services to Canadians. And of course now, over the last couple of days, we're hearing about Nova Scotia and the political interference. Why we're dealing with this now when we can't deal with this in September is beyond me. And this is what causes me great anxiety, Madam Speaker. And then of course the Toronto Star, talking about the decline in our democracy and the need that we need to get back to some sense of normalcy. And that's really, I guess, the theme of what I'm talking about tonight, Madam Speaker, is this decline in our democracy and the fact that the hybrid system is proving itself to be an old system, a tired system. Yes, it was needed at the height of COVID, but we need to get back to some sense of normalcy. And that's what I expect. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the other things that we found over the course of the last couple of years is, you know, when Canadians weren't allowed to travel, when there were mandates that restricted them from boarding airplanes, Prime Minister had no problem traveling all over the world. It was kind of hypocritical. It wasn't kind of, it was hypocritical that the Prime Minister could just get on his government jet and just travel anywhere he wanted when Canadians were restricted by this government's policies. And we've seen over the course of the last several years where, and I gave the example of the chair of the Heritage Committee who was sitting in her apartment. I don't know whether she's even been to Ottawa once. She may have, I haven't checked, but certainly not during the course of this substantive bill to deal with it. You know, she was sitting there while the committee was doing its work here. It created chaos within the committee, but that hasn't deterred the Prime Minister from traveling all over the world when Canadians couldn't. Just to give you an example, Madam Speaker, of just in 2022, how much the Prime Minister has traveled. March 4th, he went to Toronto. March 6th to the 11th, UK, Latvia, Germany, Poland. March 16th to 17th, he was in Alliston, Ontario, Central Ontario. March 23rd to the 25th, he went to Belgium. March 27th to 30th, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, Williams Lake. April 8th, Hamilton. April 11th to April 18th, Victoria, Edmonton, Laval, Whistler. He flew from Edmonton to Laval for a morning of promoting the budget on April 13th before flying to Whistler that afternoon to start his vacation. April 19th, Dalhousie, New Brunswick. April 20th, Waterloo. April 22nd, Winnipeg. April 29th, Montreal, Toronto. That's half of the list. Here comes the second half. May 2nd, Windsor. May 3rd, Montreal. May 6th, GTA Hamilton. May 8th, 9th, Ukraine, Poland. May 17th, St. John's, Newfoundland. May 20th, Sept-Îles, Quebec. May 23rd to the 21st, 5th, Kamloops, Vancouver, Saskatoon. May 27th to 29th, Nova Scotia. June 2nd, Siksika, Alberta. June 5th, London, Ontario. June 7th to the 11th, Colorado Springs, and then Los Angeles. And today, the Prime Minister left for Rwanda. Now, he can fly all over the place. He can go to places where arguably the virus is still active, but parliamentarians can't come to this place? Like, it just doesn't connect, Madam Speaker. And I know the Prime Minister has a job to do, and I know that he represents Canada around the world. But if he can fly to places that haven't got the same vaccination status as we do in this country, put himself at risk. He had COVID last week, he's had COVID twice in the last couple of months. If he can put himself at risk by doing that, then there's no reason, given the safety measures that are in this place and the option to wear a mask if members choose to, and the safety that's in aircraft across this country, there's no reason why members of Parliament can't be here. Unless, of course, they don't want to be here. Unless, of course, they want to be in their ridings to perpetually electioneer, if they're in a close riding, so that they can do everything they can to win the next election. Unless they want to hide behind the virtual Parliament and the voting app. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And I know that there are members, Madam Speaker, who are flying across the country. Perhaps they're not coming here, but I mean, we can check. I mean, there's public disclosures. We know where people can go. And people are flying to other parts of the country, but they're not coming here. Why? This is their job. This is what they were elected to do. Now, Madam Speaker, I mean, I'm going to make a suggestion, and I may bring it up at committee, at the BOIE, that if members, if they want to be here on a part-time basis, and they don't want to be in Parliament, there are many situations where apartments around this precinct are being paid for. Some cases, it's $2,000, $2,600, $2,500 a month that aren't being used. Why are taxpayers expected to pay for those apartments if members don't want to be here? I think it's a fair question. And maybe there are other expenses that they're putting in, and we can certainly look at that. But if members don't want to be here, they don't want to be in their proper seats, then why are taxpayers subsidizing their apartments here that are sitting empty for those members who aren't here? I think that's a fair question to ask, Madam Speaker. And so, as I said, the tide is turning. And, I was hoping by sending that letter on May 31st that we would actually engage and initiate in some consensus, Madam Speaker. I was really hoping that the government House Leader and his partner in the NDP would actually see the sense of what we were proposing. And the unfortunate reality is that they didn't, and we're in the position that we're in right now where we're dealing with motion 19, and the government's going to propose closure on this motion. We're effectively going to have, a few hours to debate it. And I know it disrupts the NDP's plans to discuss this because what they want to talk about is, as is their common theme, obstruction, the Conservatives obstructing things. Well, the reality is that the Conservatives are doing their job. They're actually fulfilling their constitutional obligation, as is the Bloc Québécois, to hold the government to account. We were elected in this place in a minority government, Madam Speaker. The government was sent here with less than a majority. And it wasn't until the coalition agreement with their partners in the NDP that they actually formed a majority. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I went through the election, and I was certain at the time the Prime Minister, all he wanted were two things. Number one, he thought people were going to throw rose petals for the way that he handled COVID and the billions and billions of dollars that flowed through the Treasury, which we're now paying for with inflation. He thought people were going to throw rose petals at his feet for the way he handled that, and he wanted a majority government. But he didn't get it. And the reason why he wanted a majority government, Madam Speaker, is because he knows, and we knew at that time, that there was a convergence of factors that were happening. You can't print that much money and inject it into the system, that much liquidity into the system, and expect that there wasn't going to be an impact on inflation and that it was going to increase inflation. When you have more money chasing goods, the resulting effect of that is what we're seeing today, what was announced today, and it's only going to get worse. 7.7% inflation. We're seeing interest rates that have gone up almost a point in the last month. The expectation is on July 13th that in order to fight inflation, the Bank of Canada is going to increase inflation or increase interest rates by another 3/4 of a point. Now, you think about the impact that that's going to have on the lines of credit that people have, Madam Speaker. You think about the impact that that has on variable rate mortgages. And if we have an affordability challenge now and Canadians are anxious and angry about their situation, it's only going to get worse, Madam Speaker, as long as they continue to pour gas on a raging inflation fire. And we were predicting this a year and a half ago, and it's not that we didn't want to support, because we did support many of the programs that the government was proposing, Madam Speaker. The challenge is that there was really a lot of money going out, and it wasn't targeted into those areas of the economy that it needed to be in order to support the economy. It was basically, let money rain. They were printing money like crazy, and we predicted this a couple of years ago that this would happen. And now, because of these converging factors, all of them, the economy, interest rates, all of the inflationary pressures that are going on right now, we're in a situation where Canadians are hurting, Madam Speaker. And I said this the other day, that we better start listening to what they say. I know I'm listening to my constituents, but we all need to do a better job at listening and to understand where that anger and that anxiety is coming from, because it's coming from fear. People are afraid right now because debt levels are so high, interest rates are going up, and it's causing significant challenges. And Madam Speaker, when we were talking about this a couple of years ago, you know, I remember my mom asking me, or telling me 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, we were together, reminding me of something I said 2 years ago, because she was upset about, you know, some of the government policies that were going on. I said, you know, until and unless it starts affecting people in their pocketbooks, people will not be concerned about what this government is doing. And now we're at that point, Madam Speaker, where people are genuinely concerned because it's impacting them in their pocketbooks. And many of us were projecting this, including you know, some of our critics, our finance critics, our industry critics, others were standing up. I was standing up and saying, this is a disaster waiting to happen. And Madam Speaker, what it comes down to is this, that people of integrity expect to be believed, and when they're not, time will prove them right. And unfortunately right now, with all that's going on, the things that we were predicting 2 years ago, time is proving us right. And I really worry for my constituents. I worry for Canadians in general, because despite the lollipops and the gumdrops, the rainbows and unicorns that the government is projecting right now, I don't think that reflects the reality. I certainly don't, I know this, it doesn't reflect the reality of what's happening on the ground and the anxiety that people are feeling, especially those who over-leveraged in an inflation-induced real estate market. And now, I think it was CMHC that recently said that there was 52% of Canadians have variable rate mortgages. Just think of how susceptible they are to these increases in interest rates, Madam Speaker, and the impact that that's going to have on their household budgets and their ability to pay, not just for housing, but also the cost, the inflationary pressures that are being borne right across the economy on the supply side because of the price of gas. Gas, $2.09 a liter. I mean, for people in my riding in Barrie Innisfil who have to go to Mississauga, Markham, Vaughan, or other communities around the GTA who are doing that 5 days a week, putting $115, $120 in their little cars or even their trucks for business owners and construction workers, for example, who are putting in $245 or $250 worth of gas, getting 3 or 4 days out of that. You're not even getting 3 or 4 days out of that when you're driving to Mississauga or Markham every day. I mean, that adds up and that eats into the household budgets, and not the least of which we need to be concerned about is our seniors, those on fixed incomes, and those who are seeing, because of the stock market right now, as a result of what's going on in the economy, their investments are starting to diminish, and they're watching that closely, and it's creating even greater fear, even greater anxiety for them, Madam Speaker. And so, you know, when we sit here and we talk about a hybrid parliament and try to project or predict something that's going to happen in September, I'm not sure why we're not dealing with those particular issues that are of great importance to Canadians. We're dealing with this when Canadians are moving on. When Canadians, when health experts, when legislatures around the world, legislatures in Canada have all moved on, we are sitting here, Madam Speaker, debating something that we shouldn't be debating. Now, the other thing that I would say, too, in terms of the tide turning, and I mentioned this, and, you know, I kind of get a chuckle. You know, Dale Smith, who sits up here almost daily in question period, I don't know if he's missed any, quite frankly. You know, look, we've been on the opposite side of issues. I have a lot of respect for the work that Mr. Smith does. And I know, you know, he kind of leans or works towards the government on a lot of issues. But even he, in a series of tweets over the last couple of days, has said that, you know, the acoustic injuries and possibilities of permanent hearing loss are well documented, that this is taking an unconscionable toll on the interpretation staff. You know, he said in another tweet on June 20th, he said, imagine telling the interpreters, sorry, but you have to face the possibility of permanent hearing loss, but we can't, he uses a slight expletive, ourselves to take reasonable COVID precautions in order for us to do our jobs, which is unacceptable. And there were a few more tweets that he put out there. But I guess, like me, he's a traditionalist, right? He believes that we are near the end of the pandemic and that we have to return to some sense of normalcy, that we actually have to signal to Canadians that this place, this beautiful place, is back to normal and that all is right in the land. That's not to say that we don't be cautious, we don't remain diligent, Madam Speaker, as to what could happen. I don't disagree that there may be some other things that we may be facing, but that doesn't mean at this current moment that we move into what I predict will become a permanent solution, this hybrid parliament. We don't move in that direction at this point. We can certainly come back in August and September and deal with it at that time. And so, Madam Speaker, we've seen, as I said earlier, just a lot of hypocrisy, a lot of theater by the government on this issue. And I'm not diminishing in any way, Madam Speaker, the toll that this took. I had 2 friends who died directly as a result of COVID, but we have gone through, we're certainly past the point of where we were, not just in March of 2020, but at the height of some of the new variants. We've got 95% vaccination rate in this country, and that's a credit to Canadians who decided to take the vaccine. Madam Speaker, I'd never injected myself with anything. I was a firefighter, never took a flu shot. I just didn't feel comfortable doing that. But I did take a vaccine. I've actually taken three shots right now. And I did that, Madam Speaker, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. I did that because I know how concerned my mom and dad were. And I wanted to make sure that I protected myself, first and foremost, but also to protect them as well. And so I made that determination for myself, Madam Speaker. And there were many Canadians who felt that the imposition of a mandate or somehow the suggestion that they should be vaccinated, even when friends of mine who took the vaccine, who had adverse reactions to the vaccine, were told by their doctors that they shouldn't get another shot. One case, she spent 3 days in hospital because of a severe allergic reaction to her first dose. Her medical doctor suggested that she not get another dose because of this allergic reaction. And what that effectively did, Madam Speaker, despite the effort of trying to get a vaccination, it made her a prisoner in her own country. I was down in Florida in March with her husband, and she couldn't come.
Government House Leader on a point of order.
Sure, I move, seconded by the member for Scarborough Rouge River, that the debate now be adjourned.
I still have a point of order. Thank you. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Anand moved that the debate be now adjourned. Pursuant to order made on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, the motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Opposition House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the Government House Leader for censoring me in my debate on an important issue to Canadians. Thank you.
Point of order, the Honourable Government's House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed the 1-hour speech by the member. We're ready to move to this, Madam Speaker. If I could, I give notice that with respect to consideration of Government Business Number 19 at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Consideration of second reading of Bill C-28, an act to amend the criminal code, self-induced extreme intoxication.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Ian, moves that Bill C-28, an act to amend the criminal code, self-induced extreme intoxication, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I seek unanimous consent to share my time with the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent? Indeed. Proceed, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-28. This bill responds to the Supreme Court decisions in Brown, Sullivan, and Chan, which address rare yet serious situations in which a person harms someone else while in a state of self-induced extreme intoxication. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank, first of all, the Minister for Women, Gender Equality and Youth, as well as my critics, the member for Fundy Royal, the member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, and le député de Rivière-du-Nord for their collaboration and cooperation really from the day that this Supreme Court decision was rendered just over 5 weeks ago. We have moved with alacrity, Madam Speaker, but also with precision in order to fill a gap, and I really want to thank my colleagues for the level of cooperation that we have received with respect to this matter, and from colleagues on all sides of the House, as well as the Senate, who expressed an interest in us moving quickly. Since the Court's decisions were released, Madam Speaker, many Canadians, including members in this House and the other place, have expressed concerns that acts of violence committed while in a state of extreme intoxication might very well go unpunished. Parliamentarians from all parties have urged action, as have some of my provincial and territorial counterparts. I'm pleased that earlier this week there was an all-party agreement to move this forward swiftly. There are times when it is our duty, Madam Speaker, as parliamentarians to move quickly to solve problems, and this is one of those times. Les organisations de défense
women's advocacy groups have supported the fact that we want to change the way we see these things. These organizations are concerned about the message that this sends the survivors of sexual assault and other violent crimes
to return to university and college campuses this fall for fear that they could be assaulted and see intoxicated perpetrators escape liability. That's why we have acted quickly, Madam Speaker, to introduce Bill C-28. C'est également une preuve tangible.
This is tangible proof that our commitment to put in place a justice system that ensures community safety and requires offenders to be accountable while respecting the Charter.
Misleading information online, Madam Speaker, about the Court's decisions. Permettez-moi toutefois de...
Allow me to be clear.
Please allow me to be clear on this point.
N'est pas une défense pour un acte criminel comme une agression sexuelle. C'était la loi avant les décisions de la Cour suprême et c'est encore la loi aujourd'hui. L'intoxication extrême.
Extreme intoxication is a rare state where a person is unaware or incapable of consciously controlling their behavior.
Previously considered this issue in response to the 1994 decision of the Supreme Court in Davio. In that case, the Court found that a defense of extreme intoxication was required or could be used for general intent crimes. Parliament responded by enacting Section 33.1 of the Criminal Code, which limited the extreme intoxication defense in cases involving violent offenses. In the recent Brown decision 5 weeks ago, the Supreme Court found that Parliament had two legitimate and pressing objectives in Section 33.1. First, Section 33.1 sought to protect the public from extremely intoxicated violence, especially women and children, who are at a higher risk of experiencing violence, including violence committed by individuals who are intoxicated. Nous savons qu'il existe des liens.
We know that there are clear links between intoxication, and the gendered nature of violence, particularly sexual and intimate partner violence. A 2018 Statistics Canada study found that 63% of women and girls who were killed died at the hands of an intoxicated aggressor. Last year, the World Health Organization identified that the harmful use of alcohol was a risk factor for both intimate partner and sexual violence. Addressing violence committed by persons who are intoxicated and protecting the public is very clearly still a pressing objective.
The second objective was to hold individuals accountable by ensuring that they could not escape liability for crimes of violence committed while in a state of self-induced extreme intoxication. The Supreme Court recognized that these two objectives remain pressing and substantial today. However, because Section 33.1 also captured cases where extreme intoxication and violence were not reasonably foreseeable, the Court concluded that the law risked convicting people who might not be to blame for ending up in a state of extreme intoxication, and this therefore infringed the Charter. Bill C-28 addresses this gap in the law created by the Court's decisions and introduces a new Section 33.1 with the same public protection and accountability objectives. With this bill, we are standing up for victims and survivors of crime. This bill reaffirms that it is fair and just to hold individuals responsible for crimes of violence like assault, sexual assault, and manslaughter committed in a state of extreme intoxication if they were criminally negligent in their consumption of intoxicating substances. It is simply unacceptable for people to negligently put themselves in a dangerous state where they can't control their actions and then to escape the consequences if someone gets hurt. The Supreme Court has described extreme intoxication as a state akin to automatism. In other words, the body is doing something, but the mind is not in control. Legally, extreme intoxication is very rare. An accused can't just assert that they were in a state of extreme intoxication when they harmed someone and be absolved of liability. They need to prove that they were in that rare mental state using expert evidence. Bill C-28 leaves this important requirement for establishing the defense in place. What changes is what happens next. If a person establishes that they were in a state of extreme intoxication under Bill C-28, they would still be held criminally liable if they departed markedly from the standard of care expected of a reasonable person in those circumstances. A marked departure means that a person's conduct fell far below what a reasonable person would have done in those circumstances to avoid foreseeable risk, in this case, the risk of a violent loss of control. Determining criminal negligence, and this is a standard known to law, involves a two-step process. First, would a reasonable person in those circumstances have foreseen the risk and taken steps to avoid it? This is an objective test. Second, did the person's failure to do so amount to a marked departure from the standard of care expected of a reasonable person in those circumstances? The risk here is whether consumption of intoxicants could cause extreme intoxication and lead the person to harm someone. By requiring proof of negligence, Bill C-28 corrects the constitutional deficiency found in the former section. Bill C-28 also requires courts to assess whether the person's conduct amounted to a marked departure and requires courts to consider all relevant circumstances, including anything the person did to avoid the risk. Courts routinely conduct this type of assessment in other areas of criminal law, notably in relation to offenses of criminal negligence. The bill makes clear that all relevant circumstances must be taken into account. While these circumstances will vary from case to case, certain factors can be expected to arise, including the nature of the substance and the setting where they were consumed. To help illustrate the bill's intention, let's consider a couple of examples. Someone who attends a crowded gathering and quickly consumes a large amount of a substance known to cause psychosis and agitation without taking any precautions could likely be proved to be criminally negligent and thus convicted. By contrast, someone who takes a prescription drug, triggering an unanticipated state of extreme intoxication, and hurts someone, because they couldn't have anticipated a violent loss of control when they took the medication, this is a case where they might very well be acquitted. Each case will turn on its unique facts before the court. Le projet de loi C-28 répond aux arrêts Brown et Sullivan et
Bill C-28 responds directly to the Supreme Court's decisions in Brown, Sullivan, and Chan. As the Women's Legal Education Action Fund recognized last week, C-28 proposes a thoughtful, nuanced, and constitutional solution to the small but important gap in the law left by these decisions. This bill acknowledges that all members of society have a responsibility to protect one another from the foreseeable risks of their behavior, and it holds people accountable for harms they cause when they fail to do so.
I believe Bill C-28 serves to complete the work that Parliament began in 1995 when it first enacted Section 33.1. It protects the public and holds people accountable for their actions in a way that is fair and constitutional. I once again repeat the thanks that I offered at the beginning to my critics who worked diligently with all of us to help advance this quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fundy Roy.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister for his speech, and it's a pleasure to be able to discuss this with him tonight. As he knows, we've been given very little time. This decision came down 5 weeks ago. I would ask if he agrees that it would have been preferable that we would have had more time to debate this in the House, as well as consider expert witness testimony at committee. And I'm sure he's aware the National Women in the Law Association, for example, they have raised some concerns, and I'm going to ask today, in light of how rushed this has been, we all share an interest in protecting vulnerable Canadians, but in light of that, is he open to consideration in the fall if this bill does need improvement?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, as well as all of his work on this and other issues. And as my justice critic, Madam Speaker, I cherish that relationship, and it's a very productive one. The short answer to the question is yes, we'll consider any good ideas. We moved quickly, Madam Speaker, there's no question. We consulted widely. We had an inkling that the decision, a number of prominent individuals, professors of law and that sort of thing for the last 20 years have been saying that Section 33.1 was problematic. So the court itself gave us two possible paths. We chose one of them, the path we thought was the best path. It remains, therefore, constitutional. And we worked quickly. We worked expeditiously. We consulted widely. It's true that there are a few groups, not the vast majority. The vast majority of women's groups, victims groups, experts feel this was the best way to go. Provincial governments, Crown prosecutors, all feel this was the best way to go. But we will work in good faith with our colleagues across the aisle in the fall to study this more carefully.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saniq-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his openness and cooperation on working with other parties to address this issue. I wonder if he shares with me a concern I have that in certain of the public discourse, and in particular online, there's been a confusion of simple intoxication with extreme intoxication. I guess what I hope we can do tonight is somehow address the fact that simple intoxication has never been and never will be in this country a defense against violent criminal acts.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member from Esquimalt, Saniq-Sooke, for his cooperation on this issue. I share that concern, Madam Speaker. I think actually we all in this House share that concern. One of the really troubling parts of the Supreme Court decision was an explosion of misinformation online, and I'm not saying that it was in bad faith. It was just a misunderstanding that all of a sudden that there was a defense. In the vast majority of cases where intoxication might have been a factor, it is simply not the case, Madam Speaker, that in those cases one has a defense to any general intent crime such as assault, sexual assault, or manslaughter. This is a very rare set of cases. We've addressed that, but with the honourable member and other honourable members in this House, I think we should take this opportunity to repeat to Canadians that all along the spectrum, one does not have a defense of intoxication for violent crimes, sexual assault.
Member for Kitchener Centre. Apologies. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. But as a critic for status of women, he talked about intimate partner violence. I think 68% was the figure. 68% of the violence was in states of intoxication. I'd like to know how this bill is part of the continuum of measures to fight intimate partner violence. It seems that the government might want to look at this a little more carefully, to look at the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. This is a legitimate concern insofar as we all are duty-bound to support the victims of intimate partner violence. And as legislators and as a government, we have to find solutions. So this response will correct one part of the continuum of violence, but this would make it such that this defense would no longer be valid.
Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to express my support, my unequivocal support for Bill C-28. And here's what I'd like to do, Madam Speaker. I want to focus on what this legislation means for the women and youth that are disproportionately impacted by violence, more specifically, intoxicated violence. The extreme intoxication that we're talking about is not about being drunk. It's not about being high. The Supreme Court has clearly said that drunkenness is not a defense to crimes of violence, including sexual assault. And that's really important, Madam Speaker, so I'm going to repeat it again. Drunkenness is not a defense to crimes of violence, including sexual assault. In recent years, Canadians have deepened their understanding of the harmful social norms and influences that contribute to gender-based violence. They are also aware that our justice and social systems often fail victims, often fail survivors. And then when we take an even closer look at this issue, we see that Indigenous women and girls, racialized people, and LGBTQ2+ people experience gender-based violence and sexual violence more than any other segments of society. Madam Speaker, all Canadians deserve a justice system that protects them. Everyone, and especially those who are most at risk, deserve to feel protected from violence. These ideals lie at the core of the legislation that is before us this evening. In May, the Supreme Court of Canada's rulings essentially created a gap in Canadian law, a gap that can enable perpetrators to avoid conviction. If they're able to prove that extreme intoxication renders them not responsible for the crimes that they committed. Bill C-28 aims to close this gap. As mentioned, the Supreme Court ruling created a gap, and unfortunately, that gap was quickly filled with misinformation.
So, Honourable Minister, I have to interrupt the Honourable Minister. We seem to have we have problems with interpretation. Est-ce que ça va ici? If I speak in English, is the Honourable Member getting interpretation? Okay. I think it's the Honourable Minister's microphone that is perhaps a bit too high. Maybe lower it. And yes, please. Can we try again?
Madam Speaker, is this better?
It seems to be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All Canadians, Madam Speaker, deserve a justice system that protects them. Everyone, and especially those who are most at risk, deserve to feel protected from violence. These ideals lie at the core of the legislation that is now before us tonight. In May, the Supreme Court of Canada's rulings essentially created a gap in Canadian law, a gap that can enable perpetrators to avoid conviction if they're able to prove that extreme intoxication renders them not responsible for the crimes they committed. Bill C-28 aims to close that gap. As mentioned, the Supreme Court ruling created a gap, and unfortunately, that gap was quickly filled with misinformation. So a personal note, Madam Speaker. A couple of weeks ago, my daughter Blaze came home from school. She's 17 years old. Here's what she said, and I want to quote Blaze. "Mom, how messed up is it that people can just get drunk and then assault other people?" This, of course, was based on information she had seen on social media. I come, Madam Speaker, from a background of research. In my previous life, I was a reporter. And so I dug into this a little bit. I looked into some of the social media posts. I looked into what Blaze was seeing and other young women across this country were seeing. And what I saw were social media posts with thousands of likes and comments misleading young women about what the Supreme Court's decision actually means. So I want to share, if I might, Madam Speaker, a couple of examples. One caption of a clip said this, quote, "Point of view. You're a teenage girl living in Canada where rape is now legal. If you're intoxicated, 489,000 likes, more than 9,000 comments, more than almost 6,000 shares." Another post, quote, "You're a 16-year-old teenager living in Canada and being too intoxicated is legal for rape and sexual assault." Madam Speaker, 2.1 million views. And that's why I'm here tonight. While C-28 addresses a rare defense, the impact of the misinformation, the gross misinformation on young people, young women especially, has been absolutely significant. This unintentional misinformation and sometimes intentional alarmist reporting style comes with very serious consequences for women right across this country, adding to the stigma that the survivors already face when reporting gender-based violence. Because, Madam Speaker, here's what we know. The data already shows us that just 5% of sexual assaults are actually reported to police. Parliament simply cannot go another day knowing there are young people, young women who believe that if they are attacked, they will not be protected. It's why in a little more than 5 weeks since the Supreme Court's decision, we're making it clear that individuals who consume drugs or alcohol in a criminally negligent manner are held criminally responsible. There is no loophole. For those who saw this ruling or the headlines surrounding it and felt that fear, I want them to know that I see them, I understand them, and I understand where that feeling comes from. By closing the gap created by the Supreme Court's rulings, the legislation would strengthen Canada's legal system and better protect some of the most vulnerable members of our society. Bill C-28 is just one of the many actions that we're taking to address gender-based violence and to build public confidence in the criminal justice system. And we are addressing this from every angle, Madam Speaker. Changes like implementing more training for judges, funding on-campus supports for students, working with provinces and territories on a national action plan to end gender-based violence, which is on track to come out this year. I know there's still distrust in our justice system, especially for racialized women and girls, Indigenous women, members of the LGBTQ2 community. But I hope that C-28 has addressed some of these very real concerns. We cannot lose this hard-won ground. Madam Speaker, acting quickly to close the gap created by the Supreme Court's ruling is an important part of this effort. I encourage my honorable colleagues and the other place as well to support this bill now before us. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister for her contributions tonight to this debate. One of the things, of course, that is so key, we know that we need to continually make improvements to the justice system because it continually fails women. And while some of the people who are very supportive of this piece of legislation, they've come out with the support, but they've also recommended that far more training occurs within the criminal justice system for these types of violence and criminal acts that happen against women. So could she talk more? She mentioned it briefly. But if the minister could talk more about what the government has planned to ensure that our criminal justice system has that specific training to help women who are facing sexual violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much to the honourable member for the question. And I just want to reiterate what C-28 does, because that's why we're here tonight. C-28 amends the criminal code so that an individual would be held responsible for violence they commit while in a state of extreme intoxication, if they ended up in that state through their own criminal negligence. And that is an important point, Madam Speaker. So in other words, if someone voluntarily consumes intoxicants, if they consume drugs or they mix them with alcohol, knowing that there's a risk of losing control, knowing that there's a risk of becoming violent, they may be held criminally responsible. That is the gap, Madam Speaker, that we are closing.
Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable member for her speech. One of the things that I am hearing back from many of the organizations is the lack of consultation. The minister indicated that there was lots of consultation. I know that the Minister of Justice had said also, but that is one of the biggest pieces of feedback that I'm getting this week is after this, is that there hasn't been enough. Can the minister can you comment on that? Because that is the feedback I'm getting from many organizations across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
First and foremost, want to thank the honourable member for her question. She is my critic. I have deep respect for the member, and I have deep respect for the way she leads with such empathy. So thank you so much for the question. It is important that we remember why we're here tonight and why we acted so quickly, expeditiously in this regard. Because it is my belief, Madam Speaker, that lives are on the line. When you have the kind of misinformation that was rampant on social media, that creates fear. I saw it in my own daughter, and I know she's not alone. And that's something that we're addressing. We moved quickly to close a gap. There was consultation, but it is so important to remember why we're here. C-28 addresses a rare defense. The impact of misinformation on young people and young women has been absolutely significant. And I have heard firsthand, Madam Speaker, young women who truly thought that if they were attacked, there would be no protection for them. None. So we had to act quickly. We know we did. It's been just over.
Just have to give the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Minister of Women, Gender Equality and Youth for her speech. I appreciate that she and the governing party have moved quickly here. I wonder if she could offer her insights in response to comments recently reported on in the media from Carrie Frock, Chair of the National Association of Women and the Law, who shared concerns that C-28, as written, may be too difficult for prosecutors to prove. What are her comments on that? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for an excellent question. And I will say that, again, I am based in research. And so to the honourable member, I have heard firsthand. I have talked to young women who said, listen, if we're attacked, we're not going to be protected, and had to clear up that misinformation. So we had to act quickly. We know that it's been just over 5 weeks. We know that well since the Supreme Court's decision, but we are making it absolutely clear, abundantly clear, that committing any crime is not okay. And I want to repeat that. Not okay.
Une dernière question, l'honorable député de Rimouski.
One last question, the honourable member for Rimouski, Neige, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to the speech by my colleague, the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth. The Bloc Québécois fully supports C-28, but the member said that lives are at stake. If lives are at stake, then why wait so long until legislating? In the Supreme Court, there was a ruling. They were able to, the government should have acted sooner. The Supreme Court said that the Parliament had a file which showed the strong correlation between consumption of alcohol and drugs and committing violent crimes, especially against women. This shows Parliament the importance of equality, dignity, and security in the context of crimes committed by all individuals who are intoxicated.
I would thank the honourable member for his question and his support, and say with deep respect that 5 weeks is not slow.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to begin, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to split my time with the member from Fundy Royal.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Agreed. The honourable member may proceed.
Fantastic. And thanks so much. I'm sure everybody in the lobby is surprised that I actually did that at the right time. But Madam Speaker, tonight is one of our last evenings sitting in the House of Commons before we adjourn for the summer and return to our ridings. But the speech that I'm going to give tonight is truly based on what I'm seeing all around us, and it's become the culture of violence. Tonight, we are speaking on Bill C-28, and although I support it in principle, we do have a lot further to go. Tonight, we have the opportunity to begin this discussion, which I hope becomes a much larger national discussion. We need to continue this conversation, especially with women's organizations who have come out who cannot support this legislation. A good ally of mine and friend, Megan Walker, discussed this legislation with me yesterday. She cannot support it and shared her concerns with the ability for the Crown to be able to prove it. She feels that this legislation is tokenism. Women's organizations are stepping forward and asking us to halt this legislation, while other organizations are in full support of the legislation. To me, this is a clear yellow light that we have to be cautious and that we need to readdress this, that what we are doing today is just not enough. This needs to continue. My last 6 months in my role as the Shadow Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth have given me the honor to work with people, especially in the Committee of Status of Women. I can share with you that it seems like we're in a real mess, and I can tell you we need change. But let's start with this piece of legislation, and I want to address it by sharing the letter that was received by the National Association of Women and the Law. And I quote, "Feminist organizations in Canada have long been concerned about the connection between men's use of intoxicants and violence against women. Study after study has shown that there is a direct link between so-called drunkenness and sexual violence. There are studies that report an average of 50% of sexual assault perpetrators consumed alcohol at the time of this assault, with other studies showing a variance of between 30 and 75%. Looking back to the 1994 Devio decision, in which the Supreme Court ordered a new trial based on the accused's extreme intoxication at the time of the incident, the gap in the law quickly became apparent. Mr. Devio had voluntarily consumed an excessive quantity of alcohol before forcing intercourse on the complainant, an elderly woman with a disability. In response, feminist groups like the National Association of Women and the Law pressed the government to restrict the defense of extreme intoxication. The federal government enacted 33(1) of the Criminal Code, closing the gap by preventing those who voluntarily consumed intoxicants and then commit acts of violence from using the defense of extreme intoxication for general intent offenses. In May 2022, the Supreme Court of Canada's unanimous decision in Brown struck down the law set out in Section 33(1), declaring it unconstitutional and stating that voluntary taking intoxicating substances cannot replace the criminal intent required for a conviction. This decision reopens the gap that was left by the 1994 decision, once again leaving women vulnerable to crimes of violence when the accused can demonstrate that his intoxication put him into a state of automatism. Despite Despite the assurances of some defense lawyers and the allies that release an extreme intoxication will be rare, research analyzing the extreme intoxication defense indicates that it'll be raised with some regularity. Indeed, research shows that it will be used overwhelmingly by men and that the majority of those victims will be women. End of quote. And I know I shared a very lengthy part of that letter, but I think to me, this is what we're talking about. And yes, this legislation came out very quickly, but that means we need to get it passed to stop the gap today. But that doesn't mean the gap has fully been filled. And that's why I am urging this government to say, yes, we've got Bill C-28 done, but we need to do more. So I'm urging this government to get on the road and let's start doing those consultations. Let's start talking more. And I want to go back to stuff that we've also been hearing with Hockey Canada. We just heard that Hockey Canada receives 1 to 2 formal complaints annually and that there are investigations. I want to kind of talk about all of this because one thing that I can indicate is that sexual violence and violence against children, it just should never happen. And we're seeing it more and more and more. And in the last number of weeks, as I've been dealing with my role as the Shadow Minister for Women and Gender Equality and chairing the status of women, we're talking about violence, and more violence. Our one study is on intimate partner violence, talking about domestic violence. And following that, we talked about Cures Law, where a young child was murdered by her own father, basically to get back at the mother. I'm looking at what's happening in Hockey Canada, where we talk about a young girl that was allegedly raped by 8 hockey players and no responsibility. And then we can talk about what we're talking about here today and talking about Bill C-28. To me, it's really, really clear. We're talking about things that are a social issue, a sexual assault issue. And when I look back at that link between what I'm talking about with Hockey Canada and the 8 and what we're seeing here, the bottom line is it should never be happening in the first place. We're hearing about in Hockey Canada, a civil lawsuit that went through where Hockey Canada, they actually paid out rather than this going through criminal court systems. And unfortunately, I understand why someone would choose a civil suit over our justice system right now. We know it's not perfect. And with help like Bill C-233 and other bills that have been put forward in the past, we need to ensure that there is proper training for judges. But it's not just judges, it's everybody involved. So when I look at this, I look at who is responsible. And at the end of the day, ultimately, the perpetrator has to be responsible. And although this legislation closes that gap in which we're talking about, the state of autism, we also have to look at what's next. Just weeks ago, we passed that important piece of legislation of Bill C-233 with unanimous support. It was an all-party effort. And I believe it started a conversation. And I believe what we're doing here tonight is also starting that conversation. Just like the minister stated, I had the same conversation with my 18-year-old son. He called me the very next morning and asked me about it when I was in Ottawa. And I said, son, I'm working on this because, we recognize that it doesn't mean that you just have to be drunk and this can happen, that it needs to be extreme intoxication. But for a young woman, anything that is a barrier, including the fact that somebody may testify or somebody may use this defense, everything like that is a barrier. And so when people are coming out saying that this law is just window dressing and it's not really tackling the real issues, I think what we have to tackle really is the culture of sexual violence because we seem to be ignoring it. I was thinking about it a lot over the last few days because working on the Hockey Canada case, it's really brought things to light. These are our kids that we're talking about. These are the kids that our kids go to public school with. These are the children, whether they're perpetrators or whether they're victims. These are just kids. And I think sometimes we get lost on our ways and we confuse things on what's right and wrong. And is extreme intoxication, is that good enough? Or is it because you're an athlete or a politician, is that good enough? But we know that they're from the recent Supreme Court ruling on May the 13th, that women's organizations have spoken up. And so because of that, we know that this needs to be addressed. The government has addressed it through this legislation as Bill C-28. And I do thank the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada We pushed on this and we asked for this to be done. So I thank him for doing so. But we need more transparency for victims. And we need to remember that victims have rights too. And this is the problem. We talk so much about the victims or the rights of our perpetrators, but our victims need to have the rights too. And this is what we're losing a lot of times in these conversations, whether I'm talking about Hockey Canada or whether I'm talking about extreme intoxication. No is no, and there must be consent. I finally want to end this off with a quote, once again, back to the National Association of Women in the Law. And I'm finishing this off with this quote. While they may not be successful at making out the defense, pleading the defense itself will result in increased timelines and lengthy court processes for victims. Ultimately, C-28 is a missed opportunity to close the door on the use of extreme intoxication defense where alcohol alone is used. So, Madam Speaker, I am coming back and I am saying this summer I will be working on this. I'll be working and providing any information that I can to both the Minister of Women, Gender Equality and Youth, as well as to the Minister for Justice, because we can do better and we need to make sure that we listen to everybody. We need to be listening to the victims and we need to be working to end sexual violence. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a very thoughtful speech, and as well as her support of this bill. I want to quote from LEAF, and it says, LEAF supports this thoughtful, nuanced, and constitutional legislation to address the narrow gap resulting from the Supreme Court of Canada decisions. If adopted by Parliament, we will be looking to the courts to apply this legislation in a similarly thoughtful way, says Pam Hrick, who is the Executive Director and General Counsel at LEAF. I'm wondering if my friend opposite could comment, just based on this and her concerns about the bill, if she could see how this bill is so important for us to pass today and have it as law before we rise.
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Parliamentary Secretary for that question. You know, I look at the fact that we do need to pass it because, as the Minister for Gender Equality indicated, that, you know, we don't want victims. We don't want another victim to fall victim to this. But I look at that one is too many. We know that one defense of using this is one too many, especially where somebody has been a victim of sexual assault and somebody is getting off with this defense. I think that we need to continue this conversation, and I think this bill, although solving part of the problem, needs to be a much bigger conversation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Esquimalt, l'Honourable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. The colleague is the chair of my committee, the Status of Women's Committee. We also sat together on the Heritage Committee. Together, we experienced and shared a very difficult situation. In committee, we conducted a study about domestic violence. We heard some very difficult testimony. How can C-28, and in fact the colleague mentioned this, how can C-28 be a start in order to tackle domestic violence? How does the colleague feel about this bill? What would she have wanted this bill to really do in order to really have an impact on domestic violence and violence against women?
Thanks very much, and thank you very much for that question, and I've really enjoyed my time working with the member from Shefford. I think when we're looking at this, Bill C-28 is the fact that we know that domestic violence increases with the intake of alcohol. We know that there is an increase, and we know that over the last 2 years, when we see stress and mental health also have many, many challenges, that we see an increase in domestic violence as well. I think with Bill C-28, the reason for me, because I am a person that will always advocate for victims, I look at this as a very victim-centered bill, and that's what we need to look at. It seems to be more perpetrator-centered, but I think that's the thing is we need to continue to fight for those victims. And you know, we understand that. I see the speaker winding it up. I will wind it up. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. And I know that she shares this same concern we have as New Democrats, that this is only one part of attacking violence against women. And so I wonder if the member shares with me the concern that twice the Justice Committee has recommended to this House that the government act to make coercive controlling behavior an offense in the criminal code. And we know that coercive controlling behavior contributes directly to violence. Does she share my concern about the sloth with which the government is approaching that recommendation?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London has 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much for that question. You know, I think the more that I'm sitting on status of women and understanding coercive behavior, the more that we have to recognize that this is a huge problem, whether it's financial, sexual harassment, anything of that sort. Coercive behavior is a very, very strong thing that you may not see, but we know that it's a mental abuse there. So yes, I'm urging this government just to continue to look at that, because that we know that women that are living under coercive behavior or coercive behaviors and circumstances are having problems leaving those very violent situations. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank my colleague, the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, for her hard work, her comments that she just made, and all of the efforts she's made on behalf of her constituency, as well as in her work on status of women and the advocacy that she's done since this Supreme Court of Canada decision came down to have a response from this government. So really appreciate that, as well as her making sure the voices that haven't been heard so much in the drafting process of Bill C-28 are being heard today in the House and will certainly be heard moving forward as this discussion continues. I would expect that most, if not all, members of this House would agree that addressing and eliminating violence against women and girls should be a top priority and one that is dealt with expeditiously. Unfortunately, it's been almost 40 days since the Supreme Court of Canada released their decision in the case of R.V. Brown, striking down Section 33.1 of the Criminal Code. As a result of this decision that was announced back in May, it would now be permissible to claim extreme intoxication due to drugs or alcohol as an excuse for murders, abusers, attackers. Conservatives have spent the last 39 days calling on the Minister of Justice to prioritize the response that we're debating today. This government has control over the legislative agenda. And if it wanted to bring this bill forward sooner, before the last days of the spring sitting, they did indeed have the power to do so. And in fact, that would have allowed us a fulsome debate in this House and a study at committee where we could hear some of the testimony that we're hearing now in the newspaper and people writing into our offices with concerns about the bill, because it should be in all of our interest, it's in all Canadians' interest that we as parliamentarians get our job right. And part of our job is drafting and voting on legislation, and we want to make sure that we hear from experts before we do that. Madam Speaker, it took less than an hour for the Liberals to announce their intention to appeal the Alberta court decision regarding their unconstitutional anti-pipeline bill. But it's been 39 days since the Supreme Court of Canada, or 40 days, ruled that criminals won't be held accountable for murder if they were extremely intoxicated when they commit a crime. Why is the government turning on a dime in order to defend legislation that shuts down industries? But here we are more than 5 weeks later just to begin debate on the legislative response to the Supreme Court's ruling that leaves victims vulnerable. Conservatives want to err on the side of having legislation in place sooner rather than later, so that there can be an element of safety against this defense being used. However, while we can allow this bill to pass for the time being, I want to make it very clear that this is by no means the end of the discussion, which is why we have insisted in the motion that we dealt with this bill, that the Justice Committee study this bill, this response, the issue, that the minister appear, and that the committee reports back so that Parliament has an opportunity to improve this legislation if necessary. Over the summer months, Conservatives will be speaking with stakeholders, organizations, women's groups, and individuals whose voices must be heard when we're talking about strengthening the justice system. Conservatives will make sure that those voices are heard. We know the statistics. We know that women and girls are disproportionately victims of violence, and we know that the offenders in these instances are almost always male. The Liberals will try to distract Canadians from the fact that their self-proclaimed feminist government has been dragging its feet to address a vulnerability in the law that they were very well aware of, knowing that women and girls are most often the victims in situations like this. I'd like to again commend, Madam Speaker, the hard work of my colleague from Elgin Middlesex London for raising awareness of this issue through the campaign, the hashtag #OneIsTooMany on her social media. It was on May 27th, 14 days after the ruling came down from the Supreme Court, myself, along with my Conservative colleagues from Elgin Middlesex London, Brantford Brant, and Kamloops Thompson Caribou, wrote a letter to the Minister of Justice to express the severity and urgency of the issue and calling for action. At that point, we thought we would have seen some action. I'd like to now share some of what we asked for in that letter with the House. The decisions ruled by the Supreme Court of Canada in R.V. Brown and R.V. Sullivan imperil the safety of victims of violent physical attacks, domestic violence, and sexual assault by permitting the dubious defense of non-insane automatism due to self-induced intoxication. These offenses disproportionately affect women, gender-diverse individuals, and vulnerable Canadians. The ruling made by the Supreme Court of Canada leaves a gap in the law that endangers the safety of communities and the lives of Canadians. This requires the utmost urgent action in order to protect Canadians, especially those at greater risk of experiencing gender-based violence. The government must act now. And it is your duty, we wrote, as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, to respond to these decisions, close the gaps in the law, and ensure the protection of victims. Our role as parliamentarians is to represent the best interest of our communities regarding the law and legislation. This is an issue that affects us all, and we stand ready to assist in any way possible to work with you to ensure that there is an adequate response from Parliament that prioritizes the safety and security of Canadians. The Government of Canada owes it to the victims, survivors, and their families to act immediately. And we said, thank you for your attention to this matter. We eagerly await your response. And eagerly await the Minister's response we did now, 25 days after first sending this to the Minister of Justice. We're finally having this discussion in the House of Commons today, just before we rise for the summer. While Conservatives will allow this bill to proceed, we are not under any illusion that this is the end of the discussion. Rather, Conservatives have secured from the government a commitment to instruct the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights to take up a study on this matter when we return in the fall. This is a very serious topic that deserves our Parliament's time and attention. We can only improve legislation when we invite expert testimony into the conversation, which this study will certainly endeavor to do, and which we haven't heard up till this point. And I know from speaking with different organizations, Madam Speaker, that they felt extremely rushed. They had an online consultation, but they did not feel that they were able to give adequate input into this bill and the impact it could have, and which should be in all of our interest, how it could be improved. There are many individuals and organizations who should have been properly consulted before and during the drafting of this bill. This is a critically important issue that we are working to solve urgently, but that does not mean we can't put the time and resources towards making sure the law reflects the contributions and concerns of the various stakeholders who have spoken out over the last few days about where this bill can and should be improved. For example, the National Association of Women in the Law published a press release responding to the Liberals' Bill C-28. They state that despite the assurances of some defense lawyers and their allies that reliance on extreme intoxication will be rare, research analyzing the extreme intoxication defense indicates that it will be raised with some regularity. Indeed, research shows that it will be used overwhelmingly by men and that the majority of the victims will be women. They call C-28 a missed opportunity to close the door on the use of the extreme intoxication defense where alcohol alone is used. used. I think that's a very worthy discussion for us as parliamentarians to have. To be clear, this is just one stakeholder organization whose perspective and expertise we need to hear from and seriously consider when we're talking about strengthening the law to better protect women. Our study of this legislation and the law that it impacts will take place in the fall, and this will ensure that experts and stakeholders are properly consulted. It is our role and responsibility as Her Majesty's loyal opposition to hold the government accountable, and where we so often see the Liberals failing Canadians is when it comes to matters of justice and their obligation to victims of crime. Conservatives will continue to raise up the voices of victims and victims advocates. We look forward to making significant progress in strengthening Canada's laws to better protect vulnerable Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for both of his support as well as his speech, and also we look forward to the discussion at committee in the fall on this issue. I do want to quote LEAF, which is one of the major organizations representing women, and it says, LEAF supports this thoughtful, nuanced, and constitutional legislation to address the narrow gap resulting from the Supreme Court of Canada decisions. I'm wondering if my friend opposite could comment on that, and whether, I recognize there may be some limitations that he identifies, but the general consensus that's been received is that this is a sound bill that's based on consultation as well as from many experts in the field.
The Honourable Member Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question and for his work on the Justice Committee, and it's good to work with him. But that's the point, Madam Speaker, is we have a Justice Committee where when the government brings in legislation, once it gets to committee, we study it, we bring in experts. So LEAF has made a commentary, and no doubt they would be a witness if this bill was before our committee. And likewise, the National Association of Women in the Law, they've made commentary in public, and they would also be likely a witness at our committee. And that's the point, is without being rushed, we would be able to study this at committee and hopefully improve the bill if necessary. But by it being introduced last Friday, we don't have that opportunity. We need to act with urgency, but in the fall, we need to make sure if there's any way to improve the law beyond this, that we take further action.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Churchill, Kiwana-Nakaski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member is how important it is for us in Parliament to ensure that we are strengthening the laws to make sure that we are protecting so many women, so many who are often targets of sexual assault at this time.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague, and she's absolutely right. We've heard from different organizations that this bill puts at risk disproportionately, the Supreme Court decision puts at risk women. And we had to act with urgency. We had called on the government to act right away because, they knew there was a vulnerability there, and we know that the response could have been sooner. As I said, we waited 40 days for this. So I would have liked for those different women's organizations to be able to give input at our committee. So as some of them are suggesting, we could have improved the bill. But the honourable member is right. We need to act with urgency, and any improvement to the law to fill this gap, we need to take that now, but always with an eye to looking at how we can further strengthen the law in the future.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke of the importance of addressing gender-based violence, and I hear him on that. But when he talks about proposing improvements this fall to the law, does he have an idea of those improvements? What would he like to propose if ever we cover this again?
For Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Some of the proposals that have been put forward by National Association of Women in the Law is absolutely shutting the door on self-induced extreme intoxication caused solely by consumption of alcohol. That's one proposal I would have liked to have heard some more thought on and evidence on. And also the threshold that's in place. There's concerns that the threshold for the prosecution to meet in order to get a conviction will be set too high by this legislation. There's suggestions of alternatives that would lower the bar for a prosecution. We want to make sure that offenders are held accountable for violent acts committed against fellow Canadians, and this court decision does not result in people who shouldn't be held accountable or should be held accountable not being held accountable. So I'm always open to hearing from diverse views on how we can improve and strengthen legislation, and we need to take the time at Justice Committee to do just that.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today to Bill C-28. It took me back to my old class notes. I'm trained as a lawyer, but I'm not a criminal lawyer. I had to look at a few notions in relation to the Brown decision to refresh my memory. And tonight's debate is being done knowing that the bill will be adopted at the end of our discussions. We won't be changing anything tonight. So I think it's a good opportunity to look at the history that has brought us to what we're debating. I look forward to discussing the bill this summer with some criminal lawyers who already have told me a few things, and I hope that it will be done in the fall as well, because there could be some improvements made to Bill C-28. So if we go back in time a little, why are we talking about the extreme intoxication defense? We go back to the Devio decision. To give you a little bit of history, it was 1989, Henri Devio, a 73-year-old man with chronic alcoholism, was asked one night to buy alcohol from a friend of his wife. So he took 40 ounces of brandy to the woman, having drunk 7 or 8 beers at the bar beforehand. This is a woman who was paralyzed in a wheelchair. We know that he drank the whole, or almost the whole, 40 ounces of brandy, and that he was naked in the woman's bed the next morning after having sexually assaulted her, and he didn't remember it. What happened in this decision is that Mr. Devio pleaded automatism. He said he was so intoxicated that it was akin to sleepwalking. He wasn't aware of what he was doing. We're not saying it's not like not remembering the next day, but it's that he wasn't able to control his body. And there was a toxicology proof. An expert said that a normal person would have been in a coma or even dead with that. And so the Supreme Court stated that whether a state of intoxication so extreme that a defendant is in a state that closely resembles automatism or mental illness within the meaning of Section 16 of the Criminal Code is a basis for defending a crime that requires not specific intent, but only general intent. So, can that be a defense? And the court held yes. A general intent offense can have the defense of automatism. So it was the creation of a new defense in a certain sense. And at that time, the majority opinion in Devio was subsequently criticized for its disturbing lack of consideration for the social context of sexual assault, particularly in the case of women and children. Professor Grant, for example, argued at the time that alcohol was often involved in gender-based violence, and therefore strong equality protections were needed. She wrote that the idea that a person can be too drunk to be convicted of sexual assault has shocked the community's sense of justice, as well as going against common sense. So Parliament was faced with this decision of the Supreme Court that allowed the defense of extreme intoxication in the case of a sexual assault or other crimes of general intent, like assault. So it's that in that context that Parliament adopted the old subsection 33.1 covered in brown. So 33.1 abolishes the defense of voluntary intoxication akin to automatism for the violent offenses listed in section 33.13, where the accused deviates significantly from the standard of care set out in subsection 33.12. So in its response to Devio, Parliament sought to incorporate the link proposed by the majority judges between the intent to intoxicate themselves and the intent to commit a violent crime. So the two were somehow conflated. And so that was part of the issue in the Brown decision, the constitutionality of 33.1, and I'll come back to that. But the goal in the drafting of that section, we see it in the preamble to what was Bill C-72 at the time, domestic and sexual violence impedes the participation of women and children in society, and Parliament was particularly concerned that accused persons not be allowed to use self-induced intoxication to justify acts of violence against women and children. So, in the Oakes test, it's to see whether 33.1 passes the charter test. Is it constitutional? That's the challenge that Brown posed to the court. This section isn't constitutional. With the Oakes test, you have to set out that the charter has an infringement in the wording of the section. So is there an infringement? And the Crown said, judges said, contrary to the Crown's contention, the marked departure standard of fault in subsection 33.12 clearly applies to the violent offense, not to the act of self-induced intoxication. As I was saying, the legislator conflated those two principles. So when a person commits an offense, a sexual assault or an assault, it's always breaching good behavior. So it's automatically under 33.1, and there's no defense there. So what judges said was that subsection 33.1 had an absolute responsibility standard. There was no reasonable doubt that it was done on purpose. So this was a non-standard substitution for the intention of intoxicating oneself with the intention of committing a violent offense. So 33.1 provides that the accused is criminally responsible for his or her unwilling conduct. Since lack of volition precludes the actus reus of the offense, unintentional conduct is not criminal, and Canadian law recognizes that the voluntariness requirement for a person to be convicted of a crime is a principle of fundamental justice. So the judges said that the defense of automatism denies the voluntariness of the act and therefore dismisses the actus reus of the offense. The involuntary act is considered truly exculpatory because even if the prohibited act was harmful, the accused lacks the capacity to answer for it. The unintentional act, however wrong it may appear, is not a culpable act that can be attributed to the accused. So in that context, that defense doesn't seem, it seems to be a constraint on a protected charter right because it can be seen as an absolute responsibility. So when we see that there's a right in the charter that's infringed on, we can use the Oakes test to see if, despite everything, in the context of current society, it's justified. Even though there's an infringement to the charter, is it justified to maintain the section? The Oakes test goes through a number of filters. The first is that the section must meet an urgent and real need, and there must be a rational link between the article and the goal sought. And then there must be proof that the section is a minimal infringement, that it wouldn't be possible to do something else that would infringe less on someone's rights. And there must be the principle of proportionality between the effects of the section and the goal. So there must be a real and urgent need. Parliamentarians did this when they drafted 33.1. It was in the preamble, in the article itself, in the section itself, so it highlighted the main reasons it was adopted after Devio. So this was in the case of extreme intoxication. Offenders must be held responsible when they choose to become extremely intoxicated.
Ce contexte-là et avec ces deux objectifs précis-là en tête, le Parlement a rédigé l'article 33.1 et la Cour...
And the court said that the fact that there was an urgent and real objective, which we see under 33.1, and as mentioned by Justice Lemaire, said that there is no doubt that the offender being in a state of intoxication is enough to say that they have derogated from the charter. So the first step of Oakes is reached. The second test is that you have to prove that one is rational about the objective. And the Supreme Court said, I agree with the appellate court by saying that dissuasive effects under 33 talk about rationality with the objective, with Parliament's objective. It is an objective consistent with wanting to make sure that people are held responsible for their choice to become extremely intoxicated. It is obvious that when one wants to use this as a defense, they have to be responsible for their action, rather. So the Oakes test is met. Now, here's the third thing. This is where things get complicated. They suggested to Parliament what might be done by legislators to rewrite 33.1 so that it is constitutional. The court analyzed the third step of the Oakes test by analyzing whether or not there was a substantial violation to the accused rights under 33. The court suggested two possibilities. The first one has been discussed by colleagues, and that was to create an independent offense that would criminalize the fact that one has allowed oneself to become so intoxicated that they might become dangerous for others. This was set aside by Parliament for various reasons in the past, and it didn't seem to be the right way of going about things by replacing what we now have. It could be complementary, but it couldn't replace 33.1 because it could create an opening for penalties lesser than those that would have been if someone had committed the offense when they were intoxicated. Someone who was in a state of greater intoxication might be able to get off a dangerous driving charge, but would be found culpable for assault and sexual assault. So the harm caused by the offender would be something where they would not be held responsible for assault or sexual assault. So could it be used in a complementary way? I don't think it could replace the actual wording of the bill. There's also the question of a market standard, deviating from a market standard. Now, a person where there is a market case of intoxication, well, the state said that Parliament could come up with a legislative amendment saying that someone who is extremely intoxicated and responsible for a crime when they have allowed themselves to become possibly harmful by consuming an extreme amount of certain substances. If the judicial standard for having committed a crime means that the risk of losing one's self-possession, could it have been reasonably foreseeable? In this case, Parliament could found itself on the principle of moral instinct, where someone who decided to get extremely intoxicated would be held responsible for having created a situation where that person was a threat to the integrity of others. So this was one avenue, a possible way of dealing with this issue. There are other legislative possibilities, other alternatives, which might be less damaging to the accused. They say there are cases where the Oakes test is not met, and then 33.1 would no longer be in effect. They talk about proportionality between the section of the code and the act. There is an imbalance because there are people who are not morally responsible, but that's not enough to balance out the objective, which is to protect. So all this influenced the drafting of 33.1, where rather than talking about standards, they talked about how people consumed the substance that led them to being in a state of extreme intoxication. Well, I have two things to say about that. The process in passing this legislation was rather quick and didn't really allow for people who would have interpreted the section to discuss what the intention of the legislator was. So when we look at the debates in the House, they were rather short and laconic. On the other hand, it was urgent to act because there was a judicial void after 33.1 had been rendered inoperable, so to speak. And for people who wanted to use extreme intoxication as a defense because they would say it created an automatism. There remain questions, there remain criticisms, I think, among others, about an article by Mr. Perron in La Presse, where he says the problem, and it is a nasty one, is that by limiting extreme intoxication to a state similar to automatism, the government leaves out intoxications which do not disturb the individual's consciousness, but which affects his relationship with reality, such as psychoses. Substance-induced automatism is very, very rare, says Mr. Perron. In more than 20 years of research, he has not seen more than 4 cases that have been upheld by the courts. However, the cases of psychosis triggered after drug use, where highly intoxicated people are aware of their action, police officers and psychiatrists will tell you that this happens very frequently, but these people are not covered by Bill C-28, says Mr. Perron. Now, I know that the defense of automatism is a common law creation that arises from the need to prove the actus reus to obtain a conviction. The wording of 33.1 does not say by name that it applies to automatism cases. Was Mr. Daviau in a state that would have been considered automatism? When you read the wording of 33.1, it seems that it says that a person who, because of his or her extreme voluntary intoxication, lacks the general intent or will ordinarily required to commit an offense under subsection 3, still commits the offense. Now, as I mentioned, the government, it's interesting that the government, when it comes back in autumn, I think it will have to ask a committee to look at this a posteriori and see if there are problems, if there are shortcomings in how it and problems in how it might be interpreted. Talk about a person's natural predisposition, emotional, familial context. Will these things open the door to further future revisions? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She said she wasn't a specialist in criminal law, but I want to congratulate her for the quality of her interpretation. I think she did an extraordinary job, especially given this kind of issue. Now, I'm not the kind of person who's usually very open to certain things, but given the arguments put forward by the Minister and by my colleagues, and there is my colleague, the member for Fundy, so I feel reassured. The Honourable Member, when she spoke, said the government will be dealing with this in committee. Does the member feel reassured because, given the fact that we have gone forward quickly, given the decision of the Supreme Court, when we come back this autumn, is that the time to deal with it? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Yes, there will be a posteriori study of the bill, and we will be inviting legal practitioners, people who are criminal lawyers, both for the Crown and for the defense. This will help us get better acquainted with possible interpretations of the bill, and it will help us to understand how this extreme intoxication could reasonably be held to lead to harm against others, depending on the drug, on a person's past experience with substances, their family life, their emotional life. Will the government want to be more specific about this? We'll be waiting for answers in committee. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague
for her intervention today, and I'd like to just reflect on the past 40 days or so, since the Supreme Court decision came about. The government's moved expeditiously to put forward this legislation, and we thank her and her party for the support, and we do look forward to a study at committee later on this year. I do want to ask her what she's been hearing from the key stakeholders. I know on our end, for example, we've heard from LEAF, who said that LEAF supports this thoughtful, nuanced, and constitutional legislation to address the narrow gap resulting from the SEC decision. So if she can maybe comment on what she's been hearing from the key stakeholders in her riding in Quebec.
The Deputy de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, I thank my colleague for the question, but I'm not a critic for justice. But I did have the privilege of meeting with groups, women's groups, who did have things to say. But I'm looking at it in a very practical way with colleagues who are better versed in legal matters. and ask them about possible improvements. And maybe it doesn't need improvements. Perhaps after a study in committee, we'll come to the conclusion that the bill is a very good one. But there is this decision of the Supreme Court that explains why 33.3 isn't constitutional and which gave us a way of going forward with a bill. And we're doing this also for women's advocacy groups. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question for my colleague is this. We've all talked about how we can act to prevent sexual assault. I'd like to ask her, do you think the government needs to look at this in a more complete manner in order to deal with violence against women? The Honourable Member. Well, I thank my colleague for her question. I think it's even more important given this issue because C-28 addresses extremely rare situations, extreme intoxication that could be an automatism. It's not something you see every day. But unfortunately, cases of sexual assault are far more numerous in this situation. And so we're looking at that issue, I think, in a more marked way. And I think that we should really be stressing sexual assault. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd simply like to ask my colleague a question. In this session, we're ending with this bill, which bears on such an important issue. But there are, we've heard from women's groups, and they talk about the issue of sexual assault is a very delicate one. And I see that there are people who want to work on this issue, be it in the the Committee of Canadian Heritage, and where we're dealing with how young men act with women, or when we're dealing with intimate partner assault. These are extreme cases, but we need a series of measures to deal with this very important issue, because there are people who are intoxicated in cases of sexual assault, and the numbers are impressive. The Honourable Member. I thank my colleague for her question. There are various issues, various kinds of assault, sexual assault in particular, but we're really dealing with this following a Supreme Court decision. I'm sorry that this is happening at the end of the session, because we'd like to have dealt with this quicker, but this is independent of our will. This is something that is part of a continuum of measures to deal with this problem. And the Supreme Court could have decided to keep that particular section, but we have no control over that. It is a Supreme Court decision.
Questions et commentaires? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Soo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be speaking tonight on Bill C-28, though perhaps not at this hour. But I'm glad to see Parliament acting quickly in response to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in R versus Brown, which found Section 33(1) of the Criminal Code, which prohibited use of the extreme intoxication defense, unconstitutional. Now, that was on May 13th of this year, only some 5 weeks ago. And it's important, I think, to note that the Supreme Court found Section 33(1) violated the Charter, both in terms of Section 7, which provides protection for life, liberty, and security of the person, and also Section 11D, which protects the presumption of innocence. It's also important to note that our legal system has gone back and forth over time on the legality of using extreme intoxication as a defense in crimes requiring an element of intent. The Supreme Court of Canada, before the Charter, in 1978, in a case called R versus Leary, said it never could be used as a defense in those kinds of cases. But after the Charter was brought in 1994, in a case called R versus Davio, the Supreme Court overruled that previous, what I guess we called a common law rule has been set, and restored the possibility of using extreme intoxication as a defense, finding that the prohibition violated the Charter. Now, the details of the Davio case were particularly horrible. Other members have recounted them earlier. And those actually caused Parliament to act fairly quickly in 1995 to restore the prohibition on the use of extreme intoxication as a defense by inserting Section 33(1) of the Criminal Code. So that's the section the Supreme Court now has said is unconstitutional once again. So I do want to stop here and remind everyone that simple intoxication has never been a defense in Canada for crimes of violence of any sort, including sexual assault. And nothing about this current Supreme Court decision and nothing about C-28 changes that. Simple intoxication is not a criminal defense in this country. But there has been a great deal of misinformation, particularly online, that has misled people into thinking that somehow simply being drunk is a defense in criminal law in Canada. So we have to remember that extreme intoxication is a very specific and limited circumstance. A specific circumstance where impairment is so severe that the person has no control over their body. Their mind has no control over the body, or in common language, they're unconscious about what they're doing. And even though these cases are excuse me. Even though these cases are rare, like other members who've spoken before me, I'm glad to see us acting quickly to restrict the possibility of anyone being able to escape responsibility for their actions, responsibility for harm to others, through using the extreme intoxication defense and avoiding responsibility, therefore, for the harms that they cause. Now, many groups have urged us to act quickly, but I acknowledge that there are some others who are concerned that we risk not getting it exactly right by moving too quickly. So that's why I'm glad to see that the motion we're dealing with tonight has a provision in it for hearings in the Justice Committee in the fall. It's unusual for us to conduct hearings on a law so soon after passing it, but I think it gives us a chance to review what we're doing here tonight to see if we have, in fact, had unforeseen problems, or to see if, in fact, there's more that we need to do. So that's why I'm confident with us moving ahead tonight, because we will do that review when it comes to the fall. The Supreme Court of Canada itself pointed out a couple of options available to us as parliamentarians to restrict the possible use of an extreme intoxication defense while still respecting the Charter. And I believe that C-28 does this well in ways that will effectively reestablish the principle that in almost all cases, extreme intoxication is no defense. So how does C-28 do this? It does it in two ways. In order to make a claim of extreme intoxication, a defendant will have to provide expert evidence in their own case that their intoxication was so severe as to amount to what in law is called automatism. So this is a well-known legal concept and a specific state already defined in law that the mind is not in control of the body. So you have to present evidence in your own case. Not that it's possible that you were extremely intoxicated, or not just claiming you're extremely intoxicated, but that you were, according to the expert evidence presented, in a state of extreme intoxication. And that evidence, of course, will have to be presented in court and can be tested in court. The second way in which C-28 will make it difficult to use this defense is that the prosecution will be able to argue that even if the accused has proved they were in a state of extreme intoxication, that they failed on the standard of criminal negligence to take the measures that a reasonable person would have taken to avoid causing harm. So if you're taking intoxicants, if you're combining prescription drugs and illegal drugs, if you're combining alcohol and magic mushrooms, whatever it is that the accused was doing, if they should have known, if a reasonable person would have known this risked the possibility of losing control and risked the possibility of violence, then they should have taken measures to limit that possibility. And if they did not, then they cannot use this defense. So my summary in plain language here is that the Supreme Court of Canada cracked open the door on the use of extreme intoxication defense, and what we're doing here in C-28 is shutting that door as far as possible while still being consistent with the Charter of Rights. The Minister of Justice has presented a charter statement for C-28 that certifies that C-28 is in fact charter compliant and consistent with the decision of the Supreme Court in R versus Brown. I have no reason to doubt the content of that charter statement. So, Madam Speaker, as likely the last speaker on C-28 tonight, before we adopt it, I don't want to risk going on at too great length. But let me say that after our House sometimes has had a bad reputation with the public for being overly partisan and polarized and unable to look after the public good, I believe that we are demonstrating something different here tonight. I believe we've already, through the confidence and supply agreement between the Liberals and New Democrats, demonstrated that in a minority parliament we can cooperate and work together to get things done. But C-28 demonstrates an even broader ability of parliamentarians from all parties to come together cooperatively and to act swiftly in the public interest. That's what we'll be doing tonight when we pass C-28, a little over a month after a Supreme Court decision that cracked that door open to escaping responsibility for violent acts by claiming extreme intoxication. So what we're doing tonight is once again, as I said, making that a remote possibility, the remote possibility that it should be. Now, I hope we come across other opportunities in this Parliament to get the same zeal for working together, and one of those is on the issue of coercive and controlling behavior. And there is a link here because we're talking about violence primarily against women. So twice the Justice Committee has recommended to the House that the government introduce legislation to make coercive and controlling behavior a criminal offense. Such legislation would recognize that coercive and controlling behavior is in itself a form of violence, but it would also recognize that it is very often a precursor to physical violence. So as I said, twice now, the Justice Committee has recommended this to the House, and I hope we'll find an opportunity to get the same all-party agreement and the same ability to move forward on that piece of legislation as well. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, sometimes I'm very proud to be a part of this Parliament, and tonight on C-28 is one of those nights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it warms the heart to hear that my honourable colleague is proud to be a member of the House tonight, and commend him for his work on the Justice Committee. I do want to ask him, in light of the compressed timeline that we're dealing with, we all recognize that the government needed to act with extreme urgency when this decision came down. If he is open to working with members of all parties on the Justice Committee in the fall to hear from witnesses who may have ideas on how this legislation, which will have already passed by then, but how perhaps further amendments to the criminal code may be warranted to best close this loophole.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank the honourable member for Fundy Royal for his question, and I want to state once again, as I have many times, that we have a good working relationship despite the fact there are many things we might not agree on. Sometimes there is common ground, as there is tonight, and certainly I agree with him, though it wasn't our idea. I believe it may have been his idea. The motion we're dealing with orders the Justice Committee to conduct such hearings in the fall. As I said in my speech, it'll give us the opportunity to see whether we have done the right thing and whether there's more we can do on the issue of violence against women through extreme intoxication. So absolutely yes.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognize it's a late evening. I want to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful presentation today, and also I want to thank him for his cooperation at the Justice Committee and in this hard work. I do want to ask him about what he's hearing from key stakeholders. I know we've been engaged with a number of key stakeholders who are quite supportive of the legislation, and his cooperation, of course, is essential to getting this passed. And I want to know what his stakeholders are telling him about this legislation and whether if there are any feedback on its overall intent as well as the balance that we were able to find in coming forward today.
Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. My experience is the same as I think the Minister expressed and others have expressed, is that the vast majority of people that I've heard from in this short period of time, especially ordinary citizens, would like to see us move very quickly to close this possible loophole. And the organizations which are more active in the legal reform, the majority of those have also said that they think this bill accomplishes what we need to do. As I said in a speech, there are some, but only a few that I've heard from in the past few days who think that we could do more or that we could make that closing of the door even tighter. I'm not sure whether they're correct about that, given the Supreme Court decision, but I'm certainly willing to hear from them in the hearings that we'll conduct this fall.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of the stakeholders that did come forward, I know that the Leave had shown support for this piece of legislation. However, they specifically called for a great deal more education within the justice system, more advocacy for women who deal and have to go through the criminal justice system when they experience violence. Could he maybe talk about what this government should be doing in order to address those concerns that Leave brought forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for London Fanshawe for her very important question, because in justice, when we've been talking about a number of issues, there's always an issue that comes back, I think, where we need to do more, and that's the issue of violence against women. And we've heard the Liberal government talking about their action plan for quite a long time now, and I think most of us are ready to see that plan and would like to make sure there's actually action in the action plan. And as I mentioned toward the end of my speech, on the issue of coercive and controlling behavior, which is a form of violence, but also usually leads to physical violence eventually. We have all-party agreement in the Justice Committee. We achieved that twice. We've held hearings in the Justice Committee. And so I express my hope, and I do it again, that sometime very soon in this Parliament, we'll get the same all-party agreement to move quickly on that issue as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? There being no further members, resuming debate, reprise de débat. There being no further members rising pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 21st, 2022, Bill C-28 is deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, deemed read a third time, and passed on division. We have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 12 a.m.
Does the Honourable, I know there's others that do, but does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at midnight? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Order in ordinance, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de Spadina.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are struggling with soaring gas prices and the highest increase in food costs and inflation in 40 years. While Canadians are struggling, the government has refused to provide relief, despite the fact that they're raking in billions off the backs of consumers. Worst of all, Madam Speaker, the government is filling their massive fuel slush fund by the taxing of taxes. I speak, of course, of the HST being applied to the federal excise tax on fuel, the federal carbon tax on fuel, and the provincial tax, never mind the product. My God, Madam Speaker, I'm sure if they could get away with it, they'd put a tax on a tax on a tax. This is why, Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask the government for a 5th time now to please help Canadians. Now, I know, Madam Speaker, that my colleague will likely have some government talking points, so I'm going to help them out so that we can really get to the substance of this debate. They're likely going to cite childcare. Yes, childcare is great. I support childcare. But how does $10 a day childcare help Canadians if they can't afford the gas to take their child to the daycare? And what about those of us who don't have kids or whose kids are adults now? They're going to tell us that inflation is a challenge that multiple countries are facing. They might even list the countries where inflation is worse than Canada. But our concern should be our constituents and Canadians here. How does the fact that it's worse elsewhere help those of us struggling here at home? They might mention that payments are coming from the carbon tax and list the projected amounts that families are supposed to be rebated. When, Madam Speaker? People need help now. Can people expect payments when they can still afford to make a mortgage or rent payment? When they can still afford to put food on the table? They'll likely also cite how supply chains and many things are outside of this government's control. But you know what the federal government has complete control of, Madam Speaker? They have complete control over how they choose to use the massive slush fund of at least $2.5 billion. These are $2.5 billion extra that they had not budgeted or earmarked for. The windfall. Doing nothing is a choice, Madam Speaker. And if this government wants to choose to continue to tax taxes, then that's its prerogative. But I will plead with my honorable colleague to please put yourself in the shoes of someone who dreads the end of the month, who wonders whether or not they're going to be able to make their bills payments. People are at their breaking point. They need help. And I hope that 5th time's a charm, and that this 5th call on the government will be enough to persuade them to help struggling Canadians. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I ask my honorable colleague, will the government stop taxing taxes, and will it please help Canadians who are struggling?
Mr. Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, the member is starting to sound more and more like our Conservative colleagues across the way, Madam Speaker, not in so much as he is concerned about inflation, but more so the rhetoric and manufactured outrage, in my opinion, that he seems to be displaying. I apologize to him that it's taken 5 times asking this question. I hope he listens carefully, because my answers will be extremely direct. I will not talk about childcare, I will not list countries, and I will not talk about payments coming back to people from the price on pollution, despite the fact that they are all extremely important programs. But indeed, Madam Speaker, I will talk about affordability being a top of mind of our government, just as it is for most Canadians these days. We understand that Canadians are worried about inflation and that they are rightly asking what their government is going to do about it. The current high inflation is a global phenomenon driven in large part by, yes, lasting impacts of a once-in-a-lifetime or once-in-a-generation pandemic, and amplified by China's ongoing COVID-0 policies and Russia's illegal invasion in Ukraine. These are not excuses, but more so putting out the facts so that the member clearly understands where the problem originated from. As inflation is a global and multifaceted issue, our government understands the importance of taking targeted measures here at home to help Canadians make ends meet. So how have we supported, and what are we going to do to continue to support Canadians? To answer the member's question directly, this was top of mind when the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister highlighted just last week the 5 real and tangible steps we are taking to help get inflation under control and make life more affordable. First, the government recognizes the central role of the Bank of Canada. For more than 3 decades, it has been the bank's responsibility to tackle inflation here in Canada, and we will let the bank continue to do this important work. Second, as we made clear in Budget 2021, we will also address the shortage of workers in this country. Our plan to do so, Madam Speaker, is part of a set of measures that Janet Yellen, the U.S. Secretary of Treasury, has described as a modern supply-style economics. Third, our government also understands the fiscal restraint is key in combating against inflation. Our government is determined to see our debt-to-GDP ratio continue to decline and our deficits continue to be reduced. Fourth, our government is also committed to making sure that there are enough good middle-class jobs for Canadians. By doing so, we will continue to see our economy be prosperous, as we know that the middle class is so critical in ensuring that. And lastly, we will help Canadians directly with the challenge of affordability, as this member has raised. Through the affordability plan, we will provide just under $9 billion in new support for Canadians. Our plan includes enhancements to the Canada Worker Benefit, a 10% increase to old age security for seniors over 75, a $500 payment this year to nearly 1 million Canadian renters who are struggling with the cost of housing, lower child care fees for families across the country, indexed to inflation the benefits including the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and Guaranteed Income Supplement. This, Madam Speaker, is how we will make life more affordable for Canadian families while controlling expenditures and maintaining Canada's AAA credit rating.
Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, my colleague listed a number of things that he says his government is doing. Who is paying for these things, Madam Speaker? Canadians. It's Canadians' taxpayer dollars who are hard-earned that are being used to fund these things. But I didn't really hear anything beyond, great grand commitments. Fantastic. But how does that help someone who's struggling? It's cold comfort to someone who's sitting at the table at the end of the night wondering whether they can feed their family next week. And so what I hope my honourable colleague can help me to better understand is not a rehashing of things that have already been announced, but what can Canadians expect? What can my constituents count on as they struggle to pay their bills?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This is what they can count on, Madam Speaker. They can count on the Canada Workers Benefit, a 10% increase to old age security for seniors over 75, $500 additional payment this year to nearly 1 million Canadian renters who are struggling with the cost of housing. They can rely on lower child care fees for families across the country. They can rely on the fact that there will be indexation to inflation to the benefits of Canada, the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, the Canada Pension Plan, the Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. I regret the fact, Madam Speaker, that the member seems to think that these are just policies that are being rehashed and relayed out, and that he doesn't see the tangible benefit that these policies have to Canadians. But I'm sure that if he goes back and talks to Canadians who are receiving these benefits and explains to them how the changes in them will further impact their lives, they will see the benefit to these.
The member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the chance to come back to my question to the Minister of Housing from a couple weeks ago on the housing crisis in this country, and specifically those who are experiencing homelessness and living unsheltered. I'd ask the question because decades of underinvestment in both housing and mental health and addiction support are hitting my community hard. As one example of what this looks like, over the past several months, an encampment has grown downtown Kitchener to now upwards of 50 people living in tents in the downtown, and my community is reeling. Now, at the time, I was told the solution is the Reaching Home program. It's part of Canada's homelessness strategy. It supports the goals of the National Housing Strategy, and the aim is to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% by 2027-28. Well, just last summer, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reviewed that plan, and here's what he had to say about it. In his words, quote, "We project that in the absence of additional spending, the number of households in housing need would have increased to approximately 1.8 million households, with a $9.3 billion aggregate affordability gap by 2025-26. Turning back to my community, this seems like an example of the increase that the PBO was expecting. In 2018, there were 333 people experiencing homelessness in Waterloo Region. Fast forward to our most recent point in count study last fall, and it tripled. There are now over 1,000 people experiencing homelessness in Waterloo Region, 412 of which are living unsheltered. For example, in tents downtown. The rest are in emergency shelters, transitional housing. They might be the hidden homeless, or in an institution like a hospital or a domestic violence shelter. It's clear in my community and from the PBO's report and other communities across the country that these plans are not working. Now, we also need to be clear that the encampment downtown isn't only the result of insufficient federal funds for housing. It's mental health as well. Because despite using the right words, for example, we can all agree, I believe, that mental health is health. The reality is that the funding isn't there. In the last election campaign, the governing party promised billions in a new Canada mental health transfer to the provinces. When it came time to the 2022 budget, though, there wasn't a cent budgeted for this transfer. Instead, it got a 3-line mention. Stay tuned for more. Well, the fact is that we can't expect municipalities to take on the housing and mental health crises on their own. They need support from the provinces and, yes, the federal government as well. And so I appreciate that the parliamentary secretary is with us this evening. She's a person I respect. I wonder if she'd be willing to join me to meet people at the encampment downtown Kitchener, and most importantly, if she can share, will the federal government step up, and if so, what will that look like? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Kitchener Centre for his question and for his concern that I share for the people in his community who are experiencing homelessness. We believe that all Canadians deserve to have a roof over their head with dignity, but there's much work to be done to achieve this. Some 35,000 people experience homelessness on any given night across the country. That's why we developed Canada's first national housing strategy using a human rights-based approach. This comprehensive 10-year plan, backed by more than $72 billion in investments, prioritizes the people made vulnerable, the most vulnerable in our society. Over the past 2 years, these people have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. During that time, we've increased the number of projects that serve them through the National Housing Strategy. Now, through Budget 2022, we can soon launch measures that will benefit them even more. For example, the Rapid Housing Initiative is a highly successful program that is helping thousands of vulnerable Canadians living in precarious housing in the context of the pandemic. $2.5 billion have been allocated to the program already to quickly create more than 10,000 new permanent units of affordable housing for those who need it most. Now, with this budget, we are proposing to provide another $1.5 billion over 2 years to extend the initiative. And that is in response to comments last year. The new funding is expected to create at least 6,000 new affordable housing units, with at least 25% of funding going towards women-focused housing projects. As my colleague from Kitchener Centre may know, 3 housing projects in his riding have already been made possible through the Rapid Housing Initiative. Together, they will create more than 70 units of permanent affordable housing for those who need it most. One of these projects is One Roof. It will soon be able to provide a safe place to call home for people experiencing homelessness individuals with mental health or addiction issues, and Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, our government also remains committed to ending chronic homelessness through a program called Reaching Home, Canada's homelessness strategy. We have committed more than $3 billion to address homelessness, including doubling annual funding for 4 years in response to the pandemic. Now with Budget 2022, we will provide $562 million over 2 years to continue providing doubled annual funding for the program. We'll also support research on eliminating chronic homelessness and a new veteran homelessness program. Madam Speaker, our government is making deep, sustained investments in housing. We're leaving no stone unturned to make housing more affordable for Canadians. As my colleague Shirley knows, and as I'm sure he agrees, federal leadership and the major investments we've made in housing throughout the country through the housing strategy is one of the most significant investments that we've seen in 30 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for her response. I think it's important to note it's true. The federal government isn't doing nothing. And organizations like One Roof are doing incredible work. The projects she mentioned are important projects that are benefiting people in my community every day. But what I think is also really critical for her to understand is that the trend is going the wrong direction. It's insufficient. It's not nothing, but it's insufficient. Specifically, as I mentioned, we tripled the number of unhoused individuals in my community in the last 3 years alone. This is the time when the governing party has had the opportunity to do more, and they haven't. And I'm sure this is not only in Kitchener that this is happening, but certainly, again, if she wants to come downtown and see people who are living in tents as a result. And so my question is the same. While I appreciate what's already been done, the Rapid Housing Initiative is important. I'd like to see her do far, far more. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, stable, affordable housing provides a sanctuary in times of uncertainty. We agree. We need to do more. And that's exactly the message we've sent in the Budget 2022, a budget focused on housing. At the heart of this budget is a commitment to housing, a commitment to fighting homelessness. And I'd like to reassure my colleague that if he invites me to visit his riding, it will be my pleasure to go and to meet his constituents.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There we go. Madam Speaker, a strange sort of slow-motion sparring match has been taking place in the Commons since March 22nd, when I first rose to ask the Minister for Public Safety about the government's plans for a potential goat farm at Joyceville Institution. I've asked questions over and over again on a very specific matter. Will the government guarantee that they will not permit Corcan, that's the profit-making prison industry arm of Correction Services Canada, to establish a goat farm? And various spokesmen for the government, sometimes the minister, sometimes the parliamentary secretary, and on one occasion, the member for Kingston and the Islands, have answered that there is, at present, no goat farm and no contract to start building one. A typical response is this one from May 30th. Quote, Correctional Service Canada does not possess any goats, and there are no contracts for the sale of goat milk, end quote. Now, I do not doubt that this is true, but what I want is something different. A commitment from the government that they will absolutely, permanently close off the option of starting a goat operation. There is a real need for a definitive policy statement. It is abundantly clear that Correctional Services Canada remains very much committed to creating a commercial goat farm. Every time we get a definitive sounding answer in the House of Commons, like the one I've just recited, we get the opposite from Correctional Services. For example, 2 days after I was told there are no goats and there is no contract, CSC restated to the media that while at present there are no plans for dairy goat operations, it would, quote, reassess at a later date, end quote, which means that a goat farm employing convict labor at below market rates appears to still be on the table. Meanwhile, a $10 million contract has been issued for the construction of a dairy cow barn at Joyceville, despite the fact that Correctional Services is legally prohibited from using this milk to feed the inmate community, and is also legally prohibited from selling it externally because it has no dairy quota. So the sole plausible purpose for this cow's milk must be the one that Correctional Services intended from the start, to feed the baby goats whose own mother's milk is being sold commercially. And of course, there's this important detail. The site plan embedded in the $10 million contract contains something labeled, quote, future goat barn, not in contract, and something called future septic system for goat barn. And the part of the contract labeled project description could hardly be less ambiguous on this point. Quote, it is the intent of Correctional Services Canada to construct 2 livestock barns, one for cattle and one for goats at the Joyceville Institution. The proposed goat barn will have an approximate footprint of 6,500 square meters, end quote. So it is abundantly clear that this contract is simply stage 1 of a 2-stage construction project for a commercial goat farm. While I'm confident that Corrections Canada still does not own any goats and still does not have any contract for the sale of goat milk, I ask once again, as I did on June 10th, will the government order Correctional Services Canada to end the possibility of any future reassessment of the goat farm? And will the government stop spending millions on the infrastructure for that goat farm, the one that it claims it doesn't want? And specifically, will the government commit to instructing Correctional Services Canada that no second Joyceville construction contract will be issued? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
There's a lot to unpack there, Madam Speaker, but I'll start off by saying that the only reason why the correctional institutions do not supply regular dairy fresh milk to inmates is because Stephen Harper's government actually completely removed that and substituted it with powdered milk several years into their mandate, and that is a result of why inmates are no longer drinking fresh milk. But that's besides the point of why we're here today. And I do want to take this opportunity to address some of the things that I've heard today from the member, and indeed leading into to today's question through the various different ones. I'll start by reiterating that Corrections Canada does not currently possess any goats for the use of a penitentiary agricultural program. It also does not have any contracts or agreements with any third parties, either domestic or international, for the sale of goat milk. And I will remind the member opposite, Madam Speaker, that the operations at the Joyceville and Collins Bay institutions at this time are currently focused on full implementation of its dairy cow operations. I am very proud, Madam Speaker, to note that the construction of the dairy cattle barn at Joyceville institution, which the member referenced, commenced in April. Once completed, the barn will facilitate the Correctional Services Canada fully implementing its dairy cattle operation. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the operations and programming, Correctional Services Canada has engaged and will continue to engage with community members and stakeholders. I would also encourage interested parliamentarians to visit these sites, if they have not already done so, to see for themselves firsthand what correctional interventions are offered to promote rehabilitation. On that note, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to speak to the successes associated with the offender employability program, which includes the penitentiary agricultural program. Through this CORCAN program, offenders can participate in various types of interventions and services, including on-the-job vocational and essential skills training. While this allows them to acquire skills related to a specific industry, what they learn is also transferable to a variety of types of employment, something that the former Conservative government completely neglected to acknowledge when they decided to close those programs. Finding and maintaining employment in the community is key to recidivism. CSC has research documents dating back even earlier than 2014 that noted a connection between employment and positive reintegration results. I will note that the report cited by the honourable member, which has subsequently been supported in other research since that time, noting the following: inmates that participate in CORCAN employment programs while incarcerated are more likely to be granted parole, they are more likely to get a job in the community, and they are more likely to have a reduced rate of returning to prison. These points noted earlier. These points note the earlier release on day parole and increased likelihood to obtain employment leads to a reduction in offenders repeating and re-entering into the correctional program. And finally, I would note, Madam Speaker, that it is despite the claims that have been made, I would like to emphasize that when it comes to the operations of these farms, private industry does not benefit financially from the involvement of inmates. Revenues generated from these operations are reinvested directly into the offender employment and employability program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi S5.
Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and related amendments, including amendments to legislation on octane.
Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a very brief question for the Parliamentary Secretary. I'm aware that he's not in a position to make a statement on behalf of the government, so I'll simply ask him to take this back to the Minister for Public Safety. It's the question I ended with. Will the government commit to instructing Correctional Services Canada that no second Joyceville construction contract will be issued? If that is done, that instruction is issued, that will end the possibility of a goat farm, and it will also end the possibility of any further questions from me, which must be a very welcome prospect for the honourable member. He's my neighbour and friend. I just want to take this opportunity as we come to the end of the parliamentary session to wish my honourable colleague and friend a very happy summer. It sounds like he's got some very nice plans put together. He's got a wonderful family to share the summer with, and I do wish him the very happiest summer vacation possible.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and that sentiment is reciprocated to the member from Lanark Kingston. Listen, I know in the House it quite often seems like we are continually sparring quite a bit, and this member and I just had a great opportunity to have a very civilized, personal conversation prior to this, despite the fact we might be at odds on this particular issue. What I would say to the member is I obviously don't have a direct answer to his question, but I also don't understand how this demand is coming forward through this question and answer period. If the member wants to put forward a policy objective of the government, he should do so through a motion or various other form that he can do that. In the meantime, I don't think that it is indicative of the government in any regard to say that they can guarantee one way or another that they will do one thing or another. So if the member is interested in changing the policy of the government, there are ways to do that, and I don't believe that this back and forth is the proper place.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne à mettre.
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made, and pursuant to the standing order, this House stands adjourned.
you.